Chapter 141 Public Beta 19 Negotiation and Iron Ants. Long time no see. He Xingwen turned his head and glanced at his old acquaintance Duodi. He was in good condition and did not look like he was troubled by the harassment of the players. The other mages behind Duodi looked very unfamiliar. Judging from their ages, they should be other instructors of the Arcane Academy. It seems that the Arcane Academy is very sincere this time. He Xingwen concluded and went straight to the point. What do the mages think? Duodi sat opposite He Xingwen. The kingdom is undoubtedly powerful, but the academy has its own rules. He Xingwen took back his previous conclusion. It seems that the sincerity of the Arcane Academy is not as sufficient as he thought. It sounds like you are not ready to accept reality. If that were the case, we would not be here. Duodi stroked his white beard and said, I just think that before the peace talks, we need to reach an agreement on certain aspects. Zhe, who had no sense of existence, glanced at the mage and quietly left the room. He Xingwen confirmed with the other party. Is the current situation not enough for you to recognize the situation? This sentence sounded like a question. Duodi coughed and hinted to the king. You should know that we did not attack the players too much. Then you should also know that the kingdom did not go to war against the Arcane Academy. A loud voice came from the door, and it hit back Duodi forcefully. Yin walked into the room, pulled out the bone blade from his waist, and pointed it at Duodi's throat from a distance. The sharp edge flashed on the blade, and the threat was self-evident. As he moved, the mage's stances changed slightly, showing a posture that could counterattack immediately. And the situation on the scene was filled with the smell of gunpowder of confrontation. Yin didn't care about the mage's reactions at all. He pointed the blade at Duodi and said, Disrespect to the king. I think you want to test whether our swords are fast enough. Duodi's eyebrows moved slightly and looked at the king. This seems to have some misunderstandings about us. He Xingwen called Yan's name and stopped his behavior. Yin. The bone blade made a beautiful arc in Yan's hand and was inserted back into his waist. Yin took 2 steps forward and walked in front of He Xingwen. King, is a guy like this also qualified to be forgiven by you? Because Yan's direct threat attracted everyone's attention. Zhe, who walked into the room behind him, was like walking in the shadows. Inconspicuous. We have no intention of disrespecting the king, Duodi said, just some weak ones. He thought about the wording, helpless. Yin glanced at Duodi and had a very bad impression of him. He turned his head and said to He Xingwen, King, the kingdom's 120,000 people are ready to fight for the kingdom at any time. He had no concealment of his vigorous desire for war. These guys can't know how kind you are from the players' attacks. Let us go and let the real war tell them that they have no right to negotiate at all. Duodi looked at Yin. It is impossible for an ordinary human to defeat a mage, even if there are 120,000 ordinary humans. But the other party is full of confidence, and it seems that it is natural that he is dissatisfied with the player's attack, but any bystander will recognize the player's lethality. The player was evaluated by Ezigen as the most dangerous existence in the kingdom. Duodi didn't know where Yin got the confidence to express dissatisfaction with the player's attack. But the purpose of the Arcane Academy this time was definitely not to go to war with the kingdom. If they chose to go to war with an invincible existence, the wizard would not appear here. He should persuade other forces on the continent to form a continent-wide alliance to oppose the expansion of the kingdom, instead of negotiating with the king. Yes, although the Arcane Academy chose the latter between continuing the war and surrendering, their premise for this was that there was room for surrender. The Arcane Academy had too many things and rules to consider. The ancient heritage had accumulated a lot of complexity, unless it was defeated in countless blood and death. Otherwise, if it wanted to get a complete Arcane Academy, it would inevitably face many requirements of the Arcane Academy. They didn't even do it intentionally, but it was inevitable for this ancient existence to continue to maintain. History has proved these 2 points countless times. A bloodless war cannot get a thorough result. Similarly, a bloody war can destroy everything most thoroughly, including inheritance, elites and pride. Regarding this point, the system has given a complete report, analyzing the pros and cons of completely defeating the Arcane Academy and winning with the least casualties. He Xingwen knows the pros and cons, but still chooses the latter. It's not that he is too saintly, but He Xingwen's only requirement for the Arcane Academy is to get it. As for what it looks like, whether it contains pride and struggle in its heart, He Xingwen doesn't really care. In Yan's excitement, He Xingwen asked another person present, Zhe, do you think the same? Zhe took a step forward. I think it's a little too arrogant. Zhe glanced at the mages and reminded them, Players are not the most dangerous existence in the kingdom. The Holy Guard is. The mages even needed to think for a few seconds before they could find the existence corresponding to the name Holy Guard in their minds. Duody was not sure. I thought it was just a existence that was restricted or could only be driven within the kingdom. Law enforcement agency. The king was so restrained in using the Holy Guard that most existences ignored the role they could play. The law is set by the king. Just smiled and said, everyone. This conversation can end here. Before you know whether you are qualified to make requests to the king. There is no need for the kingdom to talk to you. Light and Shadow nodded repeatedly. I agree with him. He Xingwen moved his eyes away from the two parties in the confrontation and fell on the system. Obviously. They are taking advantage of your kindness. The system said, of course. Most intelligent creatures are like this. In this situation, they will not miss any opportunity. But others will not like their behavior. The system said, the weak are not qualified to make demands. It is clear who is the only person who can make decisions. He did not respond to Zhe's words, but said to He Xingwen, it's just some things that need to be confirmed in advance. After all, this is a very important choice for us, and even for the entire continent. He observed He Xingwen's expression. But as always, the king's expression did not convey any information. As if the king was not interested in this at all. Duody continued, we hope to achieve a win-win situation peacefully. As you said before, to reduce unnecessary deaths as much as possible. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds, and was about to speak when the window made a crisp knocking sound. And everyone's eyes moved to look at Qi Qing, who was knocking on the window, with his beak outside the window. She took 2 steps forward, opened the window, took out the thick leaf from Qi Qing's claws, glanced at it roughly, and handed it to He Xingwen, saying, a letter from the druid. Qi Qing did not wait for a reply this time. After confirming that He Xingwen had received the letter, he soared into the sky again. He Xingwen glanced at the handwriting on the leaf roughly, and Lincoln strongly asked the kingdom to stop the migration of the iron-eating ants, and asked them to evacuate the border of the endless forest immediately. This threat is likely to anger the tree people. I hope you can stop this before the situation deteriorates further. He Xingwen casually inserted the leaf into the process file, passed on this episode, and continued the previous topic. What did you say just now? He Xingwen recalled. A negotiation? Duody's eyes stayed on He Xingwen's hand for 2 seconds and nodded. He Xingwen confirmed with him. Negotiation for peace? Duody nodded again, while thinking about the current situation between the druids and the kingdom. Then let's talk, He Xingwen said in a relaxed tone. King, Yin shouted. And he asked for battle again. Let us fight for you. The people of the kingdom have never gone to war. Yin said, this world doesn't even know us. The kingdom is not without other people who can fight except those players. He Xingwen glanced at him and said, if that's the case, then. He Xingwen looked at Duody. The war between the kingdom and the Arcane Academy has not ended before reaching an agreement, and the negotiations are over. Duody expected something and looked at Yin. Yin, organize a team yourself. He Xingwen said in a relaxed tone. Go and see the situation in the South China Sea. If humans are to be sent to train soldiers. Duody was confused by the big turn in He Xingwen's words before he finished thinking. Wait. South China Sea? Yin also showed a blank expression. South China Sea? He Xingwen. The expedition team that set out before has not returned. Go and see if there is any accident in the South China Sea. Yin glanced at Duody and snorted twice. But it was obvious that he would not protest to the king. After sending away the most belligerent Yin, He Xingwen looked at Zhe. Zhe bowed his head slightly. I obey your orders. Very good. He saved himself from the fate of being exiled to the top of the mountains. I understand your loyalty to the kingdom. But remember, first of all, obey my orders. After knocking Zhe, He Xingwen gave the mages a meaningful warning. You have plenty of time to negotiate. I am not in a hurry to conquer the Arcane Academy. But there is one thing I hope you don't mind. Before the negotiations are completely over, the players will not withdraw from the Arcane Academy. The weak have no right to make demands. Not only does the system know this, but the mainland's native mages know this even better. The reason why the mages violated this point and stood here to negotiate with the king was that the king's kindness gave them confidence. Regardless of whether the king was a hypocrite or a true gentleman, there is no doubt that he chose to advance his conquest with a gentle attitude. The weak want to expand with fewer deaths, which is called fantasy and daydreaming. And the strong expand with fewer deaths, which is called mercy. At first, The mages did not understand the true meaning behind the king's meaningful warning. Until the news that another mage tower was destroyed by the pseudo-ether energy hedger reached their ears. They realized the true meaning of the players not retreating before the end of the negotiations. The longer the negotiations last, the more damage the players will bring to the Arcane Academy, like locusts passing through the territory of the Arcane Academy. The results brought by the pseudo-ether energy hedger can no longer satisfy the players. And the players are thinking about using more effective ways to get more points. This is definitely not good news for the Arcane Academy. For this reason, the mages who almost let the players do whatever they want have to take action to curb the players' crazy behavior. The mages began to attack the players. At first, this had some effect, and the players were easily defeated by the mages' attacks. But soon, the players who were quickly resurrected used the tried and true method again, grinding. The players' resurrection is unlimited, while the mages' attacks are limited. At least in this world where perpetual motion machines have not yet been developed. There is no way to attack without stopping, and all attacks need to consume the ether they control. After the mages killed the players several times, and quickly welcomed the resurrected players, they soon realized that they were going back to the old ways. And the fate of the ether had clearly told them the result of competing with the players' patience. So everything returned to the starting point. While the players were happily looking for a more efficient way to attack the tower, they used the imitation ether energy hedger to destroy the mage towers on the territory of the Arcane Academy one after another. The behavior of the players in the Arcane Academy prompted the ongoing negotiations to proceed in a more efficient way, because the mages couldn't continue. Fuck. The countdown for this task is out? At first, a player glanced at the ongoing task as usual, and saw that the countdown of 4 question marks turned into an exact number. What? The player who was swinging his weapon vigorously shouted, "I can't hear you." "What did you say?" "I said, there are only 100 days left in the mission countdown." The crowd that was attacking the mage tower was silent for a moment, and turned to look at the player who was shouting. 100 days? No. Isn't 100 days a long time? What are you surprised about? I was surprised that this mission actually took 100 days. It feels like the Arcane Academy can be demolished in 10 days, or half a month. The mission talks about game time. Who will calculate real time with you? Wait. The ratio of game time to real time. Then there are only 10 days left? Fuck. Excluding the 8 hours of anti-addiction. There are only... Forget it. It's too complicated. I can't calculate it. It won't be long anyway. The players roared and realized the reality that this large-scale mission was about to end. That's why players began to look for more efficient ways to attack the tower, because for them, there was not much time left. But their points were obviously not enough, because players spent a lot of time consuming Ethernet and figuring out how to break the defense of the wizard tower. And the time they really spent on attacking the wizard tower has only recently made progress, still relying on Li Ming's invention. Knowledge is power. Comrades, if we had made this thing earlier, why would we have so few points now that the mission is about to end? It turns out that technology is the primary productive force. No. I have to go to the dwarves to improve their favorability. I have to improve the favorability of the great scientist. When will the great scientist profession be opened? I accept the auxiliary profession. Li Ming is so handsome. If it weren't for the IQ limit, who wouldn't want to be a scientist? You already said it. IQ limit? Do you think the great scientist in the game doesn't have this limit? I feel I'm discriminated against. What's wrong with low IQ? Does it mean I'm not worthy of becoming a great scientist? Anyway, lazy and stupid people definitely don't meet the great scientist job transfer standards. Wait, you're talking so clearly. Are the great scientist profession requirements out? No, but there seems to be some rumors. Where did the rumors come from? That Yuan Construct went to school a few days ago and seems to have opened a new college. Fuck. How come there's no news at all with such a big fuss? Nonsense. Everyone is busy doing quests. There are quests at the Arcane Academy, and there are quests in the Everfree Forest for players who haven't changed their jobs. There are only 2 or 3 players in the school at most. What kind of waves can 2 or 3 players cause? The cooperation between the Sarfa Federation and the Kingdom has been progressing smoothly, mainly because the Kingdom has not made too many demands on the Sarfa Federation. In addition to retaining a space transmission controlled by both parties in the Sarfa Federation, the only requirement is that the great scientists teach the players. The space transmission was completed quickly because it was related to the Sarfa Federation's research on the players. As for teaching the players, The Sarfa Federation took a little time, because they needed time to develop appropriate courses and teaching materials. But it didn't take too long. After the iron-eating ants began to migrate in large numbers, the Sarfa Federation immediately prepared courses and teaching materials, and told He Xingwen that they were ready to teach the players. Then you can go to school. He Xingwen raised his head from the thick documents and looked at the etheric structure filled with a strong sense of inhumanity. The kingdom has prepared a science school for you. Science school. I like this word. Far away in the Sarfa Federation, Anna, who was manipulating the structure, muttered to himself. There were not many great scientists around him who watched their conversation. After all, compared to watching meaningless conversations, great scientists care more about their own research. Anna was the same. But his research object had just recently changed from the impact of etheric vibrations on some minerals to the kingdom. So he contracted most of the time to manipulate the etheric structure to observe this mysterious kingdom. Before that, Anna said bluntly, I am very interested in the recent developments of the iron-eating ants. Can we conduct a non-in-depth, safe, and harmless study on it? In the short contact, the great scientist quickly understood the king's style. He was overly kind for some unknown reason, whether to his people or his enemies. This may not be a good feature for the kingdom, but as a potential enemy of the other party. The great scientist admired this feature of his, and hoped that the other party would continue to maintain it. An overly kind conqueror is much better than a perfect politician. Who can be sure that this is not one of the other party's strategies? Another great scientist complained, this disguise is very useful. Isn't it? When people know that his enemy is very kind, it is difficult to raise the determination to fight to the death. Just like the mage. If the king is not so kind, then all this will not develop so quickly and so peacefully. If the meaningless deaths of players are erased from the war, people will be surprised to find that no one even died in this massive war. A war in which no one died successfully reached the point of peace talks. How miraculous. But the other party's kindness is based on the premise that the other party has strong military power. Forced kindness is weakness. Kindness given by the strong is the premise for the mages to negotiate with him. The other party shrugged, I believe that human nature is evil. In the small debate among the great scientists, He Xingwen gave a reply, I'm afraid not. The unexpected answer shifted their attention back to the conversation with the king. Anna, perhaps I can know the reason for the rejection? He Xingwen, Ezigen once told me the danger of the iron-eating ants and asked me to exterminate them again. Anna, but obviously you didn't do that. I promised that they are safe for this world. He Xingwen said, this is why I rejected you. Considering that the products you developed in cooperation with Ezigen have exceeded certain restrictions, I must ensure that all the characteristics of the iron-eating ants only exist in them to protect my promise. But the players. At this point, Anna reacted. You reminded us before that the research results obtained from the players are difficult to replicate the miracles of the players. He Xingwen corrected him. I said that it is impossible to replicate. They can never replicate everything on the players. So, you don't mind us doing some controlled safety research on players. But you refused us to do research on iron-eating ants. You understand very well. He Xingwen checked the time. Anything else? Anna thought for 2 seconds. But how did you do it? Iron-eating ants are active in the kingdom's territory. But they didn't eat up the entire kingdom. The miracle of the Father God. He Xingwen could already use this sentence to answer all the miracles that happened in the kingdom. And Anna in the distance found a new problem. It's also the miracle of the Father God. The king is sure that the special features of the players cannot be copied, but thinks we may be able to crack the miracle of the iron-eating ants? The border between the Everfree Forest and the kingdom's territory. The players wandering here have tried many ways to enter the Everfree Forest, but all failed in front of this self-willed forest. We have to think of other ways, Dudu said, taking a step to the side, avoiding the iron-eating ant that slowly crawled past his feet, and then stepped on another iron-eating ant. There was a soft touch under his feet, and the system warning popped up again in front of him. Dudu was about to turn off the system warning, but he saw the words protect animals on the system warning, and he had a flash of inspiration and read the system warning carefully. You are trying to attack the protected animals of the kingdom. This behavior will cause the relationship between the kingdom and you to enter a state of hatred. Please choose carefully. Wait a minute. I have an idea. The depressed players did not react to Dudu's words. Again? You just resurrected. Can you take a break? This druid is too abnormal. What idea? Let's try tomorrow. Dudu clapped his hands. A good idea to divert the trouble. The players responded with distrust. Nonsense. How is it possible? Are you crazy? Dudu jumped excitedly on the spot, stepping on the iron-eating ants countless times. And the warning in front of him became stronger. Listen to me. Did you see what was written on the warning? What warning? Where is the warning? Dudu, the warning about the iron-eating ants. Harming protected animals will cause the relationship between the kingdom and you to enter a state of hatred. I see. So aren't we coexisting peacefully with it? Wait. You don't mean? One player reacted and looked at the iron-eating ants crawling slowly around. Divert the trouble? Other players also reacted one after another. Fuck? That's too cruel. Isn't it? Directly make the kingdom go to war with the Everfree Forest? If it really works, it would be too awesome. Wait. Don't be impulsive. Think about EA's fate first. If the system determines that it is the player who caused the damage to the iron-eating ants, then the account will be directly ruined. No way. Is the system so smart? It's a holographic game. Isn't it strange that the system is a little smarter? Fuck. That makes sense. What should we do now? Go to the forum and discuss with the big guys. At the very least, we have to find a poor guy who is willing to bear the consequences. I mean the warrior. Chapter 142 Public Beta 20 Unscathed. Forum. Help for Druid Job Change Mission. A big guy. Please care about the players who haven't changed their jobs. Is it feasible to divert the blame to someone else? Not a big guy. I'm posting this thread as a favor. Young man. This plan is really bold. I'm at EA's, so that the last player who is so bold can share his experience with you. Don't be impulsive. This account, if you say it's gone, it's really gone. Is EA still applying for data rollback? Has he been online since the public beta started? Maybe His Majesty the King secretly helped him change it. Thanks for the invitation. I've been online, but I was blocked at the resurrection point and beaten like a dog. Young people don't know how valuable an account is, and they shed tears in vain when they are old. I advise the OP to give up this task. Cherish the account, and start with me. I think the sudden migration of the iron-eating ants to the Everfree Forest is strange. Besides, it's obvious that the player can't complete this quest by themselves. Maybe diverting the blame is a step to complete the quest? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? That makes sense. The planner should leave a way for the players to complete the quest. Right? Original poster, so? We just go for it. Yi was so confident back then. Later, you know what happened. I think it's possible. The sudden migration of the iron-eating ants looks like part of the quest. Don't make it a high probability. It's not your account. But you just say it. What if a low probability event happens? Go for it. Try your best. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you can do it, you will be the first batch of players to change to a druid. Transfer to druid. Damn. Considering the combat power of druid, I think it is normal for this task to be difficult, since it is a druid who controls nature. Shocking. But didn't Anuta swear before that it was impossible for anyone to transfer to druid? Was he slapped in the face? In that case, why don't you go ask Anuta? Anuta is quite reliable. This is a good idea. Don't ask about the game settings. Anuta can't know how the system will judge. Just ask the tree man if he can help you transfer to druid if you complete this task. The task reward can't be fake. Right? It's written in black and white in the task. And the tree man is not a demon. How do demons usually trick players? Use an irresistible quest reward to trick players into completing an unachievable quest. Wait. Why does this sound familiar? Is the tree man the character? It shouldn't be. Aren't tree men supposed to be honest and loyal? Why don't you ask the demons? We need to learn to defeat magic with magic. Demons are experienced in tricking people, so they must know what the tree men are up to. Original poster, ask the demons? Forget it. Don't let us get tricked by demons instead of tree men. But I think asking Anuta makes sense. I'll come back to tell you about the progress after I ask Anuta. Players who got effective suggestions from forum users went to the novice village to find Anuta. After the Diamond Empire delegation returned, Du Lei, who was hired by the delegation, also left the kingdom. Anuta returned to a state of idleness. What do you need? Anuta's first reaction was to take out the catalog provided for players and fulfill his duties as a businessman. Dudu took the catalog and read it habitually. He quickly regained his sanity in front of the high amount and handed the catalog to other players beside him. Dudu tentatively asked, We heard that you have advanced job transfer tasks here? Anuta glanced at the players in front of him and tactfully reminded them. It's on the second page of the product list. You can take a look at the credit points required for redemption. We are not here to change jobs. The main reason is that they have no money. The credit points required to redeem advanced jobs are a real astronomical figure. If players can afford the credit points, there won't be so many players who have not changed jobs gathering outside the endless forest. We are here mainly to ask. The Beast Whisperer profession is said to be an advanced version of the Druid. Are you sure that players cannot change their profession to Druid? Anuta stared at the player in front of him for a few seconds and came to a somewhat absurd conclusion. Druid is willing to let you change your profession? Dudu looked at the other players. The Treeman gave us a task. And the task reward is to change your profession to Druid. Anuta was very surprised that the Treeman would make such a promise. Treemen, as the name suggests, are intelligent creatures that combine plant and human characteristics. Nature has given them powerful strength. But in contrast, the human characteristics of tree men have weakened. They spend most of their long lives sleeping. And in the few times when they are not sleeping, they focus on nature and never pay attention to what happens in the outside world. This is a race that has almost no contact with the outside world. And most of the time, druids appear as their spokespersons. A being that doesn't pay attention to the outside world suddenly makes such a promise? It's not like what a tree person would do. Anuta instinctively realized what was wrong. What task did he give you? Dudu and the others were very vigilant. Although Anuta had a good reputation, the shadow brought by the devil made them confirm the most basic point with the other party first. Can the tree person help us change our job to druid? Anuta laughed. If the tree person can't, then no one can do it. The players were half relieved. At least they could change their job to druid smoothly after completing the task. Dudu answered Anuta's previous question. He asked us to urge the druids in the Everfree Forest to return to the kingdom as soon as possible. This doesn't sound difficult. Anuta looked at the players and realized where the difficulty of this task was. For the players it was because they were too weak. I can help you contact that druid. Anuta recalled. Is his name Lincoln? Wow. It turns out that Anuta is the key to completing the task. The players stood up straight and looked at Anuta with a strange look, which made Anuta feel a sense of foreboding. He said, as long as you get the king's consent. Player? How can the king, an NPC, have such a high sense of presence? Do we need his consent for such a thing? With the player's shallow emotional management level, their inner thoughts are completely on their faces, and Anuta can see what they are thinking at a glance. He explained, although I would like to help you for free. I am an Ezigen, and this is one of the services we can provide. So free of charge? Not true. And I must abide by the agreement with the king and not conduct any private transactions with the people of the kingdom. Anuta, so, if you want me to provide this service, I need you to get the king's permission for this transaction. The player didn't understand. But the task had already popped up. So it didn't matter whether he understood it or not. The task was written very clearly. Anuta's random task I. If you want to get the help of Ezigen, please get the king's permission first. Reward for successful task. Open random task 2. Penalty for failed task. The random task will be closed, and Anuta will not provide you with relevant help. The players took a look at the simple task description, confirmed that there was no pitfall, took the task, and then began to worry about another point. Then how can we meet the king? That NPC hasn't left the main city since the public beta. This mission has failed. Right? Anuta's other hidden mission, the first ring of immortality, also requires the king's permission. But no one has completed this mission yet. The players talked about it, and quickly became pessimistic about it. Anuta waited for a while, and realized that if he didn't say something, this group of players seemed to be planning to give up. But Anuta didn't intend to let them give up. He was very interested in the story behind the abnormal behavior of the tree man. Why don't you ask you? Anuta gave a simple solution. I think you shouldn't mind conveying your questions to the king. The players were all shocked and looked at Anuta with strange eyes again. As expected, he is the most reliable NPC in the whole kingdom. He not only gave us tasks, but also told us the task strategy in person. Is there any friendlier NPC than this? The players went to run the tasks excitedly, leaving Anuta thinking about the abnormal behavior of the tree man, and shared this information with all the Ezigen. Anuta's suggestion was very reliable, although he was stunned for a few seconds by their sudden request. He did not refuse, and quickly brought back the king's permission. The whole process was so simple that it seemed that the players, who were previously stumped by the first ring of the hidden task were fools. So some players couldn't help but try the hidden task. The first ring of immortality obtaining the king's permission. Then, they got the clear denial from the king conveyed by Yu Dao, who acted as a messenger, said, "The king does not recommend that you have such a death cooperation with Ezijin. By the way, I want you to pass on a message to Anuda." Anuda did not wait too long. He had just shared the information with Ezijin when he met the players, who hurried back on the top floor of the commercial building. To first inform the other party of the result, the king allowed us to use Ezijin to contact the druid. Very good. Then we can proceed to the next stage. Anuda took out a pen and paper and began to calculate the gold coins required to provide the service on the spot. Dudu listened and stopped the other party in surprise. Wait? This needs to be settled with gold coins? Because the king did not pay for it. This additional commodity only accepts the currency circulating on the continent. And credit points are at best a currency system that circulates within the kingdom. Or even only within the players. Wait a minute. I remember we have gold coins. The players gathered together and took out their own small coffers. Demons, mages and Anuda's mission rewards all gave gold coins. Let's collect them. When the players were collecting money, Dudu casually said to Anuda, who was calculating the service amount, "By the way, the king asked us to bring you a message." Anuda paused in calculating the amount and looked at Dudu. Dudu didn't care about this at all. While taking the gold coins from his pocket, he said without looking back, "The king asked you to pay attention." Anuda waited for a few seconds, and Dudu didn't mean to continue. She approached the players and concentrated on collecting the gold coins. "Give it to me. Give it to me. The kingdom can't use gold coins anyway." Dudu took the last gold coin from another player, shook his head, and slapped a pile of gold coins of different qualities in front of Anuda, raising his head like a big sister. "Is that enough?" A weak voice came from behind. "My money." "What do you mean your money? It's everyone's money." Dudu turned his head and narrowed his eyes to warn the other party. "Everyone has taken out the money they have saved, and you are the only one who is complaining." Forced by Dudu's previous record, the other party shut up. Anuda glanced at the gold coins, and was too lazy to calculate the amount with the poor players. He put the pile of gold coins into his personal space, and turned the topic back to the sentence that disturbed his thoughts just now. "Why did the king suddenly ask you to bring me a message?" Anuda glanced at the players in front of him. "What else did you do?" Dudu remembered and informed the other party of the failure of another task. The king did not allow the immortality task. Anuda understood the meaning of the king's warning, and the king was not very satisfied with his temptation. He sat back in his chair and made a decision in just a few seconds. "Please help me tell other players that the immortality tailor-made program is permanently closed to players." "Ah?" The players scratched their heads, somewhat puzzled. "Can't we continue if the king refuses?" Anuda seems to care a lot about what the king says. Is it my illusion? It seems not. He showed it very clearly. Isn't the king a mascot? The king is a mascot for us. But it doesn't mean that he is also a mascot for other NPCs. So, in the eyes of other NPCs, the king is quite scary? It should be, right? The player who said this was not sure. He is a king after all. I feel that the plot of the king reaching out should be very interesting. But now players can't contact the king at all, let alone know his plot. Anuda is used to the players' lack of respect for the king in their words. After all, disorder and madness are the most distinctive characteristics of players. They not only don't respect the king, they don't respect anyone. After the topic went off topic for a while, Dudu, who was thinking about the mission, began to urge Anuda to help them contact the druid. Anuda took out a whistle from his personal space, and the whistle shook. The wind blew through the complex structure inside the whistle, making a sound that humans could not hear, vibrating in the air and reaching far away. Chi-Ching, who was flying in the Everfree forest, stopped and flew in the direction of the sound. Anuda sent the news that the tree man urged Lincoln to come back to the Everfree forest through Chi-Ching. Forum. The post help for Druid job change mission was re-up because of the feedback from the original poster. Original poster, Anuda is so reliable. He not only provides solutions but also missions, and even strategies for completing missions. I declare that I will pick Anuda in the next NPC popularity vote. Although Anuda is indeed quite reliable. Isn't he a bit too reliable in your description? He also provides mission strategies? Can NPCs do this? Calling the planner. There are NPCs violating the rules here. Check their intelligence quickly. I'm afraid that after the resurrection of the spirit energy, There will be another matrix. Wait, isn't the point how Anuda helped you solve the problem? Did he help you find a way to enter the Everfree Forest? Original poster. He contacted the druid directly. As expected of Anuda, he is really reliable. Is Ezogin kidding you? The whole continent is his ally. The real chosen one. This character design is much better than Kingdom. Kingdom starts with 2 cities, and is surrounded by enemies. It's miserable. Is it a talent of stupid netizens to go off topic in any post? Don't pay attention to them. Then what? The condition for completing the task is to bring back the druid? So has the druid come back? Original poster. Although Anuda has contacted the druid directly, the druid has not replied yet. So we are waiting for news from the druid. Hey, that solves the simplest problem. According to the difficulty of the druid's job transfer, the focus is on the back, waiting for the subsequent feedback from the original poster. But I always feel that this is the prelude to the next large task. Is it my illusion? After the topic of the post was diverted again, and the stupid netizens chatted for several pages, the original poster finally reappeared and brought a heavy news. Original poster. Damn! Druids fought. What? Druids fought? A new plot started so soon? What about the mages? The countdown hasn't ended yet. Are we doing the Arcane Academy quest or the Everfree Forest quest? Please read what the original poster posted again. Don't get excited and blurry. Put on my reading glasses. Fighting? What does that mean? Who did the druids fight with? Original poster. Druids fought with druids. Internal strife? It must be related to the kingdom. What happened to the kingdom? The kingdom didn't do anything. The mages and druids retreating from the kingdom overnight is suspicious in the first place. There must be something going on here that we don't know about. Off topic. The fight between the druids has nothing to do with us. Can't you just ask Lincoln and the others to come back quickly? Original poster. It has nothing to do with us. But it does with the druids. Anuda told me that Lincoln will stay in the Everfree Forest until he persuades the other party. So this is the difficulty of this quest? No. You can complete this quest by waiting for a few months until the druids finish fighting. Right? Wait. So there is another prerequisite. Lincoln is alive. Otherwise, if he dies in the internal conflict of the druids, the quest will fail directly. It's not like they want us to protect Lincoln. Right? With the fighting power of the druids, it's almost enough for him to protect us. OP, no. Protecting one Lincoln doesn't count as completing the mission. The Trent's mission is to bring back the druids who left the kingdom. So there are at least a dozen druids. I see. I see. This mission is for you to help Lincoln and his team win the internal fight. OP, us? Help the druids defeat another group of druids? With our combat power. Can we get involved in such a high-end fight? That's right. With your combat power, you can't even enter the Everfree Forest, let alone help. Okay. Then we have come to the conclusion? The mission failed? OP, no. This method of completing the mission failed. And we have to go back to the original method. We, the players who haven't changed our jobs, can't help. But if the kingdom joins, the situation will be different. The original method. Iron Ant? Who will be the warrior? OP, I'll do it. The younger the name, the more harsh the insults. So it's true? The OP is too arrogant. Op. Don't be impulsive. This account is gone just like that. And there is no chance to revert. At worst, think of other ways. Didn't Anuda give you other suggestions? OP, Anuda seemed surprised. And he seemed to have just learned about the druid fight. He did give me some suggestions. He suggested that I save some credit points in exchange for the bee speaker profession. As expected of Ezogin, the god of business. This promotion is just right. Wonderful. Ezogin is rich and powerful. If he doesn't take these few credit points seriously, how long will it take for players to save up to exchange for the bee's speaker? Your level progress is slower than other players. If you delay any longer, you will be out of touch with the main group. It's not worth it. You should honestly switch to a blacksmith. Although this profession is popular. What if you are the next Li Ming? There were endless advices on the forum. But none of them affected Dudu's final decision. Never mind. Dudu rolled up her sleeves and picked up an innocent, pitiful and weak iron-eating ant from the ground. I'll give it a try. Calm down. Dudu. Other players grabbed her and urged her to think twice. Treasure your account. At worst, we can save up some credit points. I know that several tasks give a lot of credit points. Don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. Dudu changed her posture. holding the iron-eating ant as if it were a dangerous item, and warned other players, "Be careful. If you accidentally kill it, it will be even more difficult for everyone." When she said this, the player glanced at the palm-sized iron-eating ant in her hand, which was soft and looked like a foot-stomping iron-eating ant. With a swish, he stepped back a few steps and kept a distance from her, fearing that he would accidentally crush the iron-eating ant to death in a collision. That was a real unprovoked disaster. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Dudu, who had always been calm, took 2 steps forward and walked to the border between the kingdom and the Everfree Forest. She turned her head and looked at the other players who followed her and said, "I put it down." The iron-eating ant in her hand was unmoved by the sudden change of position. The player stared at her slowly lowered hand nervously, watching the distance between the iron-eating ant and the ground shorten rapidly, struggling to death. "Account." Before she finished speaking, Dudu loosened her hand and threw the iron-eating ant in her hand directly into the territory of the Everfree Forest. The iron-eating ant fell to the ground and seemed to be at a loss for 2 seconds, then slowly changed direction and began to move towards the kingdom's territory. However, the Everfree Forest had already sensed the intruder. The players witnessed the culprit of their previous deaths outside the border. The vines stretched out. The leaves flashed with sharp edges. The grass entangled the enemy in unison, and the seemingly harmless flowers opened their bloody mouths. In just a moment, all the plants around the iron-eating ants launched an attack. In the blink of an eye, the small iron-eating ants were drowned in the green hell. The players held their breath and waited for a system notification. The grass continued to extend, and countless green leaves formed a small vortex, wrapping this place. The vines wandered on the ground, occasionally inserting into the vortex. Such a fierce attack was enough to make the players confirm that their previous deaths were not unjust. The silence brought by the shock lasted for a long time, until a player whispered, "Is this attack lasting a little too long?" The players who died countless times on this land are very familiar with the attack mode of the Everfree Forest. After the enemy dies, this dangerous hell will be covered with a peaceful appearance that confuses others and return to a calm state. The players are a little confused. Is there a bug? Dudu glanced at the system prompt. I haven't received any system notification that my hatred value with the kingdom has increased. In the confusion of the players, in the crazy strangulation of the green hell, a familiar figure poked its head out from the green. The player stopped talking and looked at the iron-eating ants entangled by branches and covered with liquid dragging this crazy green storm, slowly crossing the border and returning to the kingdom's territory. Unscathed. Chapter 143 Public Beta 21. There is a sense of foreboding. It is difficult to describe the feelings of the players who witnessed this scene. They stared in amazement at the palm-sized iron-eating ants slowly crossing the border and crawling back into the layers of iron-eating ants. They were weak, pitiful, and helpless. The scene was silent for a long time, and no one spoke. The attack launched by the Everfree Forest came to an abrupt end when the iron-eating ants crossed the border and returned to the kingdom's territory. All attacks from plants suddenly subsided before crossing the border. Everything returned to the way it was before Dudu threw the iron-eating ants into the Everfree Forest. But the worldview of the players that was overturned by this scene was obviously not easy to recover. In the silence, only the rustling of the branches of the surrounding trees, the roar of the predators not far from the forest, and the fleeing sounds of the prey combined into the accustomed natural sounds. The players looked at the iron-eating ants, then looked at the calm Everfree Forest, and finally cast their eyes on Dudu. No one had expected this development, so that the behavior that should have only led to 2 results actually resulted in a 3rd result. The Everfree Forest did not kill the iron-eating ants at all. Whether it was Dudu's original intention to use the death of the iron-eating ants to get the kingdom to intervene, or the system's intelligent judgment of the death of the iron-eating ants as the personal behavior of the players, causing the number of players in the public beta to drop to -1 again. All these preparations became meaningless. Dudu and other players looked at each other in bewilderment. So, this is why the iron-eating ants are protected animals. So, we are weaker than the iron-eating ants? No. The point is, what should we do next? Forget it. Just give up. Whoever wants to do this mission can do it. I'm quitting. Don't be impulsive. We've spent so much time on this mission. The sunk cost of giving up is too high. I think our idea itself should be fine, no matter how you look at it. The sudden migration of the iron-eating ants to the border between the kingdom and the Everfree Forest is definitely related to the mission. So, what should we do next? The topic of the players' debate went off the track, and finally focused on the iron-eating ants. Is this thing full of defense? It can be unscathed? Why can such a large number of animals be protected animals? It turns out that it is because its defense ability is so awesome. It is a natural MT. If so, the players looked at the iron-eating ants and became thoughtful. If we hide behind the iron-eating ants, the attacks of the Everfree Forest are all around, covering the sky and the ground. Even if there are iron-eating ants to attract hatred, it will be useless. Once you go in, you will die anyway. That's right. What should we do? The players once again turned their eyes to Dudu, who was watching the iron-eating ants. Dudu was thinking about a question the iron-eating ant was thrown in just now, and it didn't continue to move forward to the Everfree Forest. Instead, it turned around and crawled back to its original position. It felt like it was forced to stay outside the Everfree Forest. In that case, another player took over the conversation thoughtfully. We also saw before that the iron-eating ants were lined up outside the border between the Everfree Forest and the kingdom. If the iron-eating ants are as weak as we thought before, then this behavior of lining up along the border may not be a big deal. But the iron-eating ants are not as weak as we thought before. But on the contrary, if the endless forest can't kill them at all, other party, then what do you think this behavior of lining up along the border looks like? The whole army is approaching. War is declared. Fuck. The surprised player looked down at the piles of iron-eating ants at his feet. And after looking at them with a new perspective, he felt scared. I stepped on them several times. So they are jumping back and forth on the edge of death. So, the iron-eating ants are not only not weak, but are even stronger than us? Your wording is not quite accurate. Endless. The Everfree Forest crushed us, and the iron ants were unscathed by the Everfree Forest's attack. How can this be called much stronger? That means they are several times stronger than us. Wait. Don't change the subject. Why did the iron ants declare war on the Everfree Forest? The players responded quickly. The internal strife among the druids. Fuck. So the internal strife among the druids is really related to the kingdom? Stop. 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 Does this have anything to do with us completing the job transfer task? The players were awakened from their dreams. They left the complicated relationship between the iron ants, the kingdom, and the druids and focused on their unfinished tasks. They found that it really didn't seem to have anything to do with it. The iron ants may pose a threat to the Everfree Forest, but that has nothing to do with the players. The players can neither command the iron ants nor wait for an uncertain time for the iron ants to attack. As for the kingdom and the druids, that may become the next large task. Just like the Arcane Academy. But it still has nothing to do with the players' job transfer tasks. Their purpose was clear, which was to bring back the druids, who were originally in the kingdom, but suddenly returned to the Everfree Forest. It had nothing to do with intervening in the internal strife of the druids. The scene was quiet for a few seconds again, and the players showed expressions of this task is so difficult. And the two emotions of retreat and giving up were clearly visible on their faces. Except for Dudu. She kept observing the movements of the iron-eating ants thoughtfully. Not only did she not retreat because the task was too difficult, but on the contrary, she was very excited about it. When Dudu came back to her senses and realized that the atmosphere was too quiet, she stood up and clapped her hands to attract the attention of the players present. At least we already know that the war between the kingdom and the Everfree Forest is imminent. She glanced at the layers of iron-eating ants. I think it won't be long before the current situation is broken. This really has nothing to do with our mission directly, Dudu said thoughtfully, but at least there is an indirect relationship. Indirect relationship? The players thought about this word one after another. And one player rethought it. Our goal is to bring Lincoln and his friends back to the kingdom from the Everfree Forest. But Lincoln participated in the internal strife of the druids and refused to come back. So, if we want to bring them back, the only option is to end the internal strife? Another player added, the internal strife is over. And Lincoln and his friends won. Dudu reacted, let's go back to find the tree man. The players moved out of the forest, and the sound of conversation was faintly heard. Why do you want to go back to the tree man again? Dudu. What did you think of? Dudu. The kingdom has already sent troops to attack. But the tree man is still in the kingdom. What does this mean? He is on our side? Dudu continued, the tree man is on our side. So Lincoln must be on our side too. Then who else could be the culprits in the internal strife in the Everfree Forest? Why did the kingdom allow the iron-eating ants to attack the Everfree Forest? Ah, I see. The internal strife in the Everfree Forest is between the druids, who oppose the kingdom, and the druids, who support the kingdom. The iron-eating ants are the kingdom's backup to ensure Lincoln and his team's victory. The Druid Academy is no different from usual, except that the players have disappeared. All players are doing the tasks of the Arcane Academy, so there are almost no players in other cities in the kingdom. In the huge greenhouse, the tree man is in the middle, moving its branches and taking care of the plants in the greenhouse. A few druids are busy outside the greenhouse, sorting and organizing the plants in poor condition brought back from the forest, preparing to rescue them. The arrival of the players did not attract their attention, and the druids did not take their eyes off the plants at all. Dudu and the others stopped outside the greenhouse smoothly according to the druids' rules. Players are not allowed to enter the greenhouse. Tree man. Dudu raised his voice and said, "We are in some trouble." The tree man who was slowly taking care of the plants did not change his movements, and the other party's slow voice rang out in the greenhouse. "That's your business." Dudu pretended not to hear him and continued to shout, "The druids are fighting." The tree man ignored her. Dudu made it sure enough. He knew it a long time ago, shaped to the others, and continued. Lincoln and the others refused to come back. The tree man still ignored her. It was obvious that he was very faithful to his previous answer. This is the player's business, and it has nothing to do with him. Dudu, the iron-eating ants in the kingdom are ready to attack. The tree man still did not respond. It seems that he knows all this. Of course, it is even more surprising to expect the tree man to know nothing about this. After all, the tree man is a part of nature. Although the nature of the kingdom rejects him, the nature in the distance does not reject him. They will faithfully tell the tree man what happened on the earth. As long as the tree man wants to know, he will be more informed than everyone else. Dudu continued, "If you don't have anything to say, then we will ask the king to intervene and end the druids' internal strife as soon as possible." The tree man still did not respond. Dudu made a "he is on the side of the kingdom" expression to other players, and finally confirmed with them, "As long as we bring Lincoln and the others back, you will help us change our job to druid." "Right. This time." The tree man responded, "I mean what I say." "No other conditions?" Dudu probed the other party. "For example, guarantee the safety of other druids? Or guarantee the safety of the Everfree Forest?" The tree man ignored her. The players came in a hurry and left in a hurry. "For him. I'm afraid you won't believe it. I'm going to see the king. It's still me. And it's still the previous job change task. Anyway, it's complicated, so I'll make it short. Fuck? This is too much information. So the internal strife in the Everfree Forest is a conflict between the supporters and opponents of the kingdom? That's not right. As an independent sovereign country, why do Lincoln and the others support the kingdom? This is not important. What is important is that you, the OP, have said a lot of nonsense. But you didn't mention why you wanted to see the king? OP, am I not in a hurry to explain the previous situation to you? As for why I wanted to see the king, it's like this. I expressed to you that I hope the kingdom will launch an attack on the Everfree Forest as soon as possible, and then explained to him the task that the druid gave me. Finally, after you reported the situation to the king, he told me that the king wanted to see me. Fuck. Are you interfering in the main quest? Otherwise, why would the king, an NPC who is almost invisible, suddenly want to see you? Then it seems that the next large-scale task is the internal conflict of the druids? The planner finally got it? Large-scale tasks come one after another, and the superiors finally give KPI indicators. Right? Wait. Let me sort it out. So you can complete this task 100%? Unless the kingdom loses and Lincoln and his team don't win. This task may fail, but the kingdom is the only binding force for players designated by the planner, and it is impossible for it to lose. What the hell? This time, it's a dragon on the face. A sure win. Fuck. I died too many times in the past few days, so I gave up. Is it too late to come back and join now? That depends on whether your mission is still in progress. I haven't paid attention to this, but I didn't click to give up the mission. I'll go online to check. No need to go online. When I left the team before, I paid attention and it showed failure. I didn't choose to give up. So why did it say it failed? Don't ask. It's the system's intelligent judgment. Fuck. If I had known earlier, I would have held on a little longer. I just left. Knowing earlier is worth a fortune. If I had known earlier that there was this job transfer task for druids, I would never change my job to a blacksmith. 8 out of 10 players are blacksmiths. So there is no future. Original poster, I haven't met the king yet. Don't rush to set a flag for me. What if the king decides to mobilize troops after 100 years? Should I give up or not? Main City. National Administration Bureau. After the job transfer task encountered endless difficulties, the number of players sharing the task plummeted from the initial thousands of players, and only dozens of players were invited by the king to come to the main city. Players who entered the main city for the first time talked a lot. Is this the main city? The layout is exactly the same as the novice village. Forget the novice village. All the cities in the kingdom are printed out of the same mold. There is no difference at all. If there is any difference, there are a lot of NPCs in the main city. I also saw several NPCs who always appear in the king's videos. Yen. Huang. Hey. Is that Zhe? Zhe knew very well how uncontrollable the players were. After simply greeting the players, he warned them in advance. Pay attention to your proper manners in front of the king. Zhe led them to the interior of the administration bureau. Bypassing the NPCs coming and going, walked into the deeper corridor, and glanced at the players. No one likes to offend the king's people. The players behind Zhe whispered in a low voice. What do you mean no one likes to offend the king's people? I guess this means that if you don't perform well in front of the king, the favorability of all NPCs in the kingdom will drop? Before pushing open the door of the conference room, Zhe glanced at the players who were still whispering. The players instantly quieted down. The overly quiet atmosphere, the NPCs who were in a hurry to come and go, and the identity of the NPCs they were about to meet, inexplicably made the players serious. The closed door of the conference room was pushed open, and someone in the empty room was bent over the heavy documents. He Xingwen looked up from the documents and glanced at the place where the voice came from. A young face full of curiosity and interest came into his sight. How to say it? Generally speaking, he is among the group of young people opposite. He Xingwen looked at the thick stack of pending documents waiting for his review, and then looked at the players who were excited because they saw the rare NPCs, and really had a clear understanding that he was walking on a different path. Contrast can always show the changes more deeply. With a flash of emotion, He Xingwen gestured to the round table. Sit down. He recalled, Tree Man entrusted you to bring back the druid, right? Duda glanced at Zhe, sat on the chair, and when no notification of reputation deduction popped up, he nodded to other players to indicate that it was safe. Then the sound of chairs being dragged was heard at the scene, and some players sat down, while others remained standing because there was no room. Right. Dudu was not very good at saying cliches. Druids are our good friends. We sympathize with their plight, so we really want to help them. Sympathize with what they have experienced. Sympathize that they are countless times stronger than you. Dudu, we have made many attempts, but the Everfree Forest has rejected us. So we hope to get your help to save the druids in danger. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. What kind of help do you want? Speaking of this, Dudu instantly became excited. We hope that the kingdom can intervene in the internal strife of the druids. The druids rejected me, He Xingwen said straightforwardly. Lincoln does not want other races to intervene in the internal differences of their race. A player whispered, Is Lincoln a fool? It has come to this point, and he is still trying to be strong? Then everyone popped up several notifications. The kingdom's reputation value has decreased. The kingdom's favorability has decreased. A large group of NPCs' favorability has decreased, and so on. There is no better warning than this. And all players immediately shut their mouths, fearing that the favorability they have worked so hard to brush up will be deducted. Dudu was stunned for a few seconds by this unexpected answer. A little puzzled, but the tree man wants us to intervene. She interrupted the conversation. He didn't ask you to intervene in the internal conflict of the druids. He just asked you to bring those druids back. Dudu reacted for 2 seconds and decided to get to the point. So, can the kingdom bring them back? I respect the wishes of the druids, He Xingwen said. Lincoln and the others obviously have no intention of getting out of the disagreement. A player raised his hand weakly. In that case. Then the iron-eating ants. He Xingwen blinked at him. The seasonal migration of animals is always so unexpected. Isn't it? Is that so? The player who asked the question was at a loss for 2 seconds, and then suddenly realized. It turns out that the reason why the iron-eating ants appeared outside the Everfree Forest was because of seasonal migration. Except for some naive people, most players can still distinguish the hint in the king's words. It seems that the planner did not intend to let them complete the job transfer task with the help of external forces so easily. Dudu was not surprised by this development, although he was a little disappointed. It was in line with their judgment. After all, This job transfer task has been proved by the abandonment of thousands of players. Dudu made his last dying struggle. So, can we only wait for the druids to end their internal strife? That's not the case. This world does not have the concept of national reputation, let alone international condemnation. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, the one with the bigger fist has the final say. And there is no need to find extra excuses. It depends on my thoughts. The scene was silent for 2 seconds. The players looked at the calm notification box and realized that the NPC's words depending on his thoughts were literally true. Not a task to be completed. One player moved his mouth, then closed it again after remembering the series of notifications about losing reputation and favorability. Dudu spent 2 minutes following the NPC's sudden turn of phrase. So what are you going to do? He Xingwen put down his pen, looked at the players, and repeated what he had said before. I respect the wishes of the druid. So your idea is to respect the wishes of the druid? Dudu swallowed the second half of his sentence with great difficulty. He Xingwen didn't seem to see what she was thinking, and continued, that's right. Some players couldn't help but mutter, what's the point? Then they received a bunch of notifications of declining goodwill and reputation. As far as I know, you have made great efforts for the tree man's request. He Xingwen showed a restrained smile. I admire your indomitable courage. The players pricked up their ears. He Xingwen, I believe you would rather rely on your own strength to complete the tree man's request. No, we don't have this idea at all. The players lowered their heads slightly, fearing that their impatient expressions would be too obvious. He Xingwen, as a reward for your courage. The players blinked their bright eyes and looked at He Xingwen eagerly. He Xingwen raised his voice. Nublita, please take them to meet Lincoln. Nublita, who was eavesdropping on their conversation at the other end of the corridor, rolled his eyes. But when he appeared in front of He Xingwen, he looked extremely enthusiastic. King, you really did not choose the wrong person. I am good at being a babysitter. Nublita gave the players a fake smile and emphasized, particularly good at it. He Xingwen naturally ignored the other party's dissatisfaction, believed the emotions expressed by a demon. The blood and tears of countless intelligent creatures proved how stupid this was. He Xingwen put a shackle on the demon to prevent the players from being sold out by the demon halfway. I don't want to get any news from them about you not fulfilling my mission properly. How could that be? Nublita understood the king's warning, and the artificial dissatisfaction just now disappeared instantly. He enthusiastically put his arm around Dudu's shoulders and said, King, your people are my brothers. I will definitely complete your mission 100%. Here, he paused and confirmed with He Xingwen, as long as they see the druid, the mission will be completed? After getting the king's approval, Nublita pushed the players out. And as he walked, he vowed to He Xingwen, I guarantee to complete the mission. Your Majesty. The players who were pushed out of the door by the demon impatiently. There was an ominous premonition. Chapter 144 Public Beta 22 The reason why demons are demons. Of course, most intelligent creatures that have come into contact with demons have had this ominous premonition. This has nothing to do with who is stronger or weaker, but is simply related to the low morals of demons. Nublita quickly drove the players out of the administration bureau. As skilled as shepherding sheep, once away from the area where the king was, Nublita immediately returned to his nature and scanned the players critically. You want to see Lincoln, right? Dozens of players crowded together, and under Nublita's scan, they looked more and more like lambs to be slaughtered. Pitiful, weak and helpless. Whenever there is a choice, players will not choose demons, mainly because there is no choice. So the players looked at each other and chose a warrior to face the demons. Dudu coughed and said, King. Nublita didn't need to hide this time. He rolled his eyes and said, I wanted to say this from just now. It's unnecessary. Even if you meet Lincoln, what will happen? Can it change anything? The players thought for 2 seconds and had to admit that the devil was right. Since the king said that Lincoln refused his help, it is even more impossible for him to be moved by the players' words. Dudu's voice became a little lower. Then we have no other way. Of course there is another way. Nublita said disdainfully. It's just because you are too weak that you can't even enter the endless forest. You still want to bring back the druid? I think you can give up this task. Nublita squinted at the player. What do you think the tree man is? The player stared at the most worthless demon in silence, thinking that he had no right to say this. Nublita. His voice sounded from not far away. The players watched Nublita's face change instantly, from impatience to a warm smile. Hey, Ja? What's up? Does the king have anything else to tell me? The king doesn't have time to pay attention to such trivial matters. She glanced at the players who were looking at them, frowned slightly, and soon relaxed. But you better do it beautifully. Nubleta uttered a single syllable to express his doubts. Just said simply, the king attaches great importance to players. Nubleta followed his line of sight and glanced at the lambs, and instantly understood what he meant. Of course, they have proved that they are worthy of the king's attention. At least after going through the Arcane Academy, no one would regard the player's weakness as real weakness. After reminding Nubleta, she turned back to the administration bureau. Nubleta stared at his back for a few seconds, muttering to himself, "This guy is so annoying." The player who was innocently involved in the conflict between NPCs. I didn't hear anything. Under normal circumstances, players will be curious about the development of the plot that seems to have hidden tasks. But considering that one of the parties is Nubleta, the player's curiosity is completely dispelled. A hidden task related to demons? I can't afford it. Nubleta waited for a few seconds, but when the players didn't respond, he showed a disappointed expression. You are not enthusiastic about me at all now. The players showed horrified expressions. Don't talk nonsense. When have we ever been enthusiastic about you? Nubleta learned the inner thoughts of the players from their expressions. His disappointed expression changed, and he became happy again. He hummed a little song, and led the players to the outside of the main city. He was in a good mood, although the players often exceeded the expectations of the demons, and were even dangerous to the demons. The pleasure they brought to the demons was much stronger than other races. Just teasing them casually would make them react pleasantly. And it was also very easy to talk nonsense. Nubleta thought regretfully that if there were fewer players, and the threat to the demons was less, it would be perfect. But there is one thing I have always been curious about. Nubleta casually talked nonsense. I don't know why. Some players are particularly enthusiastic about me. He glanced at the faces of the players who couldn't hide their thoughts at all. Last time, someone told me that she wanted to be my mother. This sentence, "she wants to be my mother," fell into the ears of the players. And after the translation of the national setting 4, it automatically became "she is my mother" fan. National setting 4, in your kingdom, the language used by your people is the common language. The common language can only be translated as perfectly as possible. But it cannot create words that do not exist in the other world out of thin air. After all, the birth of each word has its own unique cultural factors. In the other world where there are no star chasers and no fans, the word mom fan has become a serious provocation. Of course, the players know nothing about this. The players looked at each other, and someone couldn't help but mutter, "Why are there star-chasing girls everywhere?" One player started, and the other players immediately followed and began to complain about it. This isn't one of those PC games with a set plot. Look, Nubleta has remembered it. Nubleta has mom fans? Nubleta has won the best-looking NPC list in holographic games for several consecutive years. What's so strange about having mom fans? Actually, I think he's really good-looking. That's great. How about giving you a chance to get close to your idol? Then you can communicate with Nubleta? No. Your face can't be eaten. The task is more practical. Nubleta didn't interrupt their whispers. He absorbed information from their conversation with interest, and even thoughtfully interrupted their conversation. So, there because I look good. Nubleta thought about the wording. Want to get close to me? The whispering players fell silent for a moment, because they didn't know how to react when the person being discussed interrupted the conversation. Nubleta seemed not to notice the sudden silence. Still thinking, they want to have physical communication with me? This term sounds a little strange. But considering the context, no. Dudu denied it frantically, fearing that something inappropriate for children would suddenly appear in this all-ages game. It's just that some players simply admire you. Nubleta glanced at the player who was waving his hands frantically, and could truly feel the other party's fear. The players, as a race, react so strongly to physical communication? However, considering that he has never seen players do this, it is very likely that this race does not have the ability to have physical communication. While thinking, Nubleta said casually, "Simply appreciate me? This is indeed rare." He looked at the players in front of him. "So, you are so cold because you don't appreciate me?" The players don't know why they are entangled in this topic. Do demons have narcissistic traits? Are they upset because the players are not enthusiastic enough about him? But to be fair, apart from those who are obsessed with looks, who would appreciate a race with such low moral standards? Among this group of disordered beings, There are even some who appreciate the existence of demons just because of their appearance. This is hard to imagine enough. At least for the other world. A peaceful world can develop a fanatical pursuit of appearance. But in a world where strength is supreme, appearance as a plus point rarely plays an absolute advantage. Not to mention that the opposite is demons. Even if appearance is a plus point, it can only become a minus point for demons. No one will forget their bad habits because demons are good looking. But players can. This is enough to prove the madness of players. After a few minutes of silence, Dudu reluctantly answered his question. We don't think appearance is very important. Nulita stepped out of the main city and waited for the next train. The empty train was particularly quiet because there were no players. That means you are more rational than them. Nulita got the answer to why a group of players were particularly interested in him, and turned his attention back to the king's task. Thinking of his appearance just now, he muttered, I have to find a way to trick the guy. Nulita didn't give the players a chance to play dumb and threw the question to them directly. Do you have any good ideas? One player asked weakly, Is that guy referring to Zhe? Don't you think he's annoying? Nulita observed the player's expression and said, His Majesty the King didn't say anything. He asked so many things. The players had not had much contact with Zhe, and they all looked confused when they heard Nulita's question. Can there be an NPC more annoying than the devil? Dudu recalled the conversation between Zhe and Nulita just now. Zhe came to put pressure on the devil. In other words, he stood on the side of the players. I think he's pretty good. After reaching this conclusion, Dudu made a prompt decision, and it seems that he has a high status in the king's side. It's not that Dudu looks down on the devil, but the devil is too scared in front of the king. Nulita can't stand such words. My status in the king's side is not low either. Players, just be happy. No. Your expressions. Nulita rolled up his sleeves. Do you look down on the demons? No. No. Another player hurriedly began to put out the fire. We think you are right. Nulita rolled up his sleeves slowly and said confidently, Then help me kill him. Cough, cough, cough. Coughs were heard everywhere. Dudu looked at the notification bar that did not pop up a new task at all, and then looked at the train parked in the novice village. He was sure that this was just the devil's bad taste, not a formal task. So he resolutely changed the subject. We don't have much time. I hope to contact the druid as soon as possible. Can this joke stop here? There is actually a guy who can barely be considered interesting in this group of players. Nulita never sticks his neck out and insists meaninglessly. That is what dwarves like to do. Demons are best at admitting it frankly. Just like at this moment, Nulita walked under the train, saying as he walked, just a little joke. He turned his head and glanced at the other players. You don't think I really want to kill him, do you? The players looked at Nulita expressionlessly. No matter what the demon does, it will not surprise people. Nulita walked into the novice village and walked towards a place he was familiar with. By the way, he made the final conclusion about the disorder of the players. The king still has a firm control over everything, and even the craziest players still abide by his rules. Completely impeccable. Fortunately, I am not his enemy. The demon pushed open the door of the small villa and covered the entire ground. The weird demons cast their eyes on him one after another. Seeing a large group of players behind him, they turned over and barely left a path for them to walk. Kenti, who was standing by the window, woke up from his sleep, glimpsed this scene, and was furious. Why did you bring so many players back? The king's quest. Nulita didn't even take the path that the demons made way for, and stepped on a bunch of demons to return to his position, the chair facing the drawing board in the center of the living room. I think. Dudu looked at the demons all over the floor and stopped. Why don't we go directly to the Everfree Forest? Nulita put his hand on his chin and looked at Dudu in contemplation. Dudu explained, Aren't we going to find Lincoln? Oh, yes. I almost forgot. Wait for me, Nulita said as he opened a black hole with his bare hands and disappeared in front of them. Question marks appeared on the heads of the players. The next second, the demon lifted a figure, who was wrapped in vines and had a bunch of leaves stuck on his body, and walked out of the black hole. Question marks appeared on the heads of the players again. Nulita threw the figure in his hand away, and pulled off the vines and leaves on his body, muttering to himself, This is the trouble of the endless forest. If you stay a little longer, everything will pounce on you. The player watched the demon pull out the leaves that didn't break the defense at all, and then watched the demon pull off the vines that were wrapped around his body like decorations, and then watched the demon throw away the small flowers that were firmly attached to his skin. as if he saw how he died at the hands of these seemingly harmless plants before. At that time, their performance was not like this. On the contrary, a leaf was enough to easily give the player a free return to the city. But on the demons, these are like decorations, with no other use except decoration. The players opened their mouths and closed them again. The problem of the imbalance of the power system between NPCs and players has been going on for a long time. Any NPC is stronger than them. It's too normal. The players have no idea what it means that Nilida brought back a living druid from the Everfree Forest without any damage. Breaking into the Everfree Forest is not the same as bringing back a druid from the Everfree Forest. The unlucky Lincoln, who was suddenly kidnapped from the Everfree Forest, coughed twice and came back to his senses from the space teleportation. He looked at the surrounding environment and quickly locked onto Nilida. I assume this isn't some kind of silly joke? Lincoln pulled out a small, inconspicuous pocket from his personal space, reached into it, and threatened without disguising his intention. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will remain restrained from now on. Nilida always managed to be just the right amount of cowardice, so that people could hardly have a clear definition of his strength. Of course I'm not kidding. Nilida gestured to the players. They want to talk to you. Lincoln turned his head and looked at the players. Frowning, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Seeing that the opponent gave all the players present a negative 50 favorability at the beginning, Duda tried to save the dialogue that was about to fail. The tree man asked you to return to the kingdom. I have already rejected you. Lincoln repeated his previous rejection. We will never retreat without a fight. But the tree man, Duda hesitated, but continued, he doesn't seem to support your behavior. Wow. Nilida uttered a single syllable with gloating, and took a step back happily. His reaction made Duda quickly realize that she said the wrong thing. The consequence of saying the wrong thing was also very direct. A green shadow suddenly appeared on the empty floor and passed through the players. Wherever it passed, white light suddenly appeared. However, in the blink of an eye, the players crowded at the door disappeared, all resurrected. After sending away the players who were in the way, Lincoln turned his head and looked at Nalbuda. Nalbuda spread his hands. The king's order. I am not interested in such a big trouble as the Everfree Forest. Lincoln looked in the direction of the main city. I have already refused the king's help. Nilida was eager to watch the fun. As one of the countless druids? Or as the new master of the Everfree Forest? Lincoln's tone sank. The Everfree Forest has no master. It belongs to all the creatures in the Everfree Forest. Nilida looked at him with a look that said this guy has a bad brain. Obviously the king didn't accept your refusal. You don't think the king is some easygoing big brother, do you? That was the conqueror who was confronting the Arcane Academy head-on, while sending iron-eating ants to the border. Isn't it a bit unrealistic to expect the druid to retreat millions of troops with a simple refusal? Lincoln fell silent. The resurrected players in the distance were rushing here in a hurry. Nilida took the opportunity to say before the players came to disrupt the situation, remind you. The fact that the iron-eating ants did not enter the Everfree Forest directly is enough to show the king's kindness. Speaking of this, Lincoln's expression became more solemn. The iron-eating ants are such a destructive existence. No druid will allow it to enter the Everfree Forest and destroy everything. He looked at Nilida. Tell the king for me that once the iron-eating ants enter the Everfree Forest, the druid's internal strife will automatically stop, and they will unite to face the outside world. Nilida muttered. He said, you have a problem with your brain. You have seen the current situation of the Arcane Academy. The mages have been forced to come and ask for peace. Do you want to repeat their experience? Don't forget. You support the king. I support the king because of the king's promise, not because of the king's threat. The conversation completely broke down. Lincoln opened the black hole casually. Before entering the black hole, he warned Nilida, the Everfree Forest is not an arcane academy that relies on Ethernet. You know better than us what we can do. Nilida watched Lincoln leave angrily, touched his chin, and heard the players rushing over and noisy discussions. Where are the NPCs? Gone? No. What about our mission? I think this mission is impossible to complete. This twist and turn completely blocked all possibilities of completing the mission. The player's pain brought Nilida happiness. Nilida tasted the player's pain while thinking about Lincoln's last words. He really knew what the druids could do. The period from the Second Era to the Third Era was the most active period for the druids. They were active on the continent, promoting the concept of protecting nature, and even clashed with various races for this. After angering all the races on the continent, the druids were able to retreat unscathed and stick to the endless forest. The reason was simple. They were really strong. The silence of the Druids after the Third Era was not because of the previous defeat, but because they did not want to provoke another war across the continent. So they chose to close themselves off. Nulida enjoyed the player's pain for a few seconds, but quickly became bored. Pain is the most boring emotion because it is very easy to create. Nulida likes more challenging ones. That may not be the case. Nulida interrupted the player's wailing. There is another way to help you complete the Tree Man's mission and bring back the Druid. The players all turned their heads to look at the demon, although the sentence sounded like heavenly music, considering that it was the demon who said it. The heavenly music turned into bad news in an instant. After a few seconds of silence, the players turned their heads again, ignored the demons in unison, and continued to wail. It's over. We can't go to the king again. I don't think he will see us again. Go to the forum and ask? I think we should give up. This task doesn't seem to be something we can complete at our current level. Don't give up easily. This is a chance to change to a druid. But the difficulty of the task is too outrageous. Isn't it? Nulida was a little dissatisfied. Didn't I say there are other ways? The players ignored him. Did we miss some key clues? That's impossible. We all went back to find the tree man and met this druid. What else could we have missed? Iron-eating ants? Didn't the king say that he respected the will of the druid? Doesn't that mean we don't need iron-eating ants? Can iron-eating ants communicate? Didn't the king say that the migration of iron-eating ants is seasonal? How can you be so naive? Do you really believe this? What do you mean? We throw iron-eating ants into the Everfree Forest? Let's not talk about how big the task is. After all, the number of iron-eating ants is there. Let's talk about another point. You also saw the scene where the iron-eating ant crawled back by itself. When the time comes, you throw one and the iron-eating ant crawls back. It will be interesting. In the players' debate, Nulida sighed. I really have a good idea. Duda squatted beside Nulida at some point and heard the word stealthily. So, what is the good idea? Look! He took the bait. Nulida turned his head and smiled brightly at Dudu. Anyway, there are always winners and losers in internal strife. In the stalemate stage, both sides think they will win, so they can refuse the king's kindness. But if they are about to lose, the situation will be different. He blinked at Dudu. After all, he has to find a way to win. Dudu thought, then what is the way to win? Of course, ask for help from the kingdom. Nulida lowered his voice and enthusiastically explained to her. The two groups of druids who fought are not just divided on how to treat the kingdom. Their differences are much deeper than this. Once a conflict breaks out, it is difficult to compromise with each other. Nulida also friendly explained to Dudu. Yes. Why did the tree people give you such a task? Dudu said their previous judgment uncertainly, because he stands on the kingdom. No. Because he knows that if the two sides really fight, many druids will die. Nulida spread his hands and said, this tree man must be quite young. So he is so enthusiastic to try to intervene in the conflict between the druids. Tudo was increasingly unsure of what the demon wanted to do. But what does this have to do with completing our mission? Tudo guessed. We want to stop them from fighting? No. On the contrary. You have to let them fight as soon as possible. The more intense the better. Nulida showed a demonic smile in Tudo's surprised eyes. This way Lincoln can lose quickly. And he will seek help from the kingdom when he loses. When he seeks help from the kingdom, it's time for you to complete your mission. Tudo stared at Nulida's perfect face for 2 seconds. And for a moment, he understood why the demon was a demon. Behind the demon's cowardly and despicable appearance, there is a sharp edge that kills without blood. Chapter 145 Public Beta 23 Everfree Forest has legs? The scene became quiet at some point, and the players squatted beside the demon and Dudu, forming a small circle with their heads touching. The players who overheard the conversation between Nulida and Dudu whispered to each other. It sounds reasonable, but I think something is wrong. Is the devil trying to trick us again? Wait a minute. I'll sort it out. Lincoln is about to lose. Asks for help from the king. The king intervenes. Lincoln wins. The internal strife in the Everfree Forest ends. Lincoln returns to the kingdom. And our mission is completed? This logic seems to be correct. The problem is too obvious. If we can intervene in the internal strife in the Everfree Forest, would this mission be difficult? Another player pointed out the problem. We can't even enter the Everfree Forest, let alone complete the first step of this step. Let Lincoln and his team lose in the internal strife. If we can influence the situation, wouldn't it be better to pull Lincoln and his team back directly? Nulida can fully understand the shortcomings of players with low IQ. So he patiently reminds the players, listen to me carefully when you speak. I didn't let you influence the situation in the Everfree Forest. Do to recall the devil's words just now, what you emphasized is that they should fight as soon as possible. In this way, Lincoln will lose as soon as possible. That's right. Nulita snapped his fingers. Lincoln and his men will lose sooner or later. The key is how to make them lose as soon as possible. Dudu, you just said that the tree man issued this task because he didn't want to see the druids fighting among themselves. But your method. Dudu glanced at the demon. Isn't it accelerating the internal strife among the druids? Nabuta spread his hands. The tree man is a fool. But I am not. Besides, I am doing this entirely for you. Do you still want to complete the task? Another player was not sure, but this is completely contrary to the original intention of the tree man. He will not default on his debt when the time comes? Default on the king's territory? Nabuta said firmly, he dare not. After getting the demon's firm answer, the player turned his attention back to the method proposed by the demon. Of course we want to complete the task. But I think your method has some problems. The player said, we can't control the situation in the Everfree Forest, let alone make them fight as soon as possible. Nabuta sighed. He rarely encountered intelligent creatures that were so stupid. You can do more than you think. But we can't even enter the Everfree Forest. Who says you have to go in to make it work? Nulita's method is very simple. So simple that players can innovate on it and come up with new tricks. At the border between the Everfree Forest and the kingdom, outside the invisible line where countless iron-eating ants line up, players are busy here. And people are coming and going. Most of them are here to help cross out because of Duda's new post. A huge flag was erected outside the border, and the players were divided into several rows. One row every few hundred meters along the border, and the few players created a momentum that surrounded the entire Everfree Forest. But it was just momentum. If the players dared to take a step towards the border and step into the territory of the Everfree Forest, their bluffing nature would be exposed immediately. However, what they were going to do this time was very simple. And there was basically no danger to their lives unless the group of druids risked angering the king and started a massacre in the kingdom's territory. After the players finished rehearsing their lines and everything was ready, Dudu took a deep breath and shook the flagpole next to her. The long flag spread out with the wind, revealing the line of big words on it. Lincoln, Lincoln. You can do it. Dudu shook the flag and took the lead in shouting, come on. Lincoln. Come on. Lincoln. The players beside her followed in unison and shouted in unison. And the outside of the Everfree Forest instantly became noisy. Their shouts were like a signal. And other players hundreds of meters away immediately followed when their shouts stopped. New flags began to wave again. Neutralists are the strongest. And new slogans rang out in unison again. Down with the extreme druids. We support you. Lincoln. One slogan after another spread rapidly along the border of the endless forest, rendering this place extremely lively. Let the extreme druids eat shit. We will always support you. Lincoln. The kingdom is your strongest backing. Go. Young man pursuing your ideals. Nature belongs to the whole world. For environmental protection, no. For druids. Go. As the players played freely, the slogans gradually changed. Nublita watched the battle from the side and found that there was a loophole in his perfect plan. If the druids were angry because of the slogans played freely by the players and decided to unite to fight against the outside world, then this would turn into a direct war between the kingdom and the druids. But this has nothing to do with me. Nublita leaned against the tree and naturally distanced himself from the matter. Anyway, my mission has been completed. As for whether the players' missions failed or not, that is what the players should care about. Of course, there are too many things for the players to care about, but they are just not aware of them at all. For example, the real purpose behind the sudden kindness of the devil. The devil will not have kindness without reason. Listening to the shouts one after another, Nublita was very satisfied with the players' point. They can always unite in inexplicable places, and then make the response unexpected. The devil's sight fell from the players outside the border to the endless forest, as if he saw some interesting pictures, and showed a smug smile. Inside the endless forest, the forest has almost blocked the sky because it has existed for too long. The layers of trees block the sky, and the ubiquitous plants construct a primitive forest environment, full of danger and murderous intent. Because not long ago, the communication between the neutral druids and the extreme druids failed, and the two sides strategically retreated to the other side of the Everfree Forest, leaving enough buffer zones for each other. and tentatively carried out several attacks. But this did not destroy the original appearance of the forest. To be precise, it was precisely because of their confrontation and even tentative attacks that the forest vegetation became more lush and more aggressive. Although the players outside the border were shouting slogans in a lively and orderly manner, the Everfree forest remained as calm as ever. Apart from the chirping of insects and birds, no sound made by any intelligent creatures could be heard. The area of the Everfree forest is extremely vast. Those sounds that sound lively outside the Everfree forest are like drops of water that merge into the sea when they fall into the Everfree forest. They cannot stir up any waves, and cannot even be heard by the beings in the depths of the Everfree forest. But that is under normal circumstances. The situation of iron-eating ants stationed outside the border is obviously not normal. At least no one will ignore the existence of iron-eating ants. The Druids have all paid more or less attention to this. The continuous deaths of players, including the discussions of players, and the slogans that are now coming one after another, are all accurately transmitted to their ears through plants. This is commonplace for Druids. They are closely connected with nature, especially the Everfree forest. If you say something next to the Everfree forest, you should be prepared that it will be transmitted to the Druids by plants. Of course, the players certainly did not have this preparation before. But after Nolita proposed his method, the players knew this, because Nolita's good method is based on this ability of the Druids. Among the densely packed plants, the Druids are almost indistinguishable from them, and there are no products of civilization among the green plants. This is the habit of the extreme Druids. They are hostile to intelligent creatures, including the civilization created by those intelligent creatures. In their eyes, it is not science and alchemy, but the mottled bloodstains of nature, which is the ironclad evidence that intelligent creatures are constantly destroying nature. Therefore, the extreme Druids live in nature in a primitive way. They do not need the products brought by civilization. Intelligent creatures are originally part of the natural ecological cycle. They follow this ecological cycle and turn themselves into a part of nature. This is why the devil said Lincoln would definitely lose. Although the extreme Druids have very biased ideas, at the same time, this idea and lifestyle allow them to build a closer connection with nature. Due to different ideas, some neutral Druids will regularly travel on the continent, which is enough to make them distinct from the extremes in their close connection with nature. The abilities of Druids come from nature. They do not strengthen themselves by exploring ether and using spells. They establish a close connection with nature to drive everything in nature for their own use. Ether plays the role of connecting with nature and driving the power of nature. As an existence that was discovered and defined in the Fifth Age, ether had multiple identities before the Fifth Age. As a basic element, it evolved into different forms of existence due to different ways of use. Even today, most intelligent creatures recognize the identity and role of ether as a basic element, but they still have different ideas about how to use ether. This variety of usage may be the reason why the races in this world are so powerful. They have discovered the use of ether in different fields, and have explored them to a sufficient degree. Only when 100 schools of thought contend can there be room for development in the end. And a single school of thought can only lead to the end. Normakin listened attentively to the voice conveyed by nature, and soon frowned. Lincoln. He read out the name that was constantly mentioned in the players' slogans. Without hiding his anger, he has been leaning towards those who destroy the environment from the beginning. As a Druid, it's a traitor. Normakin. The Druid on the side was even tougher than Normakin. We have to do something. Otherwise they might think we are just talking. At the beginning, we gave up the entire continent and let it be constantly taken by those stupid barbarians. Now, they are eyeing the endless forest. Normakin became more and more angry. I know that those guys will never learn to restrain themselves. They will only greedily take everything, destroy everything, and destroy everything in exchange for wealth and even power. That's right. We can't retreat anymore. The endless forest belongs to nature, to tree people, and to Druids. But it will never belong to those barbarians who destroy nature. Other Druids spoke in agreement. We have to give them a warning. We can't let Lincoln think we are just kidding them. It is because we did nothing that those neutrals, who are used to compromise, will compromise with the barbarians. The Druids around Normankin shouted for a while, and the scene was filled with a belligerent atmosphere of bravely killing the enemy. Amid the shouting, a Druid whispered, "But the tree people." The air suddenly froze, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Normankin showed a complex expression that was hard to describe. The tree people are still waking up? Basically, They have all woken up from their slumber. Another druid looked very confused. There has never been such a large number of tree people waking up at the same time before. Another druid said dissatisfiedly, "They don't support us to clash with the neutral faction." But the Treants also do not support the neutral faction's proposal for the Everfree Forest to join the kingdom. Normankin's expression became more and more difficult to describe. Too many Treants have awakened. It's not that there is any unknown contradiction between the druids and the Treants. It's just that as a very powerful and almost immortal race, the long lifespan of the Treants has not brought them the experience they deserve. And their thinking logic is still more inclined to plants than intelligent creatures. I'm a little worried that they will do something unexpected. Another druid said, for example, go to the kingdom to find the barbarian king to do something. Compared with the Treants, the extreme druids can be regarded as the trendsetters of the times. The sleep cycle of the Treants is very long. And the last time they awakened on a large scale was in the Dark Ages, when the world was on the verge of collapse. The Treants awakened the entire Everfree Forest and took them to the area that did not collapse, avoiding the destruction of the Everfree Forest. The large-scale awakening of Treants is both dangerous and difficult to control, because one treeman may only be defined as powerful. But all treemen? They can make the entire Everfree Forest come alive in the true sense. Normankind's words just now, "Too many treemen have awakened," are the root of all problems. The treemen are isolated from the world and have been sleeping for a long time. They know nothing about the changes in this world. The extreme druids are not worried about the safety of the king's life. They are worried that the treemen will take the lead and let the situation get out of control. Normankind took a deep breath and heard the shouting of those players again from the feedback of the forest. This breath is completely unbearable. Normankin was easily hooked by the devil's good trick. "Let's go find Lincoln," he said angrily. "We are not afraid of him." The extreme druids came out in full force and walked towards where Lincoln and his group were. In the forest environment, it is very stupid to try to hide your whereabouts. The earth knows every step you take. And if they know, it is equivalent to the druids knowing. Almost as soon as Normankin and his group moved, Lincoln and his group immediately knew the whereabouts of the other party. Normankind was enraged. The druid said, "He is always like this. And he doesn't know what restraint is. If the extremists knew restraint, they would not be extremists." Another druid turned his head and looked at Lincoln. "The demon is right. The kingdom has shown their kindness. And of course, they have also given their threats. We can no longer compromise with the extremists. The kingdom will not leave us a way out." Other druids agreed with him. It is not a good idea to anger the kingdom. And Normankin and his people are indeed. He thought about the wording, too much. They clamor for protecting nature. But on the other hand, they refuse to revive extinct creatures in the Everfree Forest. It's just that they have reached some friendly cooperation with the kingdom, and they can revive those extinct animals and plants. Isn't this a generous condition? They refuse too quickly, as if they regarded the Everfree Forest as their own. The druid said, "Of course, I don't say whose property the Everfree Forest is. But we have compromised for too long, so that the extremists think they have the final say now." Lincoln sighed. It doesn't matter who has the final say. He remembered the king's eyes that seemed to see through everything, and muttered, "What the king wants to do will not fail. Get ready. Normankin is serious this time." Although he said so, no druid had any fluctuations in the upcoming battle. Death is a link in the ecological chain, and druids accept it well. It's just that some complaints about Normankin are inevitable, to be honest. Can't he change his temper? Even players can easily use this to achieve their goals. The devil is behind the scenes. Lincoln is still sure of this. Players don't know druids so well. Demons. The druid showed disgusted expressions, and didn't even continue the discussion. It's meaningless to think about why the devil does this, because normal people can't keep up with the devil's brain circuits. Lincoln patted the shoulders of the other druids. "Father God is with us." The druids said in unison, "Father God is with us." As they said this, the surrounding vegetation seemed to come alive, raising vines, sticking out leaves, and quickly preparing for a battle. But a small episode interrupted them. "Are you done talking?" The voice came from behind them. A rough human face grew on the ordinary tree behind them, and a special sound came out when the mouth closed. "I've been waiting for a while," the other party said. The druids reacted, "Tree man?" The other party introduced himself. "Inns. I have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. You should not know me." Indeed, druids are not immortals. For short-lived species, their lifespan is already long. But for real immortals, they are just beings that will disappear in the blink of an eye. Lincoln was a little surprised by the other party's appearance. I remember that the sleeping tree people have always been taken care of by Normankin and others. In said slowly, I have something to ask you. Lincoln had a bad premonition. Can you compile a list of extinct animals and plants that have revived in the kingdom? In said, give it to me. What do you want this for? Lincoln did not refuse. He did not need to refuse. He reached out and took out a record file from his personal space and handed it to the big tree in front of him. The branches of the tree swayed, and the stack of files was clamped in the branches. The other party complained, why use paper? It's too brittle and easy to break. But it's convenient. Lincoln didn't say this, changed the subject, and asked again, what do you want this for? Oh, we plan to go to the kingdom to take a look. The big tree in front of Lincoln shook one after another, passing the stack of files from Lincoln's eyes to where it should go. Ince was not here. The big tree in front of Lincoln was just an ordinary tree that the other party temporarily awakened. For the tree people, the whole forest is part of them. What? Lincoln subconsciously stood up. You plan to go to the kingdom? How many tree people? The tree in front of him shook and notified Lincoln. Normankin and others are here. Lincoln. Normankin stood on the vines and swept over, followed by a group of druids and various plants. It was obvious that they were ready for battle. But the scene in front of him made the rapidly extending vines stop. And Normankin stood on the vines and looked at the tree with facial features. Tree man? Inns greeted him. Normankin. Wait a moment. The extreme druids who came with full of fighting spirit really waited for a while. They had no choice. Because the tree man was the mentor of the druid, which meant that there was a huge gap in strength between them. Druids drive plants, but for tree men, plants are part of them. Inns continued to talk to Lincoln. Most of the tree people. Some tree people are too lazy to move, so they don't plan to go. Besides, they have to watch you. The tree people made a joke that was not funny. We can't let all of you die. This. Lincoln gestured to Normankin to say something. Why don't you wait until we finish fighting? Normankin responded quickly. Where to go? To the kingdom? Wait until we finish fighting. He said very confidently. It will be over soon. It won't take up much of your time. You fight your own battles, and we will go to see the extinct plants and animals in the kingdom. In said nonchalantly, these are two different things. No, this is completely different. Lincoln coughed. The kingdom may not welcome you. Inns was unfamiliar with the word. Welcome? The kingdom's territory rejected us. Lincoln told the tree man about his previous experience. The nature of that land was not open to us. Inns, it's really surprising. What did the father do? Normankin hurriedly reminded him. The father has fallen. Oh, I almost forgot. He has fallen. In's mood dropped, and he stopped discussing this with him. You can fight now. After leaving these words, the facial features of the tree gradually disappeared and returned to their original appearance. Lincoln and Normankin looked at each other, both looking worried. Lincoln, can you stop them? Normankin, do you think anyone can stop them? That's really unlikely. Lincoln got the answer and looked at Normankin again. Then let's continue. Normankin glanced at the border line in the distance that was still noisy. Just let them pass like this? Are you sure the kingdom will not go to war directly because of overreaction? That's hundreds of tree people. Lincoln didn't understand the subtext of his words. No matter what we do, it won't help. Normankin's expression was vague. In fact, it's not. There are only a few hundred. Lincoln subconsciously raised his voice. What? Norman King raised his voice. What can I do? The tree people have woken up one by one. Can I let them go back to sleep? So, how many tree people are there? Almost all. Norman King was a little unconfident. Awake. Lincoln took a deep breath. This number of tree people was completely beyond their influence, and their argument was obviously meaningless, because the druids and tree people always had the final say. I'll contact the king. You wait. Lincoln nodded at Norman King, with the momentum of a little bully who didn't leave after school. Norman King stood on the vines and urged him, then hurry up. The tree people are not slow. Chi-Ching flew across the sky and stopped on Lincoln's shoulder. A leaf quickly grew in Lincoln's hand, and words appeared on the leaf as if these words had appeared when it grew. The huge leaf was stuffed into Chi-Ching's beak. Chi-Ching flew away, and under Lincoln's anxious urging, it only left a flash of trace in the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The words that should be passed on to the king have been passed, And the subsequent situation is not part of the Druid's intervention. Lincoln was too lazy to talk nonsense with Norman King. The vines under his feet suddenly sprouted and stopped in front of Norman King. Come. Fight. Hurry up. Norman King was also very anxious. Who knows what the tree people will do in the kingdom? When the extremists and neutrals finally started fighting, the players welcomed unexpected guests at the lively and noisy border. Player fuck. The Everfree Forest has legs? The densely packed trees stretched lazily out of the Everfree Forest. Seemingly endless. Chapter 146 Public Beta 24 What kind of protracted confrontation? The player's noise stopped abruptly. Nubleta stood up straight. Took a quick look at the number of tree people walking out of the Everfree Forest. And the next second, he opened a black hole with his bare hands and disappeared from here. The players who had no idea what they were facing, after being shocked by this scene, subconsciously turned their heads to look at the executor of the plan. Dudu. Have we gone too far with this plan? Have we summoned all the tree people in the Everfree Forest? There are so many tree people in the Everfree Forest? Wait. What on earth are tree people? Can't every tree in the Everfree Forest be a tree person? Impossible. That tree person is too powerful. How many trees are there in the Everfree Forest? If all the trees are tree people, what's the point of fighting? Stop arguing about that. The tree people are coming. Think about what to do quickly. What to do? At worst, you can just die. What's there to be afraid of with a free return to the city? Fuck. That makes sense. It only took a few minutes for the players to go from shock to panic, and then calm down. After realizing that even if endless tree people poured into the kingdom, at most they would be sent back to the city for free. The players immediately became Buddhists, calmly watching the tree people walk out of the Everfree Forest, and then stopped in front of the dense iron-eating ants. Is the planner planning to release a new expansion? Saving the Kingdom, Rise of the Tree People? It sounds good. Maybe we can also open a faction change. The Druids are so well hidden. No wonder they say that environmentalists are hard to mess with. Wait. Why don't they leave? So the iron-eating ants are used for this. Great. The planner is so biased. To be honest, the kingdom is the child of the version. There are so many tree people, but they are stopped by such a group of iron-eating ants. Isn't it a bit too much? As a player bound to the kingdom, what's wrong with the kingdom being the child of the version? If the druid is the child of the version, then it will be a big problem. It's a bet. Who will win between the iron-eating ants and the tree people? In just a short while, the players even open the board, waiting to see the iron-eating ants and the tree people fight to the death. But the two sides of the confrontation obviously did not intend to fight to the death. So the situation on the scene was a bit strange. The dense tree people paused behind the black line, while the scattered players standing on the other side of the black line were partying. And the quiet and the bustle formed a sharp contrast across the line. King! Nobuta pushed the door open, locked his eyes on Hishingwen standing by the window, and sang, "Oh no! Something terrible has happened." Hishingwen put the leaf in his hand into the approved document, and Chi-Ching flapped his wings, flew up from the windowsill, and disappeared from sight. Hishingwen, the tree people left the Everfree Forest? The tree people came from the Endless. Nobuta was interrupted when he was halfway through his words. His peripheral vision swept across Chi-Ching's back by the window, and he reacted, restrained his overly full emotions, and said, "Did the druid tell you?" He didn't mean to get an answer, and continued, "The awakening of the tree people on such a large scale is definitely bad news for the kingdom." The demon kept talking. "Trees are much stronger than druids. There are so many tree men. Enough for them to move the entire Everfree Forest." Nubleta tried to see something from Hishingwen's expression while talking. Of course, as usual, he got nothing. He could only improvise. The kingdom has no advantage in fighting them. If they win, the tree men will not suffer any loss. Of course, if they lose, the kingdom will suffer a great loss. So I'm going to solve this matter. Hishingwen walked out, and gave the demon a warning as he walked, but as far as I know, you played a big role in it? I gave the players a little idea. Nubleta admitted frankly, helped them attract the attention of the druids. But the tree men should not pay attention to these, let alone leave the Everfree Forest for these. Hishingwen got on the train, and Lincoln told him the general situation. He didn't think that the tree men were attracted by the players. He was just very curious about the psychology of the troublemakers. Of demons. Hishingwen, so, you are interested in players? I already know players well enough. Nobuta denied the question. After all, they are not really difficult to understand. I just want to see if I can find a chance to trick Xia. Nobuta's righteous words got a glance from Xia. He Xingwen looked at Xia, then at Nobuta, without commenting on the devil's words, and continued to ask, so did you find a chance? Obviously, the situation is a little out of control. Nobuta emphasized the word a little bit. The slight degree of, so, I haven't found it yet. Xia didn't have a good opinion of the devil, of course. After all, it's hard to find intelligent creatures who have a positive opinion of the devil. But the king seemed to have a good impression of the devil unexpectedly. Nolita continued unyieldingly, since I have said it directly. Let me ask by the way. Your Majesty, do you think Xia has too much power? He hinted. No. It should be pointed out, after you gave me an order, this guy still wants to get involved, pretending to be powerful. How annoying. The train was about to arrive at the destination, and He Xingwen didn't intend to let this conversation continue in front of the tree man. So he made a long story short and answered the devil's temptation. Xia warned you about your behavior for your sake. He Xingwen smiled and said, make sure you don't anger me because of this. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Realizing that He Xingwen's attitude was very firm, Nolita immediately gave in and ended the conversation. The train stopped at the border, and He Xingwen and his friends walked towards the border between the kingdom and the endless forest. After walking a few steps, a strange confrontation between two parties came into their sight. The tree man with facial features swaying his branches, and the endless iron-eating ants formed a stalemate at a very close distance. The tree man did not act rashly, and the iron-eating ants, who had not received the order to attack, were still lazily pacing outside the ever-free forest. As for the players were opening bets on the side, and the scene was bustling with people, as if they existed in a different world from the tree man and the iron-eating ants. Their presence diluted the smoke of gunpowder that was ready to go, and dyed the scene with a wonderful color. At least this is not the scene that will start a fight in the next second. The appearance of He Xingwen and his team attracted the attention of the players. Stop playing. The NPC is coming. Ah? Is the plot starting now? Make way. I'll get closer to see. It seems that the king is coming. It is indeed an important plot. This NPC has not appeared for a long time. Is it because the tree man is very strong? The planner really doesn't plan to release an expansion pack about the rise of the tree man? It's a pity not to further explore such a good material of the tree man. The players packed up their things in a hurry, making way for He Xingwen and his team, and moved forward with expectation to talk to He Xingwen. King, are you going to fight with the druid? King, there's a task over there at Anuta. Something about eternal life. Does the king need help? King. These noisy voices soon disappeared, because all the players present received notifications of deducting favorability and reputation. Nubalita was not surprised by the players' initial performance. Instead, he was surprised by the players' excessive silence afterwards. But not too surprised, although the players were disorderly. The king was always the last line for them to maintain order. Let this disorderly and crazy existence retain the last bit of control, just like the iron-eating ants on the land of the kingdom. Suddenly knowing the rule of not eating everything, and turning from uncontrollable destroyers into controllable threats. The king is good at this, turning uncontrollable existence into controllable factors, and turning it into a part of the kingdom's unbeatable territory, so that the enemy will give up the idea that they shouldn't have. After the scene returned to silence, He Xingwen successfully arrived at the front line of the border, and the iron-eating ants made way for him under his feet just like a player. The tree man who was confronting the iron-eating ants cast his eyes at He Xingwen, and it was difficult to see the changes in their expressions with wooden features. Are you the king of the barbarians? Nolita silently stepped back a few steps, keeping a safe distance from the tree man to avoid blood splashing on him when they fought. He Xingwen could understand why Lincoln suddenly rushed to send him such a letter, because there were too many tree men in front of him. The kind that, at a glance, it would really make people have the illusion that the endless forest has grown legs. If you didn't receive any notice and suddenly face the scene, it would only make people think of war rather than anything else. He Xingwen, it is very impolite to enter someone else's territory without saying hello. You said this is your territory, but you naturally didn't admit it. Not shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the tree man beside him hit him with a branch. Not reacted. How did you do it? Nature never rejects tree people. He Xingwen, this is my territory. Int was not interested in arguing about whose territory this was. He took over the conversation and said confidently, let's see the resurrected extinct animals and plants. At this point, He pointed to the densely packed iron-eating ants in front of him. The iron-eating ants seemed to have changed a little. I remember that they are always hungry and always looking for food. They rarely stay so quiet. Some tree people slept for a shorter time and remembered that the iron-eating ants had long been extinct. They reminded Inns, the iron-eating ants were extinct before, and this should be resurrected. The players were whispering. Why are there so many iron-eating ants? They are nothing special. Could they be protected animals? It turns out they have been extinct once? The kingdom is reviving extinct creatures? I smell the main plot. So, what should we do about our mission? Inns was a little surprised. Iron-eating ants can become extinct? Is it caused by the Dark Ages? No. I remember that the Dwarf Kingdom joined forces with other forces to wipe out the iron-eating ants. The tree people immediately murmured. It's that group of endless predators again. Have they developed to such a crazy level? Even started to exterminate natural creatures? A bunch of bad guys. Dwarf Kingdom? We will go to the dwarves to ask for clarification later. Another tree man who had been sleeping for a short time hesitated. It seems that the Dwarf Kingdom no longer exists. The tree people complained unsatisfiedly. The existence of this group of intelligent creatures is too short. But the damage they have caused to nature is much longer than the short time they have existed. I don't like them. Seeing that the tree people not only started to talk to themselves, but also had a tendency to go off topic. Hishingwen had to cough and draw their attention back. So, you want to enter the kingdom? He glanced at the numerous tree people. All tree people? Yes. Nock took a step forward, attracting the attention of several iron-eating ants. 2 or 3 iron-eating ants turned their heads and stared at Nock. Nock stepped into the kingdom territory. The uninvited outsiders instantly angered the kingdom. The iron-eating ants, who had been walking slowly, swooped up and covered the tree man with a thick layer in an instant. And the inconspicuous green grass under the tree man's feet suddenly jumped up and entangled the tree man. The sound of thousands of horses galloping sounded in the depths of the forest, and the waves of the sea water hitting the sea surface in the distance were getting higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, the situation changed rapidly. The whispering players were refreshed and full of expectations for the next scene. The vines did not cause any damage to the tree man, but the attack of the iron-eating ants made the players' necks cold. They looked around at the iron-eating ants at their feet that seemed to have no lethality. And then, they all retreated a long way. The iron-eating ants that swooped up from the ground and covered the tree man only took 2 or 3 seconds to make the tree man shorter instantly. The tree man was covered by iron-eating ants, and it was difficult for the player to see what kind of attack he was facing. But from the fact that the tree man suddenly became much shorter, this is going to be eaten up. Yes, the tree man was almost slimming with the naked eye, and the speed was fast enough to make the player feel creepy after putting himself in the shoes of the tree man. The tree men standing outside the border were also attracted by this scene, and they all looked over and talked about it. It seems that they are still very hungry, but they didn't show it just now. Maybe after resurrection. The iron-eating ants have changed a little, for the better. Beasts don't know how to restrain themselves when they are hungry. Inns muttered to Nock, "It's almost done. You can't feed them enough." "I know. But they are very hungry." As Nock spoke, he shook his branches, and the thin parts grew back and even produced abundant fruits. Nock lowered his branches, letting the pile of fruits fall into the iron-eating ants, and said in a kind tone, "You must be starving. Eat more." The players expressed their common thoughts. Is the tree man's personality the reincarnation of Buddha? Cutting meat to feed eagles? This is too saintly, isn't it? Nubleta reminded Hishingwen on the side. Iron-eating ants are natural creatures. If they were replaced by intelligent creatures, the tree man would not be so kind. The sound of all things rushing in the distance was getting closer and closer, and the waves were sweeping and about to form huge waves. The kingdom did not calm down its anger. On the contrary, if the tree man continued to provoke, he would face even more angry creatures next. Nock's branches kept growing because the iron-eating ants never stopped attacking. But this does not mean that Nock is free of pressure. On the contrary, after more and more iron-eating ants were attracted by the unauthorized existence, he soon realized another point. If all the iron-eating ants rushed over, he would not be so leisurely. A very powerful threat, Nock said, taking a step back and retreating back to the border. So, the anger of the kingdom gradually subsided, and the iron-eating ants that were clinging to the Nock tree and were taken outside the border loosened their mouths, fell to the ground one by one, and then slowly crawled back to the border of the kingdom. But this time, Players will not think that their slow pace is so harmless. This tooth is quite good. It can chew such a hard old tree so fast? What kind of iron-eating ant is this? What does this guy have to do with ants? No. 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 Aren't the two words eating iron enough to make you realize how good its teeth are? When the players began to whisper again, He Xingwen continued to talk to the tree man. This is my kingdom. He Xingwen reminded him again, uninvited outsiders will not be welcomed. The player complained in real time, this is not unwelcome. It's just giving away your life. The favorability dropped after hearing the voice. And the scene returned to silence, leaving a quiet space for the tree man and He Xingwen to talk. Ants didn't care about these. For a race like the tree man who has a long life and sleeps for a long time, this new civilization may no longer exist when they wake up next time. In this case, it is obviously meaningless to entangle these things that are destined to disappear. Then can we go in? Ins grasped the only point and repeated what he had said before, we are going to see the resurrected extinct plants and animals. He Xingwen glanced at the crowd of tree people and retained his usual attitude, if you can guarantee to abide by the laws of the kingdom. The tree people ignored him with confidence, thinking that they had obtained consent, and walked into the kingdom in unison, identified the direction, and walked towards where Arnold was perfectly ignoring everyone else present. Nubleta sighed and watched. Although he had had superficial contact with the tree people, he did not expect that after facing the threat that the kingdom could bring, the tree people could still ignore everything they didn't care about. When the lush tree people passed He Xingwen and walked into the kingdom, He Xingwen asked them something he cared about. I heard that the druids fought? A tree man twisted his branches and looked at the everfree forest, and gave an objective evaluation. It's a lively fight. Aren't you going to do anything? The tree man who passed by He Xingwen moved his roots, leaving some shallow traces on the ground. There are tree men left in the everfree forest, and they won't die. This sounds a bit cold. Isn't the requirement of not dying a little low? Seeing the endless trees moving on the grass, like a dense forest, gradually moving away from the border. He Xingwen seized the time and said loudly, as far as I know, Arnold doesn't seem to want them to fight. Arnold is alive. How long has he lived? A tree man said as he passed by He Xingwen. He hasn't grown up yet. He Xingwen was stunned for 2 seconds, and subconsciously asked, how long has he lived? I remember Arnold was born in the 5th era. Right? Another tree man said, at most. He is only 10,000 years old. Another tree man who passed by shook his branches and said, only tree men of his age would rather not sleep and run outside. Other tree men responded with a kind attitude, he hasn't grown up yet. Seeing that the long-legged forest was getting farther and farther away, and finally walked into the heart of the kingdom, He Xingwen turned his head to look at Nubleta. Nubleta had the same view as the tree men, only 10,000 years old. I said how could this tree man leave the endless forest and run to the kingdom? It's because he is too young. I almost forgot that Nubleta is also a real immortal who has lived for several eras. His concept of time is the same as that of the tree men. The players who watched the tree people passing by them in large numbers did not receive this well. What? Tree men are still children? A 10,000-year-old tree man is still a child. Then we are probably just cells. Right? Wait. So tree men are not going to take care of the internal strife among druids? Considering that tree men have lived for so long. Maybe in their eyes, the internal strife among druids is just a game. In that case, it seems that Arnold is still a normal treeman. At least, he is still concerned about the druids. These treemen just said that they would not let them all die, and that was it. Too cold-blooded. I am more concerned about another point. With so many treemen, will there be other job transfer tasks? I suddenly remembered that the fire at home is still on. I will go first. The players left in a group in an instant, rushing towards the direction where the treemen left. The remaining group of players silently cast their eyes on the rare NPC, His Majesty the King, and were ready to brush up His Majesty the King's favorability. It would be even more perfect if they could take on a few more tasks. Nubleta stared at the direction where the large group of tree people were going for a few seconds. His Majesty the King was not worried about whether such a large number of tree people entering the kingdom would have any impact. So he was even less worried. But it seems that His Majesty the King is very sure that the so-called Holy Guard can still crush the tree people. Nubleta has been curious about the Holy Guard for a long time. After all, it is hard not to care about a race that has never appeared, but almost no one can beat it. It's just that I didn't find a suitable opportunity to provoke it. It's really a pity for the demon. He Xingwen noticed that the remaining players were eager to try. It was not a good thing to be remembered by the players. He Xingwen made a quick decision and prepared to leave. But before that, the kingdom noticed something strange from the Everforest and faithfully conveyed it to the king. He Xingwen paused as he was about to leave, and turned his head to look at the Everforest, which had returned to peace after the tree man left. Nilida followed and looked around, but didn't see any difference between the Everforest and the past. But soon, something strange that made He Xingwen stop appeared in front of him. The vines spread, the branches grew wildly, and the leaves fluttered. In an instant, a corner of the Everforest suddenly filled with a huge movement and quickly approached them. All the people who were still outside the border line cast their eyes towards it. Don't run if you dare. This is called strategic retreat. You know shit. Accompanied by two angry shouts. Two groups of unknown creatures wrapped in green plants appeared in their eyes. One rolled into the kingdom's territory, and the other braked suddenly outside the border line. Normankin stopped the vines, and the plants on his body faded slightly, revealing his figure wrapped in plants. Normankin looked around the border and was instantly furious. Shameless barbarians. The vines behind him jumped up again and attacked without leaving any room. It crossed the border directly, and was eaten up by the iron-eating ants in the next second, leaving no residue. The green ball that rolled into the border did not cause an attack because he had obtained the king's permission before. Lincoln wiped off the green blood on his body and looked up to see He Xingwen. The scene suddenly became awkward. What was even more embarrassing was that a large group of green balls wrapped in vegetation jumped out behind the green ball and rolled into the kingdom one by one if He Xingwen hadn't reacted quickly and stopped the iron-eating ants' behavior. I'm afraid that in the next second, there would be only a pile of skeletons left here. Oh! No. The iron-eating ants never spit out garbage after eating. To be precise, if he didn't stop the iron-eating ants, there would be nothing left here in the next second. Behind the dumplings followed another group of green dumplings. And the last group of dumplings that arrived were obviously at ease. They did not roll into the kingdom, but stopped one by one behind Normankind. Judging from this performance, the neutral druids were directly chased and beaten by the extremists. How could there be a protracted confrontation? Judging from the difference in strength between them, the outcome can be decided in one battle, without any suspense. Chapter 147 Public Beta 25. Are you going to let the kingdom's people fight? He Xingwen lowered his head and looked at Lincoln, and the subtext in his eyes was clearly visible. That's it? With the combat power of the neutral druids, how can they refuse the help of the kingdom? So they are really ready to die? Lincoln was a little embarrassed. He wiped the blood from his hands, got up from the ground, and thought about his words while brushing off the dust on his body. He said, "It's just a small mistake." Normankin, who was standing outside the border, exposed him mercilessly. Small mistake? Why do I feel that you overestimated your strength and underestimated our strength, which led to your powerlessness in front of us? Indeed, this is the reason for this scene. Before this, the druids had never had an internal conflict, even though there were differences in concepts. The extremists and the neutrals had always been in a delicate balance. This was their first internal conflict, and just now was the first time they went all out in their first internal conflict. So what He Xingwen saw happened. The neutral druids were suppressed by the extreme druids. They may have a vague understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Just like Lincoln knew that Norman King was definitely stronger than him. But Lincoln never thought that Norman King was so much stronger than him. Strong enough to suppress him at the beginning of the battle without any resistance. So strong that Lincoln had to run from the interior of the endless forest to the border of the kingdom to find a ray of hope. After the initial embarrassment, Lincoln frankly admitted this. You are indeed more closely connected to nature than we are. Therefore, the power that nature gives back to them is far stronger than theirs. This is enough to prove that we are right. Normankind's eyes always wandered over He Xingwen with surging hostility. Nature likes our attitude. It doesn't like the endless plunder of those greedy barbarians. You should abandon those compromising ideas and fight for nature with us. Lincoln wiped his neck, and the green blood dyed a large area of his clothes green. This action brought a strong sense of pain. He grinned and fought back at Normankind. Nature will not distinguish what you are fighting for, nor will it support any killing caused by it. The barbarians' plunder of nature is like this, and your massacre of barbarians is also the same. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his neck. There was a long cut across his neck, almost cutting half of his neck. The difference of millimeters was enough to achieve the end of beheading. This wound on a normal intelligent creature is enough to cause death, but on a druid, It was just a wound that made Lincoln grin. Under the long wound, the wood texture deep in the skin was vaguely revealed. This was the reason why the wound was not fatal. Under the appearance of druids, they were changing towards plants. They were becoming more like tree people, not humans. Lincoln looked away from the hideous wound, put his hand on his neck, and continued, "You are stronger than us only because you are more focused. Not because nature agrees with your extreme ideas. Norman Kin, it seems that even such a clear gap in strength cannot make you recognize the reality. On the contrary, it will only make you." With a glance, he completely changed the conversation partner to Yi Xingwen, more and more compromised with him. The hostility of the other party was clearly discernible, which did not cause any ripples in Yi Xingwen. After all, he was not a gold coin, which could be loved by everyone. No, even if it was a gold coin, it would probably not be loved by the extreme druids. After all, they had no pursuit of wealth and no need for trade. Yi Xingwen looked at the pants and skirts woven from leaves on the other party. Civilization did not leave any traces on them. Compared with Lincoln wearing a linen coat, Norman Jean and his men looked like uncivilized savages. It is obvious that the concept of the extreme druids is very thorough hostility to intelligent creatures, including the civilized products created by intelligent creatures. Calm down. You can't beat me even if you head up. Yi Xingwen gestured to the iron-eating ants outside the border line, reminding the other party of the cruel fact. Go back to your endless forest before you anger me. Norman Jean is not a person who will rationally absorb advice, but the current situation obviously cannot allow him to be irrational. People with big fists always speak more powerfully, and they had just witnessed what the iron-eating ants could do if the iron-eating ants had not stopped outside the border. Then the Everforest should now consider how to resist foreign invaders together, rather than internal strife. Norman Ken was enraged by this sentence. His ability to control his emotions was obviously zero. He glared at Yi Xingwen, his chest heaving, as if he would do something impulsively in the next second. At this time, how could the devil be missing? A good opportunity to attract hatred was in front of Nulita. He coughed and prepared to perform a wonderful skill of fanning the flames. Extremist druids. Nulita swallowed the second half of the sentence, nothing special, and changed the subject. I think you better listen to the king. She retracted his gaze. Although demons have no advantages, there is one thing that is really amazing: their grasp of human nature and atmosphere allows them to always jump back and forth just right without causing fatal murder. The king would not like someone to go against his wishes at this time and provoke a battle he does not want to see. Normankind took a few deep breaths and barely controlled his emotions. He temporarily gave in under the threat of the other party, instead of foolishly giving his head. Of course, he did not leave just like that. Normankind's eyes moved away from Yi Xingwen and fell on Lincoln, who was in a very embarrassed state. This is a contradiction within the druids. Lincoln moved his hand, covering his neck. The horrific wound on his hand had healed, and there was not even a scar left on his smooth skin. Amazing healing ability. Just as easy as a tree man giving birth to branches. I know, Lincoln said honestly, but we can't beat you. So asking for external help is not a question of whether or not to do it, but mainly because we can't beat them. Normankind was easily angered again. So you want to let these stupid, greedy barbarians interfere in the internal conflicts of the druids? You want to give them the endless forest? You traitor! In his excitement, the vines behind Normankind extended again, crossed the border line, and were instantly eaten up by the swarm of iron-eating ants. The whole process didn't even take a second. This calmed Normankind down. Lincoln was used to Normankind's reaction. Extremist druids were always more likely to get angry. I've said it many times, Lincoln said. It's not about giving them the endless forest. I don't have the right to do so. Druids don't have the right to do so either. This is a peaceful negotiation, Normankind shouted. I don't trust them. I will never trust these barbarians, who are endlessly destroying nature. Lincoln was irritated by his reaction and shouted, either you accept reality, or you fight these iron-eating ants. Ha! You look like you have one again? Normankind jumped up and said, you have completely forgotten how we beat you, and made you run all over the place. Right? He was so angry that he kept spinning in place. You are so weak that you let the barbarians interfere in our conflict. And you still look like you have one? It's disgusting. Lincoln was also angry. Here he comes, shouting in a hoarse voice. If you had known to take a step back, things wouldn't have turned out like this. The kingdom wanted to intervene from the beginning, and I refused. But what about you? You want to kill me? Lincoln's anger suddenly calmed down when he said the last sentence. He touched his neck and repeated, "You want to kill me?" Normankind laughed and cried, "What else? Do you think I'm kidding you? Or have you been in the outside world for too long and become so weak?" Normankind said word by word, "It's just death." Nubleta watched the childish quarrel, and was very free to rank the emotional intelligence of druids and dwarves. The emotional intelligence of neutral druids is higher than that of dwarves. But the emotional intelligence of dwarves is definitely higher than that of extreme druids. This conversation was simply a joke in Nulleta's ears. If any of the conversation partners had been demons, it would never have turned into the current situation filled with smoke and gunpowder. Demons have 100 ways to peacefully solve such little conflicts. What a pity. Nulleta glanced at the king, who was calmly listening to the quarrel of elementary school students, and repeated this thought again. What a pity. The king obviously had no intention of intervening in this quarrel. Lincoln laughed in anger. "I hope you can remember this sentence when the time comes. It's just death. Then let them come." Norman King glanced at He Xingwen, who was watching. "The endless forest is the home of the druids, not theirs. Are you done arguing?" He Xingwen, who had been waiting for a long time, interrupted the conversation. "I personally prefer to resolve the conflict peacefully." Norman King interrupted him, and said firmly, "Absolutely impossible." He Xingwen glanced at him and continued, "If we can't reach a satisfactory consensus, I prefer fewer deaths." Norman King didn't like the hypocritical look of the guy opposite him. He rolled his eyes when he heard it, and turned around to leave. The king's character is too good. Nulleta sighed on the side. If it were him holding so many chips in the king's hand, Norman King would be ready to collect the bodies now. "What are you still talking about? With black bloodstone, iron-eating ants and players, it would not take a few days to nuke the entire endless forest. But this king is always like this. Too merciful. Of course, the other party has enough strength to choose mercy. But Nulleta does not think highly of such soft-hearted behavior. It goes against the principle of strength first in this world. Under normal circumstances, this would not have any good results, of course. Except for this king, who is strong enough to ignore the unspoken rules of this continent." He Xingwen was not affected by the other party's behavior. He decided to inform the other party. "I will consult the tree people and deal with the druids' disagreements in a reasonable way." Normankin ignored him and disappeared into the ever-free forest at a faster speed than when he came. As he retreated, other extreme druids also left one after another. Seeing that the internal conversation of the druids came to an end, Nubuta immediately jumped out. "I don't think his attitude is okay." He Xingwen turned around and walked in the opposite direction, saying, "He has reason to be angry. The kingdom has affected his normal life. I respect his right to be angry about this." At this point, He Xingwen glanced at Lincoln, who was somewhat silent. "You can't not allow others to be angry, right?" Nubuta said sincerely. "Your mind is simply the father god in the world." At this point, Nubuta stopped talking and said uncertainly, "You and the father god? No relationship." He Xingwen answered this question firmly and reminded the other party. "We have discussed this point, haven't we?" He Xingwen said calmly. "The father god has fallen." School. Druid College. The Druid College, which had been deserted for a long time, became lively again. A large group of tree people followed Arnold's location and walked into the Druid Academy like they were familiar with the place. They were quickly attracted by the huge greenhouse and wandered among the many plants rescued by Arnold. Because there were too many tree people, quite a few of them stayed outside and had noisy conversations with Arnold. "Let's go, Arnold, and see the extinct creatures. What's written on this paper? Are all these extinct? How come I don't remember? How many years have you been sleeping? Arnold, what are you dawdling about? If you're any slower, we'll go to the forest by ourselves. I can see the forest over there. Arnold, have you established a connection with the nature here? I can't connect with it. It's so strange. How did you do that? Nature won't reject tree people. Nature is a whole, but the existence of the kingdom divides it into different individuals. I thought only the Father God could do this. Didn't the Father God fall?" Arnold walked out of the greenhouse. Compared with the tree people who had been sleeping for thousands of years, his body seemed a little short. The comparison of body size clearly showed that he was still in his infancy. "Why did you come here? What about the endless forest? Aren't the druids going to fight?" Arnold asked repeatedly. A tree man answered his question nonchalantly. "Someone is watching. The druids won't all die." "What do you mean they won't all die?" The young tree man found it hard to accept their understatement. "The number of druids is small, and now they are fighting among themselves. Why don't you stop them?" and straightened the tree in the greenhouse. The branches swayed and looked at Arnold. Why stop them? Arnold knew the morals of his fellow tribesmen, but they were still indifferent to this, which still surprised Arnold. Many druids will die in the eternal strife. The final outcome of all existence is death. Inns comforted the young tree man. Old life dies, and new life is born. Arnold was silent for 2 seconds. But the dead druids are druids, I know. I don't want them to die. Isn't that normal? Another tree man took over the conversation. It's normal. Children are like this. It's mainly because you don't sleep enough. Looking at your stunted appearance, you should have fallen asleep a long time ago. Another tree man said, these little things. When you wake up, you will find that they are nothing at all. These little things. Arnold showed an expression of incomprehension, although from the wooden facial features, the changes in the tree man's expression could not be seen at all. How can this be a trivial matter? The life and death of so many druids. In shook the branch. The last time I woke up, it was because the world was destroyed. Another tree man said nostalgically, there were many more druids at that time than now. During the Dark Age, it was not just the druids who died. Many creatures were extinct at that time. Inns, now you think this is the life and death of so many druids. But looking back at this moment tens of thousands of years later, even if they don't die now, they will also rush to death before the countdown of their short lives ends. Have a good sleep. Another tree man said, you don't understand anything yet. Arnold didn't like these words from the tree man, and that's why he didn't choose to sleep. The long time diluted everything and turned it into an indifferent look to death. This is the path that all tree men have taken. But he wants to take a different path, cherish everything in the present, instead of 1,000 years later. But he couldn't argue with them. No. To be precise, it was the miners, who had only lived for 10,000 years, who had no right to say no to the elders. Arnold was holding back his anger, and countless thoughts were turning around in his mind. He was thinking about arguing like this. But he heard the tree people beside him shaking their branches and looking in a certain direction. He's coming. Who is coming? Arnold was a beat slower and looked in that direction. At first, only some sounds broke into his perception. Then it was a vague figure. And then the world outlined the other person's appearance. The unpredictable king came walking over. Arnold retracted his gaze. He had only come into contact with the king once, but that time was enough to leave a deep impression on him. After confirming the look in his eyes, he was a man he couldn't beat. Inns walked out of the greenhouse, and the intricate roots moved quickly on the ground, holding up the huge tree. What are you doing here? Inns asked. He Xingwen fell into deep thought for this question. If I remember correctly, this is my territory? Inns didn't think so. He justified himself to define this place as his own territory and had no patience for uninvited guests. Inns glanced at Lincoln beside He Xingwen. It's the druids' business again? Didn't I say that? There are tree people who will watch and not let them die. He Xingwen said calmly, in view of the relationship between the kingdom and the druids. At the invitation of the druids, the kingdom intends to intervene in the druids' internal strife. So, I came to ask the tree people for their opinions on this. Arnold spoke first. I hope to resolve the druids' conflict peacefully. Although they do have differences, the differences have existed for so long that they can continue to exist. There is no need to convince each other. In's attitude towards this has never changed. The tree people will watch and not let them all die. Apart from that, we don't care whether the kingdom intervenes in the internal strife of the druids. At this point, In's thought of the group of iron-eating ants stationed outside the Everfree Forest. If they were allowed to enter the Everfree Forest, the druids would probably only be considered incidental targets, and the Everfree Forest would definitely be the first to suffer a devastating attack. He then added, but the Everfree Forest is the bottom line for all tree people. Destroying the Everfree Forest? Absolutely not. Nublida interrupted and drummed for the king. How can a battle not destroy the environment? In said confidently, druids' battles will not destroy the environment. On the contrary, it will even make the vegetation more lush. He Xingwen said objectively, it's probably difficult to do. That's something you have to worry about. Inns was confident about this, as if the Everfree Forest had the upper hand. If the kingdom doesn't intend to go to war with the Everfree Forest. The conversation ended here. He Xingwen left the Druid Academy, and once again reminded the tree people to abide by the laws of the kingdom. However, with Arnold, who had faced the consequences of violating the laws of the kingdom, the tree people should not have to play the life and death plot again. After being far enough away from the tree people, Nolita began to strongly encourage the king. If we go to war, the kingdom will end the battle faster. I think it's much better than being tied up like now. He Xingwen ignored the demon, pulled out the task panel of the information storage center in the air, stared at the previous task for 2 seconds, and closed this task panel again. It's not that He Xingwen looked down on players, but the druids in the Everfree Forest are naturally restrained by players. The countless deaths of Dudu and his friends outside the Everfree Forest are enough to prove this. Plants with strong desire to attack are different from artificially constructed Ethernet. After a brief thought, He Xingwen turned his head and looked at Zhe, who had been invisible the whole time. Go get Yin. Huang Yin. At this point, He Xingwen remembered another thing. Has Yin set off to the South China Sea? Zhe. Obviously, he is still hesitating about the members of the expedition team. But obviously, this is Yan's way of stalling time. He has not given up the idea of fighting for the kingdom in the upcoming war conflict. His delay has been rewarded enough. He Xingwen nodded and continued. Come and have a meeting together. Zhe heard the sound and knew it. Your Majesty. Are you going to let the people of the kingdom fight? Nolita's ears pricked up instantly. Hasn't Yin been saying that the kingdom's people have no chance to fight? He Xingwen walked into the National Administration Bureau, saying, now the opportunity has come. The question is, can he prove to me? He Xingwen pushed open the door of the conference room. The strength of the kingdom's people. Chapter 148 Public Beta 26, they are determined to win. Citizens of the kingdom. This is a word that suddenly makes people think about who it refers to. In a broad sense, it includes dwarves, demons, and even players. But in most contexts, it specifically refers to NPCs. They are the real citizens of the kingdom, loyal to the king, silently maintaining the operation of the entire kingdom. They are the cornerstone of the kingdom, the most easily ignored, and the least sense of existence, although they have many special features that cannot be ignored, highlighting the fact that they are not ordinary humans. Most of the time, other beings will still subconsciously ignore them. Although they are not ordinary humans, they are still human. The upper limit of humans is destined that their strength will not exceed cognition, nor will they create immortal miracles with weak bodies like players. These are just some special humans, just enough to maintain the operation of the kingdom. As for asking them to do more, that is too harsh on them. Most of the natives who know the kingdom think so, and He Xingwen thinks so too. But Yin always had an overly enthusiastic desire for expansion and war, just like an ambitious young man, who did not realize the gap between him and the enemy. Nor did he realize another point: the premise of making achievements is not to die on the battlefield. I will prove it to you. Yin was overjoyed to receive this notice, and his bright eyes flashed with a light that He Xingwen had never seen before. We are your most loyal people. Because he was not driven away by the king, Nubalada pretended not to know that this was an internal meeting of the kingdom. With the small action of following the king closely, he successfully mixed into the conversation between the NPC and the king, and his presence was very strong. The fighting power of the druids should not be underestimated, Nubalada said worriedly, and the druids in the Endless Forest are even more powerful. That is their home ground, which is enough to make the Endless Forest the most powerful weapon in their hands. Yin grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and disdained the demon's worries. I like strong opponents. This majestic confidence. If Nubalada didn't know that Yin was just an ordinary human with the peak fighting power of humans, he would almost think that the opponent's strength was enough to crush the druids. Nubalada glanced in the direction of the king, received the hint, and continued to work hard from the gap in your strength. I am very worried whether you can complete the king's task. Yin was very dissatisfied with his doubts. Of course we can complete the king's task. He patted his chest and vowed, we will bring more territory to the kingdom. Huang interrupted the conversation. Not to Nubalada, but to the king. He saw who was behind Nubalada's crazy hint. This is not blind confidence. Your Majesty, you don't know us well enough. Huang blinked and said, of course. I can't guarantee that we will win a crushing victory. But the final winner, without a doubt, will only be us. Yin shouted on the side, let us prove it to you. Huang, prove the loyalty, courage and ability of your people. Forum. Does anyone know what's going on with the NPCs? Original poster. I rarely go back to the kingdom, and I found that all the NPCs in the city are gone? What's going on? Did the NPCs revolt? I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask, what does it mean to rarely go back to the kingdom? Are there people who don't go back to the kingdom? That's too many. The copy of the Arcane Academy. the cooperative research task of Arna City, the monster spawning task at the top of the mountains. Any of these tasks take a long time to complete, so it's reasonable to rarely go back to the kingdom. It's obvious that this is a newbie who doesn't browse the forum. If you take a look at the posts on the forum, you won't ask this question. Wow, I've been busy grinding dungeons and earning points recently, so I didn't pay attention to the posts on this forum. Strategy for killing monsters in Everfree Forest. Detailed explanation of the combat power of druids. What skills do NPCs have? How to apply to join the war against druids. Has the mage negotiated with the kingdom? In such a long list, there is only one related to the Arcane Academy, and it's about the mage surrendering? Has everyone's attention shifted to the Everfree Forest? Isn't this nonsense? Seeing that the Arcane Academy dungeon is about to end, we must pay attention to the new dungeon quickly. What? A new dungeon is out? Why didn't I receive a notification? The Everfree Forest can't be considered a new dungeon. The planner doesn't seem to plan to let players participate. The NPCs are gathering there, and the players haven't received any tasks. On the contrary, because the NPCs left their original positions, they can't receive the original daily tasks. What? The planner is crazy? Such a big event doesn't allow players to participate? Do you know what it means that players are God? Why do I remember the original words were that the customer is God? Besides, you didn't pay for it. Maybe the government even gave you money. So it's hard to say who is God. Really? Such a big event has nothing to do with the players? It's just a storyline. This game is really weird. You know that the planner's brain circuit is different from that of ordinary people on the first day? Isn't this normal? Maybe the planner dislikes the players for being too weak. Original poster. So where did the NPCs go? Everfree Forest. The NPCs have all gone to the Everfree Forest. How are the players weak? Wasn't the Arcane Academy taken down by the players? The mages have all come to negotiate with the kingdom. This is all thanks to the players. I think this routine can be replicated in Everfree. But I don't know why the planners are so crazy that they insist on creating a story mode for players to watch. Do I play your game just to see how awesome NPCs are? I think the Arcane Academy routine doesn't work in Everfree. Dudu and the others have been there so many times, but they still can't even get into Everfree? Besides, can players kill plants? Plants will only grow more and more luxuriantly when watered with blood. Aren't NPCs also human? Players can't. So why can they? I remember that during the internal test, NPCs and internal test players learned to control ether from the mage. In that case, does the planner create this story that doesn't allow players to participate in order to reasonably improve the combat effectiveness of NPCs? I think the above are all nonsense. The point is, who said that players can't participate? No one said that. But there are no quests. You know? Forget it. I'd better go and earn more points while the countdown for the Arcane Academy mission is not over. Original poster. I went to several cities, and only a few NPCs were left who couldn't leave. The other NPCs disappeared. How many NPCs were called over? It's hard to say. You can figure it out by looking at the picture. Densely packed NPCs outside the Everfree Forest. See, the Iron Ants have retreated to the second line, giving them the front position. Fuck. So many NPCs? Then I have to join in the fun. Where are the players watching the fun? Report the coordinates. XX.XXX. Come on. There will be no space later. Are you really planning to just join in the fun? If you can't get the mission, maybe the way to trigger the mission is wrong. You are welcome to trigger the quest in the right way. But before the quest is triggered, I will not die anyway. I will lose some favorability after dying once. Although it is easy to increase it, there is no benefit if it is lost. Why die in vain? This is the unanimous opinion of most players. It is okay to watch the fun, but it is absolutely impossible to work in vain without a quest. The Everfree Forest welcomed new visitors after the iron-eating ants. Groups of NPCs came from afar by train and gathered in the plains where the Everfree Forest and the kingdom meet. At first, this did not attract anyone's attention. But when the NPCs in the kingdom gradually disappeared, and the NPC team here gradually grew, more and more people noticed this abnormal behavior. Some players tried to talk to the NPCs to see if they could receive the quest. The well-disciplined NPCs ignored them at all. Even when the players disturbed the order too much, they received warnings from the NPCs. So, the players went to another place to watch the fun, and thought about other possible ways to receive the quest. As time passed, the NPC team grew, and the number of players watching the fun increased. Why don't they move? Didn't they say they were fighting with the druids? Why do I see druids in the NPC team? It's a druid internal conflict. And the kingdom is helping Lincoln and his team to persuade the other druids. So, why did the druids fight internally? To decide whether to merge into the kingdom? Oh, Lincoln and his team are the guides? No wonder the king reacted so strongly. With iron-eating ants and NPCs. All for the expansion of his own territory. It's none of our business. I care more about the quest. No one triggered the quest. I now have a more terrifying guess. What? Has the quest been triggered? What? Such a large-scale quest can't be hidden. Right? I mean, didn't Dudu and his team accept a quest from a tree man? Dudu and his team haven't completed their quest yet? Didn't Lincoln and his team return to the kingdom? It doesn't seem to be completed. Look at the group of players next to the NPC. They are Dudu and his group. Didn't the NPC think they were disturbing the order? They followed the druid. And the NPC didn't care. Then I'll try again. As soon as the voice fell, a player hurriedly walked towards the direction where the druid was, trying to blend in with Dudu and his group, but was stopped by the NPC halfway. I don't know what he said, but the other party's expression suddenly fell, and he returned to the players in frustration. How is it? Deduct favorability and reputation. Then only players who have accepted the Tree Man mission can participate? What? Is the planner out of his mind? How many players have not changed their jobs yet? Such a big event is being made for just a few players? The players in the distance were furious. And Dudu and the others in the NPC queue were also worried. Of course, they were not worried about their mission, no matter how difficult the mission was before. It was a sure thing that the mission would be completed after the kingdom intervened. Dudu was worried about another thing. The Everfree Forest is so dangerous. Can the NPCs do it? The players who fell down countless times at the gate of the Everfree Forest have a very clear understanding of how dangerous the Everfree Forest is. Lincoln said in a deep voice, "We are here." Dudu glanced at Lincoln and silently looked away. The video of Lincoln being chased and beaten by Norman King is still on the list of video websites. This was recorded by a player who didn't rush to leave at the time and happened to witness the scene. So now all players know that Lincoln and his friends are not good enough. But Lincoln didn't know this. So he confidently said to the players, "This is the endless forest of druids. It belongs to all druids. Not just some druids." Dudu coughed, didn't respond, and cast his eyes on Yin and Huang, who were standing at the front of the NPCs. Yin and Huang stood at the front, their bodies straight and motionless, just like all the NPCs in the long silent queue below. They were extremely silent, with almost no communication. All the NPCs who arrived seemed to know where they should stand naturally, silently lined up in the queue, and then began to wait. Silence is a silent power, especially for NPCs. The straight team was filled with order, which was in sharp contrast to the players in the distance, who never stopped making noise. "I don't know if the kingdom will bring us miracles again," Nolita said to other demons in the demon's villa. "Does the king intend to rely on these humans to defeat the druids?" Tor Jean raised his head from the mine. The dwarves who were busy mining in and out ignored him. He said to himself, "I think this is a fantasy." Anuta wiped the glittering utensils on the shelf and said to Du Lei on the other end of the communicator as if chatting, "The king is always unexpected. Isn't he? I don't think this reckless behavior is good. He should cherish the lives of his people more." The great scientist who controlled the etheric structure said to the great scientist next to him, "The people are the foundation of the country. It seems that they are going to fight again. The king has been making big moves recently," Dorona said while swinging a hammer. The sound of blacksmithing around him continued, and the scene was extremely busy. "It has nothing to do with the dwarves." The dwarf beside him swung his hammer and said, "The number of exoskeleton armors has not yet reached the standard. We are too busy to care about those trivial matters?" "That is not a trivial matter," Dorona muttered and quickly put it behind his mind, devoting himself to the manufacture of exoskeleton armor. "I can foresee the outcome." Dodi looked out the window and said to Moody, "If this king can defeat us, he can defeat most of the forces on the continent." Moody didn't look out the window. His eyes paused on Ja, who was packing documents. This sounds like arrogance. After all, it didn't take long for the kingdom to defeat us. Ja put away the negotiation contract and looked at Moody, but the final result will not be any different. He stood up and walked out the door. "The kingdom is a conqueror. I hope we can reach a consensus on this point." He pushed the door open and was about to leave, but he remembered something and turned his head to look at Duodi and the others. I will report the final result of the negotiation to the king as soon as possible. After the king approves it, we can continue the next. He paused and selected the words, peaceful incorporation process. He smiled at the two people who looked unhappy. Welcome to join the kingdom. The NPCs did not respond to the gazes coming. They were still waiting. And what they were waiting for was obvious. The queue continued to lengthen. And NPCs continued to join them. Because there were too many NPCs summoned, they had to spend some time waiting for all NPCs to arrive. When all NPCs arrived, the queue had become a vast army. 100,000 NPCs were waiting outside the Everfree Forest. This was no small scene. This number was enough to create a magnificent war scene. Moreover, this was not a chaotic team without order like the players, but a disciplined army. After waiting for a long time, until this moment, the players' whispers became much quieter, and they were not as excited as before. They were just waiting to fight and see the big scene. Of course, it would be best if they could take another mission. The NPCs did not disappoint them. Or rather, the NPCs had no intention of delaying time at all. After all the NPCs who could get away arrived, Yin and Huang, who were like two statues, changed their movements, drew out the newly issued long swords from the hands of the dwarves, and turned to aim at the Everfree Forest. Everything started unexpectedly. After waiting for a long time, the drama suddenly began. Yin said nothing. After pointing his sword at the endless forest, he silently slashed down and took the lead in charging. As he charged, the entire army followed suit. The earth began to tremble, and the dark crowd still maintained a neat queue while charging. It was a very spectacular scene. A real charge. The NPCs in the first row of the queue rushed into the endless forest, and the queue behind immediately followed, rushing towards the vast forest one after another. Dudu and the others subconsciously slowed down their pace and looked up to try to see what was happening in the front. But the players in the queue, whose vision was blocked by the endless crowd, could not see what was happening in the front at all. They didn't hear any sound other than running and shaking. No, there were some natural sounds. The rustling of leaves, the sound of plants growing. Dudu and the others didn't see anything. But the audience who stood farther away and found a good position saw the prelude of this war clearly. When the NPC entered the Everfree Forest, the attack from the plants appeared almost instantly. Just as if the calmness just now was its disguise. Just one intelligent creature entering was enough to make the Everfree Forest reveal its hideous face under the calmness. The vines, leaves, flowers, and the grass underfoot swept towards the NPC who entered the Everfree Forest first. Yin lowered his head. No. To be precise, it was everywhere. Wherever he looked, there were enemies. He became excited. The stimulation of enemies, war and bringing back glory for the king made him couldn't help but let out a long roar. The long sword swung, cutting through the thorns, with a sharp edge. But besides the thorns, there were too many plants that were attacking here, and it was obviously impossible to kill all the enemies with just a long sword. Yin was not panicked because he was not fighting alone. Huang was beside him, waving the same standard long sword. It should be said that all the NPCs in the first row were waving the same long sword, using the same moves, uniformly cut off the vines, uniformly cut off the incoming attacks, and uniformly formed an impenetrable wall. The ravine that was impossible for the players to cross was easily crossed by the NPCs. They moved forward steadily while resisting the endless attacks of the forest, step by step into the endless forest. But that can only be said to have crossed the first line of defense of the endless forest. And entering the endless forest is the real beginning. There are countless trees in the endless forest. These obstacles naturally cut all the teams rushing in here, cutting the uniform existence into countless small groups fighting alone. What's more dangerous is that when the branches sway, the swaying leaves float in the air, bringing a more dangerous and fatal crisis than the vines on the ground. The ether wave spreads from the NPCs, and among the NPCs cut into countless small groups by obstacles. There is more or less one emitting ether wave. The ether forms a barrier, wrapping the small group of NPCs inside, blocking sudden threats. After hitting the wall several times, the fallen leaves quickly adjusted their attack method. The leaves kept falling down, like a heavy rain, accompanied by the entanglement of vines and grass roots, forming a huge murderous intent again. When facing an attack that exceeds the defense strength, the ether barrier easily shatters, exposing the fragile humans underneath. At this time, only a few minutes had passed since the NPCs charged. The front of the long NPC queue had just entered the endless forest. and more NPCs were still behind them and had not yet entered. The danger of the endless forest was not groundless, and the players stopped outside the border again and again. Not because they were too weak. In this well-preserved primeval forest, there are countless murderous intentions, layered and hard to defend, making this place an impenetrable city. An unprepared attack will only lead to death and failure. But the NPCs have been preparing for this moment, to bring back victory, honor and territory for the king, for too long. So long that it can be said that it started from the first time Yin asked the king for a fight. They are determined to win. Chapter 149 Public Beta 27 The winner was decided in a split second. Seeing the front of the team enter the Everforest, the players watching the show from a distance got a little agitated. Fuck. The NPCs who went in were blocked by the trees, so we can't see them. How's the fight going in there? Are there any dead? Why can't we see anything? This position isn't very good. How about changing positions? Look around. You can't see anything from any position unless you go into the Everforest to see. Hearing this, a player cast his gaze towards the Everforest with great excitement, and then gave up the idea amidst the branches that kept shaking so fiercely that it seemed as if the entire area was fighting. The place where the NPCs rushed in was like poking a hornet's nest. It was too intense. I think we would die faster if we rushed in. Did the NPCs slow down their charge? The NPCs behind them started to walk. I can't see anything from this position. The players were complaining because their vision was blocked by dense trees. And the NPCs who were facing death were also responding. When the protective shield constructed by the ether was broken, exposing the NPCs to more and more fierce threats, the NPCs pressed the button in the middle of the belt at the same time. Click. After a few sounds that were too light to attract attention, a strange metal liquid gushed out from the huge belt, extending along the skin of the NPCs and wrapping them up. It was the exoskeleton armor that had appeared on the dwarves. After nearly half a year game time, this armor did not flood the battlefield, and no more people saw its heroic appearance on the battlefield. It was like a glimpse, and it did not leave a deep impression on people. But as the most powerful equipment in the hands of the dwarves, which combines both protection and attack, it will not remain unknown. When the dwarves were preparing for the Dwarf Unification celebration, and the players were busy organizing the attack on the Arcane Academy, the production of exoskeleton armor never stopped. In fact, not only the production of exoskeleton armor did not stop, but also the production of core parts of the holographic game cabin did not stop. Not to mention the production line of basic materials and equipment in the kingdom. Everything continued to run, and it can even be said that the production speed was accelerated. The dwarves are the most ideal people. They will not delay their work because of other things. What's even better is that they never think that work makes people tired. They love work. And the kingdom with thousands of dwarves has enough production capacity to let people glimpse the style of the dwarf kingdom in the past. Countless tools, equipment, and weapons are continuously manufactured from the top of the mountains, transported to the city by trains to and from the kingdom, and arrive in the hands of every NPC as materials distributed by the kingdom. Time is on the side of the players, and time is also on the side of the kingdom. While the players grabbed everyone's attention, the kingdom did not stand still. On the contrary, it quietly armed the NPCs into the current state. It would be hypocritical to say that He Xingwen knew nothing about this. Although the adjustments and distribution lists of the regularly allocated materials were made by Xia, they would eventually reach He Xingwen's hands and be implemented only after obtaining He Xingwen's approval. But He Xingwen was indeed not optimistic about whether the NPCs could defeat the druids. The miracle of the player is based on immortality. And where can the miracle of the NPC be based? At the beginning of this drama, He Xingwen did not know the correct answer. The system knew. It may be difficult for humans to transcend racial restrictions, but NPCs can definitely do so. Countless data were reorganized in the light and shadow, amplifying the most critical information where the NPC was born. They were born from the game main console. This determined the final result. The exoskeleton armor only covers the torso, and cannot play a full-scale defense role. But the NPC is facing an all-round attack. From the sky to the ground. The attack composed of plants blocks all gaps, and launches waves of attacks with the purpose of killing invaders. Once the NPC misses a certain defense, they will face death in the next second. The blade flipped, and the exoskeleton armor suddenly grew a wing, standing in the air with flames. Some NPCs followed him and paused in the air, while others followed closely and filled the positions they left vacant. Yen, standing in the air, took out a black irregular block from his personal space. The block floated in the air and instantly disintegrated into countless small pieces, flashing different colors and hovering beside Yin. Accompanying Yin's actions, the NPCs floating in the air followed his steps in unison, and the black small blocks instantly spread densely around them, like a group of special mechanical armies. The NPCs below also followed in real time, taking out discs from their personal spaces one after another. The discs fell to the ground, and with a whoosh, they grew several mechanical legs and walked on the ground. Given the number of NPCs, the number of discs they put on the ground is also amazing. Almost in the blink of an eye, the pressure on the NPCs, who were struggling to resist the attacks of plants, was relieved, and the blocks in the air and the plants from the air formed an entanglement to help them share some of the pressure, while the discs on the ground kept running, making a slight click sound while walking. Cutting the plants mixed into the bottom of the discs. One of the characteristics of NPCs is that they have an extremely amazing learning ability. Whether it is initially learning ether with the mage, completing the learning content before the job change at a speed far exceeding that of the players, or learning forging with the dwarves later, when the players generally completed the job change. The NPC did not choose to change jobs, but laid a good foundation and continued to explore different career paths. This is one of the reasons why Yin dared to fight. They have an inexplicable familiarity with these professions, which allows them to make rapid progress in these professions. These mechanical equipments were not made by dwarves, but were the result of NPC forging. Judging from the fact that they successfully hindered the attack of the Everfree Forest, they were completely different from the forging products of the players. The exoskeleton armor gave NPCs strength and reaction speed beyond that of humans, allowing them to sustain a large amount of physical consumption and move forward into the Everfree Forest with difficulty under the attack of countless plants. Although the movement speed was very slow, the long team was indeed moving forward. This behavior of moving forward under the overwhelming attack was not meaningless. After most of the NPC team entered the forest, Lincoln and his team in the middle of the team followed into the forest. As soon as the druids entered the Everfree Forest, the overwhelming offensive of the plants immediately changed. The forest is the most reliable backer of the druids, and they will never betray the druids. The anger of the forest subsided under the communication of the druids, and the overwhelming attacks paused, and then everything suddenly returned to peace. The remains of the battle just now, the plant branches scattered all over the ground, were quietly covered by the soil, and new plants sprouted from the ground, revealing a little vitality. Druids can do much more than intelligent creatures think. For example, let life bloom again in death. Death is a reincarnation. The old life passes away, and new life is born again. In the blink of an eye, the death hell just now turned into a scenic spot with fresh air. The NPCs did not relax their vigilance. They recalled the mechanical army hovering around them, increased their speed, and moved deeper into the endless forest. And the players who did not give up in the distance were still looking at the endless forest from a place where they could not see anything. The NPC's forward speed has increased. Did the druid go in? It should be that the druid suppressed the attack of the plants? Then why didn't the NPC put the druid in the front row? Wouldn't it be unnecessary to fight the Everfree Forest so hard? That makes sense. Didn't the NPC think of this? In fact, when Yen and Huang were communicating with the druid, Lincoln raised this point. The druid could solve the spontaneous attacks of the Everfree Forest on outsiders. Yen and Huang did not accept it. I think it's better for you to be in this position. Yen pointed to the middle area on the formation map and said, "It's convenient for us to protect you." In the Everfree Forest, humans protect the druids? This is the funniest joke Lincoln has ever heard. I don't think we need your protection. Lincoln said, on the contrary. You need us to stop the attack of plants. So it's better for you to be in this position. Huang said, we need to experience the attack strength of the Everforest so that we can adjust the attack mode later to ensure that we will not cause too much damage to the Everforest to avoid the anger of the tree people. Yin muttered, besides, the king specifically reminded us that a druid in the Everforest can beat two of you. The reason why He Xingwen told them this was mainly to make Yin, who was full of confidence, feel a sense of urgency. Norman Jean is much stronger than Lincoln and his team. It is easy to make mistakes when comparing Lincoln's strength with Norman Jean's strength, and any small mistake may become the cause of failure. But Yin obviously understood it as the subtext that Lincoln and his team were very weak. So the formation that finally appeared in front of everyone was that the druid was in the middle of the team, a position that was protected from all directions. In the calm, Yin landed again. and the NPC behind him followed him back to the ground. After the long NPC army entered the Everfree Forest, the team took a very short break, cleaning up the wounds, carrying the bodies, and adjusting the queue. The crowd was busy walking back and forth, and different orders were conveyed among the NPCs, turning the 100,000-man team into a group that obeyed orders. Yin leaned against the tree and lowered his head to apply medicine to himself. Wang counted the number of people and adjusted the queue again. He turned his head and saw Yan's rare silence. He walked over and leaned against the tree trunk beside him, stretched out his hand and said, "The king is always right. There is indeed an insurmountable gap in strength between them and the Everfree Forest. It's useless to think about this now. Will we retreat without a fight?" Yin sneered and threw the medicine bottle in his hand to Huang. He looked at the dense forest in front of him that was difficult to distinguish. The Everfree Forest covered an extremely vast area. The team of 100,000 people was like a drop of water merging into the sea, and it did not cause any ripples at all. While applying medicine on the wound, Huang said, "Then what are you thinking about?" "Thinking about how to win beautifully." Yin frowned and said, "The Everfree Forest is too big. If we fight a war of attrition, we may lose." "Then don't fight a war of attrition," Huang said without hesitation. Lincoln and his team passed the repaired queue and walked to the front. The further they walked, the tighter Lincoln's eyebrows frowned. It's not that the whole place is devastated, but it is definitely covered with wounds. The more the kingdom citizens are at the front of the team, the more wounds they have. He was familiar with those wounds. Traces of the nearly fatal attacks from plants. The kingdom citizens carried the bodies one by one and hurried out of the Ever Forest. The scene was very quiet. The 100,000-man team was as silent as one person. No cries of pain. No whispers. No pessimism about the future of the war. No doubts. They followed the kingdom's citizens in silence, and then silently accepted their predetermined fate. Humans would not do this. No. It should be said that most normal intelligent creatures could not do this. Having the ability to think means that they are good at questioning and wavering. But in the kingdom's citizens, these common human weaknesses are completely invisible. They are the most perfect soldiers. Born blades. Sharp, but still can be damaged. Lincoln's emotions settled down. They can argue with the extreme druids childishly, and even don't care about death. But when others go through fire and water for them, the weight of death becomes heavy. The druids with a solemn atmosphere walked to the front of the queue. "You are also injured?" Seeing Yin and Huang's appearance, Lincoln asked subconsciously, and then quickly reacted, "That's right. You are at the front, facing the most attacks. It is normal to be injured." Huang ignored his question and asked his question directly. "What do you think of Blitzkrieg?" Lincoln was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted. "Blitzkrieg?" Yin stood up and shouted, "We have to win beautifully. I think winning as soon as possible is one of the ways to win beautifully." Lincoln looked around and finally set his sights on Yin, who had just applied the medicine. He was a little puzzled. "But you don't look like you can win beautifully?" Yin followed his sight and looked at the wound on his body. "We can only get such a small injury in the overwhelming attack, which is enough to prove our ability." Lincoln repeated the facts. "Someone died." Yin looked at Lincoln with a little doubt in his eyes, as if Lincoln had said something very unnecessary. "Do you think no one will die in the war? But you look very confident about it." "We are confident of victory." Huang took over the conversation. "There is no doubt that we will be the final winner. But no one can be confident that no one will die in the entire war, unless the people of the kingdom are all immortal." "Are all druids like you?" Yin suddenly became happy. His emotions were easy to discern, all written on his face. "That's great." Yin called Huang. "These people are not very smart. Let's discuss." Lincoln coughed. "Theoretically, druids can hear all the conversations that take place in the Everfree Forest." Yin waved his hand and immediately became unhappy. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He asked Huang for his opinion. "Then, there is no need to discuss. Let's just go straight." Huang left the tree he had been leaning against for a long time, stood up straight and said, "The army is almost ready." He looked at Lincoln. "I have a question. If you meet each other, what will happen to the plants on the scene? Who do they listen to?" This question was quickly answered. Not only Yin and his men wanted to make a quick decision. Norman King and his men who had listened to the conversation also wanted to make a quick decision, and use practical actions to prove the power of druids to the kingdom's people who looked down on druids. And it seems to be a luxury to expect the extreme druids to keep their composure. While the kingdom is surrounded by extremely powerful enemies, The only good news is that most of these enemies, for whatever reason, have low IQs. In sharp contrast, other enemies who are not as powerful as them, such as the Diamond Empire, have high enough IQs and are restrained enough. For example, until now, they have not recklessly launched a large-scale war. The army did not go deep into the endless forest. After the repairs were completed, the kingdom's people met Norman King on a narrow road not long after the forced march. The first encounter on a narrow road was extremely intense. The quiet forest became lively again, and the plants were activated in an instant, forming an attacking posture. The plants on the side of the kingdom's citizens made a slight change, and then they also made preparations for attacking the opposite side. The vines poked their heads out. The leaves flashed their sharp edges. The green grass rolled on the ground, and the trees straightened up. Before the NPC could react, everything had crossed a certain line. The vines entangled with each other. The leaves collided. The rolling green grass kept rising and falling. The trees pulled out their roots from the soil, walked towards the opposite side with a sense of vibration, and collided with another tree. That was a battle between plants controlled by the druid. The NPC, who reacted a beat slower, immediately lined up, took off, released the mechanical army, and the ether wave went up together, forming a charge in the blink of an eye. That's right. At the first moment of the narrow road encounter, when the two druids did not make direct contact but tested through plants, the NPC chose to charge head-on and rush directly up. The ground trembled, and the charge of 100,000 troops was like a bulldozer, carrying an unstoppable momentum and rushing into the plants controlled by Norman Kin and his men. The mechanical army swept aside, sharing the pressure of the plant attack. The black cubes hovered in the air. The discs moved on the ground. The NPCs moved in unison, and the long team looked almost like a straight line from a parallel angle. And they remained amazingly consistent when charging. This is something that humans can never do, of course. Repeated training may reach the level of showing off, but on the battlefield, it is impossible, because of the three objective factors of terrain, attack, and different counterattacks of each soldier. Even the most demanding army would not require the army to keep consistent movements when charging. NPCs did not have this requirement either. They just did it easily, like some kind of habit. Not only were the movements consistent when charging, but the attack methods were also exactly the same. Although there were countless small battlefields divided by obstacles trees, this did not hinder their performance. The charge of 100,000 people was like one person. This is one of the reasons why they can minimize the damage caused by the opponent's attack. The same attack frequency builds an airtight defense network to intercept all-round plant attacks, of course. There are always some that cannot be intercepted, but that is individual death and has nothing to do with the charge of the entire team. The team advanced at a strong speed, devouring Norman Kin and his combat space, forcing the druids to confront the army head-on. Before this fierce charge, Norman Kin and his team were subconsciously forced back a few steps by the momentum, and then reacted, became angry, and swept past the tentative attack and directly took out the final trump card. The situation of the evenly matched plants fighting back and forth just now turned around in an instant, and Lincoln's side was defeated almost instantly. The plants controlled by the other side immediately took the lead and invaded the part of the plants controlled by Lincoln and his team. Accompanying the fierce attack of the plants again, Norman Kin and his team moved forward brazenly, and the plants followed behind them, like a real doomsday disaster, staging a terrifying scene. The extension of the vines seemed endless, winding around the druid like a wild python. Every tree that the druid passed by came to life, following the druid's footsteps, pulling out the roots from the soil, and taking heavy steps. The grass rolled into a large ball, and countless grass roots poked their heads out of the ball, looking for targets to attack, and the falling leaves flying all over the sky flashed amazing sharpness in the rotation. These figures kept approaching as the druid stepped on the vines and moved forward quickly. The charging human army had no intention of retreating and faced the enemy head-on. The blood and the smell of death filled the NPCs, but it had no effect on their fighting spirit. This was a group of inhuman beings who had no fear at all. The two armies met and fought head-on. Plants, humans, druids, and swords mixed together. And the final chapter of this war was opened. The victory or defeat was decided in just a moment. Chapter 150 Public Beta 28 Either die or win. Main City. Altar. The once bustling main city now seemed too deserted, and the busy NPCs disappeared, so that the city was too empty. He Xingwen stood in front of the monument, and the only golden light he could see extended across the kingdom's territory, and the information in it emerged in He Xingwen's perception. Seeing the number of NPCs falling at a steady rate, He Xingwen's heart began to ache. This was completely unnecessary casualties. If it were a different player, he would definitely be able to win without any injuries, although it might take a long time, and the process might be more tortuous. But the fact that there were no casualties was also certain. He Xingwen knew how unnecessary this unnecessary mercy was. And he also knew those truths: all wars are built on blood and death. But this did not affect He Xingwen staring at the falling numbers in a daze. He didn't even know those NPCs. The number of NPCs had expanded significantly after the last update of the kingdom, because the expansion speed was too fast. He Xingwen didn't have time to have any contact with them. To He Xingwen, these NPCs were just a string of numbers. But even if it was a string of numbers, He Xingwen preferred larger numbers rather than shrinking numbers. Before this, He Xingwen had never thought that the wars that he never cared about in the game would be so important in reality. No matter what time, humans should not take the death of others for granted. He Xingwen moved his eyes away from the numbers. It turns out that players are the best. At least they don't have the chance to die in this world. Guangying stood quietly beside him, and said in a serious tone, "But it won't work if there are only players." He said to He Xingwen, "They are too weak. Even if they have the game console to cheat, even if they have the potential to grow, they are still too weak for this world." He Xingwen, "But they won't die." The system understands He Xingwen's view on death. As a normal human on Earth, the culture he has accepted makes him fear death and cherish life. "I respect all your choices." The system did not intend to persuade He Xingwen, or ask He Xingwen to change his mind. This is not a big deal. Even if He Xingwen insists on using players as part of the war and all subsequent conflicts, it will not affect the final result. The system spoke at this moment just to fulfill his duty. He has the obligation to tell He Xingwen the best solution. I like a saying in Chinese culture: "You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish?" The system said, "Your people have a different attitude towards death than you do. So, if they die calmly, should I respect their choice? This is not dying calmly." The system corrected He Xingwen's mistake. "This is fighting for honor." The voice of light and shadow was very gentle. "You have noble character. There is no doubt about that. But in this world, some people live to be powerful, some live for dignity, and some live for honor. The part of the intelligent creatures in this world that live for the sake of living has long died in the dark ages." He Xingwen pursed his lips and looked back at the golden light that covered the sky. The steadily falling numbers suddenly stopped at a certain moment and never changed again. "You see? They got what they wanted." The light and shadow approached He Xingwen and said to him, "They defeated the powerful enemy, and they brought back victory and honor." He Xingwen's frown loosened a little, and he turned his head to look at the system. "You?" He stopped talking, staring at the system that was close at hand, and frowned again unconsciously. The illusory light and shadow were right beside him, so close that he could breathe with it if he turned his head slightly, of course. As an illusory light and shadow, the system did not have the function of breathing, so it was naturally impossible for He Xingwen to sense his breath. But it was still too close. The system waited for a moment, but before He Xingwen's next words, it couldn't help but reveal a puzzled tone. "Me?" He didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it at all. In fact, before this moment, He Xingwen didn't think there was anything wrong with it either. But at this moment, as if he suddenly realized the other party's strong presence, the distance between him and the other party suddenly became extremely conspicuous, and his attention instantly fell on this. The system did not care about He Xingwen's gaze. His database was still calculating the previous conversation, explaining He Xingwen's concern about the death of the NPC. If they don't have the opportunity to fight, then they won't have the opportunity to get all this. "Are you sure this is what they want?" The system looked at He Xingwen, and although it was clear that he couldn't see his expression, He Xingwen was surprised to notice the other party's seriousness from this action. The system has always been like this. He cares about everything that He Xingwen cares about. Is this what they want? To have the opportunity to die naturally, to have an ordinary life, and to grow old in a time when no one cares, or to win back victory in the war, to prove themselves in blood and death? He Xingwen, who lives in a comfortable era, chooses the former, while the people of the other world who have never had real comfort choose the latter. These thoughts passed through his mind, and He Xingwen's attention was not focused on the topic just now. Humans are easy to feel, but humans are also more likely to divert their attention. The system did not get any feedback from He Xingwen. The system was used to it. Between him and He Xingwen always had the dominant power. The other party has the right to decide whether to adopt his suggestions, and also has the right to end the conversation at any time. This may give intelligent creatures some ideas, but it will not shake intelligent creatures. Rules are the basis for the birth of intelligent creatures, and they are used to abiding by rules. The system assumed that He Xingwen had ended the conversation. He took a step back and stood in his usual position behind He Xingwen, staring at He Xingwen. When he had a form that could be seen by He Xingwen, he was used to standing behind He Xingwen and watching him silently. Countless times when He Xingwen was talking to others, the system stood here, waiting for He Xingwen to need him, and then took that step forward. After repeating the action countless times, He Xingwen felt a little awkward at this moment, as if he suddenly realized that the system had just come too close. He felt that everything was wrong. But what is wrong? There must be something I overlooked. He Xingwen thought about it, but still couldn't find the tiny thread. Finally, he scratched his head angrily and threw the question to the system. Did you get too close just now? The system was a little confused. Did you? He reviewed his database and confirmed that the distance at that time should be a safe distance for He Xingwen. He Xingwen never expressed any opinion on this distance. I have always stood so close. The system didn't understand why He Xingwen suddenly said this, but the solution to the problem appeared immediately. If you think it's too close, do you need me to stand further away? The light and shadow turned his head and began to look for the right distance. Standing so close all the time, the weird feeling became weirder and weirder. But the system said it as if He Xingwen cared about this very much. He Xingwen waved his hand to interrupt the system's behavior of looking for a suitable distance. No, I just feel a little weird. Not a little, but a lot of weirdness. The strange things in the previous conversations came to mind, and He Xingwen's attention was completely shifted from the death of the NPC to the system. He felt that the system was strange everywhere, but he couldn't find the reason for the strangeness, so that even the familiar world seemed to be wrong. In the distance, the smoke of war continued. The two armies fought head-on, and no one retreated. The blades collided with the plants. Some people fell, and some plants grew again. Death and vitality intertwined, outlining the front battlefield that was escalating step by step. The druids were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but the terrain of the endless forest was enough to make up for this shortcoming, allowing them to fight against an army of 100,000 with very few people, for a moment. That's right. Only for a moment. At the first moment of close combat, the extreme druids had the upper hand. The terrain was too favorable for them. No race dared to say that they could defeat the druids in the endless forest. Nature gave the druids powerful strength, allowing them to still have the upper hand when they were in close combat with 100,000 people. And all the preparations of the NPCs seemed to be useless in front of the power of the druids. Of course, they formed a defense as much as possible, and reduced the pressure brought by the opponent as much as possible. But they still underestimated the reason why the endless forest was so famous. The trees with tens of thousands of years of history shook the earth, and crushed all the tiny existences that stood in front of them. The vines that attacked crazily seemed to be indestructible and omnipresent, grabbing all the loopholes in the defense and harvesting lives. And the flying leaves and rolling green grass were almost enough to exhaust the NPCs. The slightest omission would be doomed. The army was not facing a few thousand druids, but the entire endless forest. As for the neutral druids, who were supposed to control half of the endless forest and relieve their pressure, they lost much faster than expected, almost when the extreme druids started to get serious. Lincoln and his team lost control of most of the plants, and were suppressed by Normankin and his team without any chance to fight back. At this moment, they were able to maintain their ability to protect themselves, and did not let the NPCs take out manpower to protect them. As for the icing on the cake, don't even think about it. NPCs fell one after another, and the death toll soared in the first moment of close combat. But they did not retreat a single step. Not only that, they were even approaching the direction of the druids step by step, and their extremely high death rate made them move forward as if they were victorious. Swing the sword. Drop it. Swing the sword again and then die. The position of the dead NPC is automatically filled by the next NPC to avoid defense loopholes in the unified queue, although in the current all-round attack situation, defense loopholes are almost inevitable. But one less is one less. One less death is one less. The silent death fight lasted for a moment, and the druids were the first to have a ripple. Nature gave the druids powerful strength, but did not give them a strong heart to face the scene. The kingdom army was almost fighting a war of either death or victory, with the momentum of not retreating even if all the 100,000 people died. When the druids were confused by their momentum, it was not far from the end of the war. The extreme druids were not afraid of death, and their attitude towards death had been fully demonstrated before. But this does not mean that when facing such a noiseless army, when seeing the enemy's soldiers fall in batches, and the remaining soldiers are unshakable, the druids can still be so lighthearted. Is this a human? In the communication between Normankin and the plants, a thought that had nothing to do with the battle suddenly appeared. This was like a sign. And more other thoughts emerged. What is the concept of 100,000 people? The druid stood here, and could not see the end of the black crowd. How long will this fight last? The second thought emerged from Normankin's mind. Does the kingdom only have one army? Even if this army is wiped out, will the kingdom not send the next army? The third thought emerged from Normankin's mind. Yen, who was at the front of the team, noticed that Normankin was distracted. He seized the opportunity, jumped up without hesitation, and slashed horizontally. This very simple attack left a scratch on Normankin's neck. The close combat meant that the battle between them was close to life and death. The green liquid flowed out, and the stinging feeling came. Normankin almost subconsciously took a step back. The extreme druids may be described as extreme, but they can never be described as warriors. After Normankin took a step back, he immediately took 3 steps back to distance himself from Yin and his team at the front of the army. And Yin and his team did not hesitate to move forward again. Just like the war style of this army, either die or win. Since I am not dead, I will win. There is no retreat in their dictionary. Only forward. Forward and forward again. Yin took a step forward, and the dark crowd followed closely. It is difficult for others who have not faced the scene to imagine this sense of oppression. Of course, it is difficult for people who have never been on the battlefield to imagine the psychological pressure brought by the cruelty of the battlefield. Normankin is one of them. Since the 5th era, the continent has been in a period of recuperation. This is the first war faced by the endless forest in the 5th era, and it is also the first war faced by the extreme druids. As for the previous internal strife, that can't be considered a war. Thousands of druids on both sides manipulated plants to fight back and forth, and even fought face to face, which can only be considered a fight. The charge launched by an army of 100,000 people. The soldiers fell one after another, and the ground was stained with countless blood. It is called a war. The pressure came, and Normankin, who was obviously in the upper hand, retreated again. This time, he retreated again, and almost didn't stop. Yen and Huang immediately followed and continued to march, then watched the druids disappear in a flash while stepping on the vines, disappeared. The ubiquitous plant attacks continued for a while, but because the distance between the enemy and this place kept widening, Lincoln and his team finally took over the control of the plants. So the scene suddenly became quiet. The bloody fight just now was like a dream. And suddenly there was a calm. Yen and Huang looked at each other, and a huge question mark was visible above the dense army. What's going on? They are fighting. Why are they running away in the middle of the war? It's understandable to run away when you are about to lose. But the druids are suppressing them, and they can obviously win. So why are they running away? Although they can't see anything, the players did not give up, relying on the violent movement of the trees in the Everforest to distinguish the battle situation. It's moving. It looks like we're in good shape and advancing smoothly. It's moving so vigorously. We must have encountered an enemy. Why can't the movement stop? It looks like the fight is going on. Huh? Why is it suddenly not moving? The players squatting on the trees in the kingdom looked up one by one to distinguish the movement of the everfree forest in the distance. There was really no movement. The trees that were shaking the most violently suddenly quieted down and returned to calm. What's going on? The fight is over? So fast? How long have we been in? Didn't the group of players who followed the druid in post on the forum? Don't count on them. They are even more confused than us. They all died and returned to the resurrection point as soon as they entered the Everfree Forest. They didn't keep up with the NPCs at all. What's the use of them? The NPC didn't ask them to get involved. They just followed along. So, this plot is over. Then it's time to issue quests. Right? Players should feel a little more involved. Right? This sentence touched all the players. The players who were waiting on the scene cheered, jumped down from the tree quickly, and ran towards the border between the Everforest and the kingdom. accurately welcoming the great hero of the kingdom. Of course, it would be even better if they could take on a large-scale event quest by the way. South China Sea. A light ship was sailing on the calm sea, with the flag of the kingdom flying above it. This South China Sea expedition team composed of the people of the kingdom has been sailing in the South China Sea for several months game time. After exploring the sea area line of the offshore area of the South China Sea, the ship turned and headed towards the wider area of the South China Sea. After several months of sailing, the ship has penetrated into the core area of the underwater kingdom that most intelligent creatures in this world have never penetrated. This sea area, which is extremely dangerous for the natives, is not too dangerous for the expedition team after all. They carry one of the most dangerous creatures in the entire continent in their cabin, which makes their expedition journey safe and secure. Although they frequently encounter attacks from unknown sea creatures, most of these become their appetizers, adding some trace elements to the kingdom's people on a long journey. Judging from Dujulin's performance along the way, it is indeed normal that Dujulin was able to suppress the development of underwater civilization by himself. If there are no accidents, the expedition team's journey will continue for a while, until they have traveled the entire South China Sea and drawn a map of the South China Sea. The premise is that there are no accidents. The weather in the South China Sea is very changeable, and rainstorms, hail, and hurricanes come and go without saying, and never conform to the laws of meteorology. When the weather suddenly turns cloudy, dark clouds gather, and strong winds sweep. The ships that are accustomed to this immediately respond, fix the sails, and sail to the place where the wind is weakest to avoid capsizing. The tools produced by the dwarves are of very reliable quality. No matter how strong the wind is, the ship is still strong, and it firmly supports a space in the shaking. If there are no accidents, this weather disaster will be the same as the dozens of previous encounters. After the heavy rain, it will quickly return to calm. But obviously someone does not intend to let it in like this. In the wind and rain, the ship suddenly shook, and a collision sound came from the bottom of the ship. The people of the kingdom have a clear division of labor. Someone picked up the inconspicuous box on the side of the ship and walked under the cabin. The next second, the collision sound suddenly stopped, and the huge force tilted, and the ship was directly overturned. When the boat capsized, a huge round creature jumped out of the water, and the light outlined its huge body that was dozens of buildings high. It looked like a human figure, or more precisely, it was covered with strange little bumps. Its facial features were not like those of humans. Its broken teeth protruded sharply. Its swollen hands were covered with scales. And its feet, no. To be precise, it should be a fishtail, with scales standing up, flashing with amazing sharpness. Boom! With a loud bang, the overturned boat was knocked down by the huge waves, and the expedition team was almost knocked unconscious on the spot, and fell into the sea along with the debris on the boat. Some strange sound sounded from the bottom of the sea, transmitted in the water. The huge creature that overturned the boat paused in the air for a second, showing its appearance to the world, and then followed gravity and fell into the sea in an instant, stirring up a huge wave. The seabed is his home. He circled the seabed twice, and then he picked up all the fallen kingdom citizens, then accelerated, disappeared from here, and headed for their destination. The blue sea water swayed, and the ship that fell into the sea slowly sank and was submerged by the sea water. As usual, the South China Sea swallowed up all traces. The giant humanoid spit out a huge bubble, which flashed colorful light on the seabed, sucking the drowning kingdom citizens into it, including the inconspicuous box that was tightly held in the hand of a kingdom citizen. The other party obviously did not have the good habit of checking the spoils in the first time, so that dangerous goods were mixed in with fragile humans. A touch of golden color slowly emerged at the mouth of the box, casting a glance at the excited strange creature. Chapter 151 Public Beta 29A Victory without a single druid dying? So? They ran away halfway through the fight? He Xingwen didn't know what expression to make about this result, although he had learned of the victory in advance from the NPC population stopping falling. This victory, whether it can still be called a victory, is a question. He Xingwen confirmed with the NPC, who was sent back to report the news. Did they run away when they were in the upper hand? The young NPC nodded. Yin and Huang are expanding the search range and exploring the terrain in the Everforest. But the Everforest covers too much area, and there has been no progress so far. He Xingwen's mind was full of the same questions as when Yin and the others witnessed the disappearance of the druids. What's wrong with this group of extremist druids? Can they just run away? Does this count as giving up? Or will they fight again another day? Perhaps. This is an extremely insidious war of attrition. After all, the kingdom's army went deep into the Everforest, and it was difficult to supply. It only took a few more days, and when the army of 100,000 people ran out of ammunition and food. Thinking of this, He Xingwen stopped thinking. The weaker side took advantage of the terrain to do this, which could be called cunning. But what was the point of suppressing the kingdom's army? He Xingwen had a new suspicion. When you clean up the battlefield, have you compared the number of deaths? NPC, no druid casualties. Their direct confrontation lasted only a quarter of an hour, and the NPC was still using death to gain a foothold, and had not entered the stage of using more deaths to consume the druids. Then why are they running? He Xingwen was caught in this confusion, and did not come to a reliable conclusion. Of course, it is difficult for normal people to come to the unbelievable conclusion that they were scared away. He Xingwen glanced at the light and shadow on the side, and fell into the other party's sight. The system was watching him. When He Xingwen's sight fell on him, the system gave his conclusion. Maybe this is related to the fact that druids are not regular troops, so they retreated if they wanted to? He Xingwen pondered this conclusion, and his sight paused on the light and shadow for a few more seconds, and the ubiquitous strange feeling emerged again. He Xingwen frowned and wanted to say something, but the current situation was obviously not suitable for them to entangle the strange feeling without an answer again. So He Xingwen interrupted his thoughts and refocused his attention on the business. In short, they ran away, and they don't plan to continue this war in the short term. He Xingwen made the final decision, but there must be a result. It's not that the kingdom's army really has to fight a war of attrition with them. Right? This is too shameless. The players who waited outside the border of the Everfree Forest for half a day did not wait for the NPC to leave the Everfree Forest, let alone receive a large-scale mission. The players' patience ran out, and whispers began to spread. What's going on? Isn't it over? There's really no movement. Did the NPC lose? This statement caused 1,000 waves, and the discussion among the players became lively. Fuck. It can't be the same as the Forum Brothers guessed? The planner plans to release a new version? The Rise of the Tree Man? What? The setting of the kingdom's son of the plain has fallen? I was wondering why no player could change to a druid. It's so difficult to have a job change quest. It turns out that this is the next version of the Chosen Son. Fuck. Is this true? Isn't the faction change not open yet? If the son of the plain is really changed, what can players do? Maybe the faction change will be open as soon as the new version comes out? I still think it's unlikely. The planner obviously wants to use the kingdom as the player's base. How could the kingdom suddenly lose? A powerful enemy can promote the player's gaming experience. I think it's stable. Then is it too late for me to brush up the druid's favorability now? It's probably a bit difficult. What do you mean by a bit difficult? No one has ever increased the favorability of the druid. It's all negative. Wait. I remember. Didn't so many tree people enter the kingdom before? It seems that the planner is preparing for the next version. The Rise of the Tree People. When the time comes, we can cooperate inside and outside to take down the kingdom in one fell swoop. Wouldn't it be great? So simple? Why do I feel that you think too much? Forget about anything else. The iron-eating ants are still here? The only sober player at the scene pointed to the endless iron-eating ants outside the border and raised an objection. Druids can't do anything about them. The other players naturally ignored his words. So, a group of tree people in the kingdom? The next version of the Chosen One. The players looked at each other and plunged into the forest of the kingdom next to them in the next second. The forest of the kingdom was forced to become lively. When He Xingwen came to the kingdom forest, he didn't expect to see such a scene. The peaceful forest was no longer peaceful, and the noisy voices of players were everywhere. He Xingwen stopped outside the forest and stared at the extremely lively forest with swaying branches for 2 seconds, and wondered, what are players doing in the forest if they don't do quests? What else can they do? Harass the tree people. The forest looked very lively outside, and it was even more lively inside. There were more or less players around the tree people scattered in the forest. I'll help you get it. Are you tired after walking so far? I'll give you. The player took out a kettle and said attentively, sprinkle some water? Are you looking for this? Here. Come quickly. Don't let other tree people get it first. These are simple players who want to gain some goodwill first. Other players are not so tactful. What do you think of me? Am I particularly suitable to be a druid? Actually, to be honest, I have loved environmental protection since I was a child. I have never done things like picking flowers and grass. I am better than him. Not only do I not do these things, I also stop others from harming plants. I am pure. I have no selfish motives in protecting the environment. I don't care about honors or rewards. I think I am particularly suitable to be a druid. Although I have changed my job, my love for environmental protection is enough to make me betray my master. The tree people were attacked by the noise for a long time. Although they didn't know how much the players loved environmental protection, they knew clearly how much they hated it. After working for a long time, the players who successfully gained a lot of negative favorability also murmured, "Is this okay? Why do I feel that they are always deducting favorability? Is it that our way of brushing favorability is not right? Then how should we brush it? No player has ever gained favorability from tree people and druids? The favorability of these guys will not be locked. Right? No matter. I will just go straight in." After working for a long time and getting a few hundred negative favorability, a certain warrior finally couldn't hold back and rushed forward and said boldly, "I want to change my job to druid." The tree man he was holding was on the verge of exploding after being harassed for a long time. He glanced at the weak and annoying player and answered very briefly, "Get lost." To be honest, the tree man was definitely very restrained because the player didn't die on the spot despite harassing him like this. Most of the credit should be attributed to the king's final reminder and Arnold's repeated emphasis on the consequences of violating the laws of the kingdom. The tree man did not intend to repeat Arnold's mistake and try to see how invincible the sacred guard that was said to have almost killed Arnold instantly was. He Xingwen's arrival ended the noisy situation at the scene. What? The king is coming? Why is he here? The players who were entangled with the tree man soon learned the news and whispered to each other, shifting their attention from the tree man who only deducted favorability to the king who might have brought a task. Is it because the NPC lost the fight? Come to talk to the tree man? Where is the king? Outside the forest? Why don't you come in? How dangerous it is to come in. The forest is the home of the tree man. The tree man, who had no way of establishing a connection with the forest in the kingdom, could not help but move his leaves, surprised at the ignorance of the players. As citizens of the kingdom, the players knew less about the kingdom than they did. Even the tree man who had not been in the kingdom for a long time knew this clearly in the kingdom. The king controlled everything. With the sound of discussion, the players surrounded the tree man and walked out of the forest until they saw the king standing calmly outside the forest. He seemed to have no doubt that the tree man would take the initiative to see him. The appearance of standing with his hands folded inexplicably possessed power, which made the whispering player shut up at the same time. Of course, this was mainly because the king's deduction of favorability and reputation was much more severe than that of druids and tree men. Druids and tree men could only deduct the favorability of one race at most. But the king's deduction of favorability and reputation was spread across all NPCs in the kingdom. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell which reputation was deducted from the dense notifications of deduction of reputation. The scene finally quieted down. The tree people who came out of the forest looked at the king silently, as if they were looking at an uninvited guest. It was the momentum of treating this place as their own territory. It was not until Enz walked out of the forest a step slower that the conversation really began. He Xingwen looked up at the other party and asked for an answer directly. What's wrong with the group of druids? They are shaken. Although Enz is in the territory of the kingdom, the distance cannot block the transmission of messages in nature. The life and death of plants, the cruelty of war, and the fear of druids are clearly presented in front of him. Inside with pity in his tone, they are not warriors. The same answer as the system. He Xingwen thought for a moment and said, I don't care why they suddenly retreated. But what does it mean to disappear in the everfree forest after retreating? The players kept silent for a few minutes. And when they heard this, they couldn't help but burst into lively discussions. Fuck. Did the druid run away? I said you were just guessing. Even if the planner came up with a new version, the kingdom must be the chosen one for sure. Look at the king's momentum. Although he is much shorter than the tree man. Is he scared? Kingdom favorability minus 30, king reputation minus 30, king favorability minus 30, gain favorability minus 30. As soon as the voice fell, a group of dense notifications popped up in front of the player. And the deduction of favorability and reputation was crazy. The lively discussion just sounded for 2 seconds, and the spark was instantly extinguished. The scene returned to silence, and Enz didn't care about the players' discussions at all. I think their meaning is clear enough. Congratulations. Your people have one. So, it's not that the druids are so heartless that they want to fight a war of attrition? After ruling out this guess, He Xingwen was a little puzzled. A victory without a single druid dying? He looked at the tree man. I thought this was a serious enough internal conflict. Not a game that treats the kingdom as a fool? The tree man shook his branches and said in a completely detached tone, you have to understand that the kingdom's intervention in this matter was beyond their expectations. They didn't expect to face a country's regular army, so it's normal for them to perform poorly. After all, they are still young. The thousands-year-old druid is still young. So the 20-year-old king is probably nothing? He Xingwen was not interested in the time concept unique to the immortals, and said directly, either continue this war until the real winner is decided, or the endless forest will pay the price of playing tricks on the kingdom. You can choose for yourself. The real winner? The tree people whispered to each other, and were a little confused about the word. Does it mean that one side is completely dead? Another tree man said, it sounds like you not only want to help the druids solve the current internal strife, but also want to solve this problem forever? What problem? Another tree man said a beat slower. Inns answered him. The problem of the druids' different ideas. Do they have different ideas? One tree man was surprised. What different ideas? It seems to be some kind of neutral, extreme or other external statements. Another tree man had been asleep for a shorter time and knew more. So he hurriedly explained, Normakin and his people are more hostile to intelligent creatures than Lincoln and his people. Right? The tree man was even more surprised when he heard this. Can they be more hostile to intelligent creatures than us? That's unlikely. But we are always sleeping. And the intelligent creatures outside know very little about us. The tree people talked about it, but they didn't understand what the druids meant by their different ideas. Instead, they fell into more confusion. Obviously, it is unrealistic to expect the tree people to come up with a solution. They don't even understand the cause of the druids' internal strife. But if they don't understand the cause of the druids' internal strife, isn't it too irresponsible to let them kill each other? However, the tree people had no intention of taking responsibility. Their only request for the internal strife among the druids was that they should not let them die. He Xingwen completely realized how unusual the brain circuits of the tree people who had lived for a long time were, and also realized the reality that they could not understand the language hints at all. He Xingwen directly gave his solution. The kingdom needs to be treated as the winner deserves. Regarding the internal debate among the druids, I hope to reach a satisfactory final result and end this meaningless internal strife. Wouldn't it be over if this was said earlier? The tree people stopped whispering, and the branches swayed in patches. After a slight silence, Inns told He Xingwen, they have already started talking. The army, that was still looking for the extreme druids in the Ever Forest, also received this news from Lincoln and his men. Lincoln listened attentively to the voice transmitted by the plants. No need to look. They are coming. Yen and Huang looked around the quiet forest. Amid the rustling, the vines poked their heads out, and the druid who had fled not long ago appeared in front of Yen and the others again. We are here to negotiate, Normakin said with a long face before the human army could react. The tree people asked us to quickly end this meaningless internal conflict. The druid behind him muttered, this wording is commonly used by humans. The tree people must have been deceived by the human king. Lincoln immediately broke the news. The tree people's original words were clearly that since you have lost the courage to fight, you should end this meaningless internal conflict as soon as possible. Yen and the others looked at Normakin. You have lost the courage to fight. So you ran away on the spot because you were afraid? You're talking as if you didn't. Normakin glanced at Lincoln. Your performance is much worse than ours. You basically didn't play any role in this war. This is not only because Normakin and his team are so much stronger than Lincoln, but also because the neutral druids were first attracted by the cruelty of the battlefield. So they couldn't concentrate on competing with Normakin and his team for control of the plants. After both sides revealed each other's past to show their friendship, the conversation continued. Of course, there was actually not much nutritious in this conversation. Most of it was mutual ridicule between druids and the revelation of each other's black history. Only a small part was their request for peace talks. He Xingwen, so, the extreme druids also made a request? After the kingdom army confirmed the peace talks and withdrew from the Ever Forest, Yen, Huang and their team packed up a little, and then met He Xingwen with a detailed map of the Ever Forest and the extreme druids' request for peace talks. At this time, as the winner, Lincoln was very generous. Didn't the mages also negotiate? She put a thick document to be approved in front of He Xingwen and took over the conversation. The mage's negotiations are over. Based on your previous request, on a reasonable basis, we have completed the following agreements. Respecting the mage's inheritance of the tradition of the Arcane Academy, and respecting the mage's old rights in the Arcane Academy territory. After a series of respects, it was the kingdom's turn to have rights. The mages should agree to the following points based on the agreement. The Arcane Academy belongs to the kingdom's territory. The highest ruler of the Arcane Academy is the king. And the Arcane Academy should fulfill the obligations that the kingdom's citizens need to fulfill, etc. It will probably take some time for the kingdom's credit point system to be popularized in the Arcane Academy. Just said this, turning his head to look at Lincoln beside him. What requirements did the extremist druids put forward? Lincoln recalled a series of requirements that prohibited the kingdom's citizens from entering the Everfree Forest, and made a prompt decision. I think you need to talk to them in detail to confirm whether these conditions are reasonable. He Xingwen opened the document that she handed over. The first page of the document was filled with 2 signatures in a flamboyant manner. A notice popped up in front of him. The kingdom's territory has been expanded. Do these areas need to be upgraded in a targeted manner? Considering the current situation of the kingdom, it is recommended to upgrade after the unification of the surrounding areas is completed. He Xingwen stared at the line of small words for a few seconds. Thinking about another question, the reason why the Dwarf Kingdom did not pop up this notice is because he did not sign a binding contract with the other party. Does it need to be made up? This thought immediately came to He Xingwen's mind. South China Sea. Under the calm sea surface, there is a gorgeous underwater civilization and underwater creatures beyond imagination. It is often difficult for others to see these treasures hidden in the deep sea. But under certain coincidences, intelligent creatures occasionally stray into them. Cough, cough, cough. Hai choked out the seawater he inhaled when he fell into the water, and looked around as soon as he woke up, and then he met the countless underwater creatures that surrounded him. Hai sat up holding the box in his hand, and saw that the underwater creatures of various shapes retreated one after another, and their movements were uniform. Hai didn't have the energy to explore the reason for their behavior for the time being. He was looking around to get enough information for him to judge the current situation. He saw the other members of the expedition team lying in a mess, in a huge bubble. This huge bubble was 10 meters high, and the NPC had to stand up and stack a human tower to reach the top. The bubble was flashing with colorful light, providing them with enough oxygen in a way that was not in line with Yu's cognition, and separating the seawater. Outside this bubble was endless seawater. When he looked down, he didn't see the ground, but saw a bunch of strange creatures. In the distance of the sea, you can vaguely see huge crystal pillars standing in the deep sea. They are still full of presence at a long distance. These crystal pillars are concentrated in a certain direction, and there are many of them. Yu's sight paused for 2 seconds and returned to his eyes. In front of him, to be precise, all kinds of strange creatures stood around the bubble. Most of them looked very casual, but their fighting power, judging from the huge size of these strange creatures and the sharp scales everywhere, they should be considered strong. Almost all of these strange creatures are hundreds of meters tall. Bubbles are really just bubbles in front of them. And of course, NPCs are almost like little people who have strayed into the land of giants in front of them. Because these strange creatures are too big. They are crowded around, and the sense of oppression they bring is also strong. But they look very alert. Yoshi took a step forward in the bubble, and they all took another step back. Yu's eyes slowly moved down and landed on the box he was carrying. The tightly closed box was pushed open a crack, and the golden tentacles were placed on the box mouth, shaking gently, intimidating the whole audience. You could fully understand why they behaved like this. The expedition team had fully realized the terrifying nature of Doodlin through the voyage during this period of time. Hai sighed, and woke up the other expedition members one by one. We have to contact the kingdom. Hai glanced at the group of huge creatures outside the bubble, informed the king that there was a small accident. Hai did not regard the expedition team that fell into the seabed innocently after the ship fell apart as victims. On the contrary, he believed from the bottom of his heart that these unfortunate sea creatures were the real victims. Chapter 152 Public Beta 30 The Kingdom's Response. When He Xingwen received the news from the South China Sea expedition team, Andy Su was signing the agreement that Jia had hurriedly made. Andy Su, who was dragged out of the forging room, did not look at the thick stack of agreements carefully at all. After knowing the king's intention, he signed his name without hesitation. Compared with the mage with many demands and the druid who was procrastinating, the difference was obvious. Andy Su looked around this suddenly quiet atmosphere, broke the silence, and repeated Yan's words just now. The expedition team had a small accident? Yen nodded, not caring about the dwarf's somewhat abrupt presence, and continued to say to the king, they capsized when they went deep into the South China Sea. In fact, the expedition team had gone deeper into the South China Sea than expected. After all, it was a world belonging to the underwater civilization, and they did not welcome outsiders. Yin continued to report, the underwater creatures hijacked them on purpose. Hearing this, Andy Su sat up a little straighter and smelled the smell of gunpowder. It was not the smell of gunpowder from the Undersea Kingdom. The Undersea Kingdom, which lacked strong connections with the mainland, might not know about the rise of the kingdom at all, let alone make targeted hostile actions. Besides, why would the underwater civilization conquer the mainland? They were not interested in the mainland. The smell of gunpowder that Andy Su's smell came from the kingdom. The recent big moves of the kingdom were too imaginative, and the king did not hide the intention of the kingdom to expand its territory rapidly. Coincidentally, after the Arcane Academy and the Everfree Forest began to negotiate, the only land bordering the kingdom, but not yet incorporated into the kingdom, was the South China Sea. In this situation, the sudden occurrence of undersea creatures purposefully hijacking the kingdom's people is like a pillow. When you are sleepy, it is just the right time, and it perfectly gives the kingdom a reasonable reason to point the spearhead at the South China Sea. Of course, if someone said before that he wanted to conquer the South China Sea, then everyone's consensus on this is absolutely a daydream. The vastness of the South China Sea and the many ferocious unknown creatures on the seabed allow the underwater civilization to exist independently of the continental civilization. Of course, the more important point is that the races on the continent cannot survive on the seabed for a long time, and conquering a territory that cannot be occupied at all is meaningless. Compared with meaninglessness, the price to be paid for conquering it is too high. For a long time, has always maintained its independent attributes, belonging to the underwater civilization alone, allowing the mainland to surge. Ezigen established a trade channel between the South China Sea and the mainland. But that's all. But now, Andy Su glanced at the young king, and had no doubt that this was the king's next goal. Although it was a bit unbelievable. The king seemed to be really keen on conquering everything within his sight, including the South China Sea, where the cost and benefits were completely disproportionate. Another more unbelievable point was that the king tried to complete his conquest in a merciful way. And he even did it. Although there were countless questions about this, Andy Su had no intention of knowing the answer. Wouldn't it be better for him to study the effective use of black bloodstone? Hijack them on purpose? He Xingwen glanced at Yen, who was very interested, and was not sure about his guess. Are you keeping me in suspense? I think this is very interesting. Yen did not deny it. On the contrary, he was a little too excited, although we don't know why they want to hijack the kingdom's expedition team. The current situation is that this group of sea creatures overturned the expedition team's ship and discovered the existence of Dujlan when they tried to hijack the expedition team. Yen is a thorough warmonger. The reason why he is so excited is very simple. He smells the breath of war, victory and glory. Huang took over Yen's words and calmed the conversation again. The expedition team contacted the kingdom because Dujlan entered the sea. That's a big problem. He Xingwen said objectively, if we don't pay attention, the underwater civilization may have to take a big step back. One of the most well-known characteristics of Dujlan is that there are no other creatures in the sea where it is located. Dujlan will release a layer of self-protection liquid in a dormant state. It is not its venom, but it is enough to leave no survivors in the sea where it is located. This was the main reason why the underwater civilization was suppressed by it. Who could bear it if a bunch of unlucky people died at any time? Of course, this was the characteristic of Dujlan before extinction. After extinction, Dujlan has obviously improved in this regard. At least the sea area of the kingdom is so crowded, but it is still full of vitality. But this is just to illustrate another point. How terrible Dujlan's toxins are, especially in the seabed. Seawater is the best way to spread. Enough for Dujlan to nuclear the whole place under the provocation of the enemy. Huang added, fortunately, those sea creatures are very restrained and have not yet caused Dujlan to counterattack. Andy Su felt sympathetic. They saved the underwater civilization. At least the civilization of the nearby underwater kingdoms. Yin did not resonate with the other's ideas. He excitedly got to the point. King, they threaten the personal safety of the people of the kingdom. I think the kingdom needs to give them a warning. Andy Su and the others cast their eyes at Yin, and the meaning of their eyes was clear. Didn't you realize that you are so inhumane? Are you going to sacrifice millions of people to the heavens? Yen didn't know whether he was too slow to notice the meaning of their gazes, or too excited to ignore the gazes of others. He continued, "Let them give the South China Sea Expedition team compensation for mental damages, etc." Yen, who was not on the same page with the others, spoke quickly. Of course, it would be better if they could recognize the reality and take the initiative to surrender to the kingdom. But the races in this world seem to find it difficult to recognize the reality. So I think it is more important to establish a way to contact the South China Sea first. As for the follow-up, he said confidently, anyway, Dujilan is already on the bottom of the sea. This is the idea of the South China Sea immediately. Andy Su cast his eyes on the king without surprise. He Xingwen put his hand on his chin, ignored Yan's words, and continued the previous topic. Let the expedition team remain restrained and return as soon as possible. Wang confirmed with the king, are you returning directly with Dujilan? They haven't completed the task of exploring the South China Sea. Yin straightened his back and applied to the king. I almost forgot to report to you. You asked me to organize an expedition team to go to the South China Sea to see the situation before. I am ready, and can set off at any time. We had been waiting until the Battle of the Everfree Forest to start. But we were not ready. And we were ready just a few days after returning from the Everfree Forest? He Xingwen did not argue with Yin about his little thoughts the NPCs might be different. But their loyalty to the kingdom was beyond doubt. Undersea civilization. He Xingwen pondered this word, and his eyes unconsciously drifted to the system beside him. It was purely subconscious, so that when the system spoke, he realized his subconscious action. System, I think Yan's suggestion is very good. The system projected the map of this world onto He Xingwen's retina, in which the Land of Gods, the Arcane Academy, the Everfree Forest, and the top of the mountains were all dyed with the same color and marked as the kingdom's territory, while the rest were marked as the territory of the other world. The sharp contrast of the two different colors on the same map was very visually impactful. He Xingwen took a look and understood the meaning of the system's words. The area of the kingdom's territory after including the Everfree Forest, the top of the mountains, and the Arcane Academy almost occupied half of the entire other world. But it is called almost because the area occupied by another color on the map is larger than that of the kingdom. System, this is not your problem. Your expansion behavior is very efficient. No. In fact, when the system showed the results in front of He Xingwen with such a shocking map, He Xingwen did not realize that he was only one step away from completing the task. But when you expand, the world is also expanding. The system had to tell He Xingwen this unfortunate news in a sense. He enlarged the undetailed areas on the edge of the map. There are still worlds that are constantly bordering it. But these worlds are increasingly difficult to attract the attention of the natives. They have become accustomed to constantly accepting new civilizations. And the powerful fighting power of the natives is enough for them to ignore the dangers brought by the remaining lucky ones. So, the new civilizations in the marginal areas have been ignored. Indeed, those other races that bordered this world in the early 5th era can still get a chance to be introduced separately on the map drawn by the devil. But the further back the timeline goes, the fewer times the new civilization appears on the map. And even a large part of the newly bordered worlds get an introduction that the devil does not understand in the end. System, in order to maintain the balance between the two worlds and avoid losing balance due to the expansion of the territory of the other world, I suggest that you take the South China Sea as the next conquest target. He Xingwen was still immersed in the shock that he was close to completing the task. The next second, his eyes swept across the main task at the bottom of the Mind Palace, and suddenly calmed down. Main task uniqueness. Ensure that the kingdom is not assimilated into the other world as part of the other world. Phase 1. Expand the kingdom's territory and accept other races from another world. 80% progress. Obviously, as long as you work hard, you can complete the task quickly. But this is only the first phase. You don't think that the expansion of the kingdom's territory is the end, right? He Xingwen stared at the words Phase 1 for a few seconds. For a moment, he thought his story could end here. Obviously, he thought too much. He Xingwen asked, what is the second stage? The system always gives answers to all questions. You can look at the second half of the description of the first stage. Accepting other races from other worlds. The map on He Xingwen's retina changed color, and different shades of red were irregularly distributed on the map. The color on the Neva Plain was the darkest, followed by the South China Sea, and the lightest areas were the top of the mountains, the Endless Forest, and the Arcane Academy. The Land of God's Fall was excluded because it had no red at all, in the more or less red distribution. Only the land of God's fall was blank. This is the distribution map of the number of intelligent creatures in the other world. The system did not mean to keep the secret and directly reveal the answer. There are no intelligent creatures in the land of God's fall. And the vast mountain tops and the endless forest have too few intelligent creatures. The mountain tops were previously judged to be resource depleted, and dwarves and other creatures left here, and the endless forest was caused by the druids' xenophobia. The number of plants in the endless forest is far greater than the number of druids and tree people. But plants are not intelligent creatures. He Xingwen understood the meaning of the existence of the second stage. These territories that nominally belonged to the kingdom were basically vast and sparsely populated areas. This resulted in the kingdom occupying enough territory to be divided in half with the other world. But the number of intelligent creatures was far lower than that of the other world. Maintaining the balance between the kingdom and the other world is not easy. If you are not careful, it will become a situation where one side assimilates the other side due to imbalance. Of course, for the other world, assimilating the kingdom, a new civilization, into its part is what they want, but for He Xingwen, he neither wants to be assimilated nor assimilate the other world. Only by maintaining the balance between the two worlds can the other world be saved. This is the reason why the Game Master Console appeared, and it is also what He Xingwen has been doing since the beginning. After saving the Earth, save the other world again. After a brief thought, He Xingwen returned to the conversation. The NPCs who were silently waiting for He Xingwen to finish the conversation with the unknown existence did not show any abnormality. Even Andy Su was used to it. Since Yen is ready, He Xingwen, then you should get ready to go. Just now he said that the expedition team should return immediately. This attitude changed too quickly. Others muttered in their hearts, guessing that the unknown existence said something to the king, causing the king to change his mind. Yen reacted the fastest. I'll go right away. He stood up, walked a few steps toward the door, and then stopped to ask the king what he meant. What should I do after I arrive in the South China Sea? He Xingwen nodded at him. Yen got a positive answer, immediately abandoned other thoughts, and left the room excitedly. After Yen left, the scene was quiet for a moment, and Huang broke the silence and said, do you want the previous expedition team to come back? Or, before the expedition team led by Yen arrives, let them deal with the environment in the South China Sea? Andy Su's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Huang with a new perspective. Huang's presence was not high. Most of the time, he was either helping to share documents or standing beside Yen to clean up for him, which made it easy for people to ignore his presence. But the other party just said something very scary with a calm face. As expected, these citizens of the kingdom should not be underestimated. Ah! Andy Su thought so while silently reducing his presence. Let them contact those underwater civilizations and prepare for subsequent communication. He Xingwen warned Huang, no need. I don't want to see large-scale casualties. Huang understood the king's meaning and left to convey the king's request to the South China Sea expedition team. There were only 2 people left at the scene, and just spoke immediately. Since the South China Sea issues are on the agenda, I remembered another thing. Just said to the king, the map of the devil should be drawn. He Xingwen reacted for a few seconds before he remembered what the map of the devil was. This was almost 100 chapters apart. If she hadn't mentioned it, He Xingwen would have really forgotten that the devil had an unfinished task and name a world map with detailed roads and cities. But the devil's understanding of the underwater kingdom, He Xingwen said halfway, thinking that it was meaningless to excuse the devil. So he let you go. You do it. She received the king's order and left the room. So, only He Xingwen and Andy Su were left at the scene. Andy Su realized this belatedly. He looked around the empty room and suddenly regretted that he didn't leave earlier. Then if there is nothing else, the dwarf said straightforwardly, I will go back to study the black blood stone? He Xingwen didn't answer him. He stared at his back for a few seconds and asked the system uncertainly, isn't he taking revenge on the devil because the devil wanted to trick him before? What? The devil wanted to trick you before? You also wanted to take revenge on the devil? Andy Su pricked up his ears and couldn't help but slow down his pace. I think this is only a small part of the reason. System, obviously. We don't need to doubt that NPCs will have too many ideas of their own. Their loyalty to you is imprinted in the 4 national settings of the game main console. I wanted to ask this a long time ago. He Xingwen paused, swallowed the second half of the sentence, and cast a look at Andy Su who was still present. How is your research on the effective use of black blood stone going? It's all because of this damn curiosity. Andy Su, who did not leave in time, stopped and briefly introduced to Yixingwen the information that the dwarves had recently obtained from the core area of the forging table and transportation tools that had been disassembled and upgraded, and reported the efficiency problems of other production lines. Finally, he gave a general conclusion: there have been some breakthroughs, but they cannot be used like the tools in the kingdom. As if the black blood stone is not dangerous at all. He paused and asked the question that the dwarves had been curious about for a long time. Who made these tools that effectively control the energy of the black blood stone? Who can be so advanced in the research and utilization of black blood stone that the dwarves and mages can't keep up with the other party's pace even if they study day and night? Yixingwen gave a universal answer: one of the miracles of the Father God. It is not wrong to say that this is the main console of the game. The changes caused by upgrading the kingdom are classified as miracles created by the Father God. Which is natural. The dwarf fell silent for this answer. I still don't understand why the Father God fell. There are so many memories and emotions in this sentence that Yixingwen couldn't react for a while. For the creatures of this world, the meaning of the Father God's existence is like the peaceful time of exploring the ether before the Dark Ages, which is deeply engraved in their minds, but can no longer be possessed. They lost their Creator God, and they lost the elders who led this world to the right path. After the dwarf left the room, Yixingwen still didn't come back from silence. The system waited patiently for a moment, and after the silence exceeded a certain limit, he broke the silence and said, "The Father God just fell when he should have fallen. He made the best choice for his creation. Yet he was as greedy for the meager temperature as the dwarf, and the warmth between intelligent creatures. Then this world might no longer exist now." Very rational and typical speech of intelligent creatures. Yixingwen smiled, put aside the extra emotion, and continued what he had not finished saying before because of the presence of the dwarf. "There is one thing I am very curious about," Yixingwen asked. "Why did the Game Master Console issue those 4 national settings? The system was a little surprised. That was not issued by it, but was transformed from the rules you obtained." Yixingwen interrupted him. "But it has the final say on what national settings the rules are transformed into, doesn't it?" The system said objectively. "With the rigid intelligence level of the Game Master Console, it is probably impossible to have the self-awareness of it has the final say. A system that only runs according to the program. There is nothing to doubt. Or do you have any thoughts on this?" After the system said this, Yixingwen became a little unsure about his originally vague guess. Since we speculate that the NPC is the creation of the Father God, and the game main console has established their absolute loyalty to me almost from the beginning, then what do you think? Will I be the Father God? The system was a little surprised. We have discussed this before. And the Father God has completely fallen. He was very sure of this. If you are related to the Father God, the demons cannot be unaware of it. But they also didn't notice the connection between the game main console and the Father God. Yixingwen didn't trust Nilida and his radar of the Father God very much after all. The previous experience is there. The system paused for 2 seconds. My database is very sure that the Father God has completely fallen. The system is always right. And countless past experiences have proved this. Yixingwen was convinced. This is indeed just a groundless guess. Yixingwen diverted his attention and said, "So, what is your best solution for how to incorporate the South China Sea into the kingdom map?" Chapter 153 Public Beta 31 and Reality 27 After the dungeon ends. Forum. Fuck. I got a mecha. Dwarves are awesome. Dwarves are the eternal gods. OP. I am not talented, but I am fortunate to be ranked in the top 10 in points. Not only did I get a mecha, I also got all the space bags and other things. To be honest, mecha is indeed a man's romance. The top 10 in points are all old acquaintances. Does the OP's ID look a bit unfamiliar? Mecha? Show me the picture. OP, exoskeleton armor picture. Fuck. This metal texture is so cool. Mecha is a man's romance +1. Damn. I am just a little bit away from the top 10. Just a little bit away? Decimal point? Wake up. The 11th place is a full digit away from the top 10 in points. And other players can't catch up. Sure enough, the commander's points are much higher than ours. We ordinary players, who can only charge, can only rank 28th. This is a sarcasm. Most of the guys in the forum are ranked outside the top 1000, and can only get some reputation and goodwill, and are ranked 28th. Who is the majority with you? I am in the top 1000. You forgot another important point. This mecha is not only handsome, but also can fly. Fuck. I also want this mecha. I don't expect a mission reward, but at least open a purchase channel. I am willing to spend money to buy it. Flying is nothing. It can also assist in attack. Comprehensively improve the attributes. Wow. Wait. Our game has character attributes? No. It's just an ether point. And it can only be increased by killing monsters. I mean, this thing is a magic weapon. Really? Then can you beat the mage with it? Don't dream. Let alone the player wearing it. I doubt that even the dwarf wearing it can beat the mage. The mage? That is the god of ether. Speaking of the dwarf wearing it, I found that the NPCs seem to have a set of this thing. Don't ask. If you ask, it's issued by the Kingdom Unification. Fuck. This welfare treatment. When can the players enjoy it? Don't think about it. I looked at the time limit for the regularization task. It's several years. I'm afraid it won't be until the game goes bankrupt. NPCs give uniform equipment to players? That's too good to be true. Is this game going to go bankrupt? I've repeated this many times. This game doesn't charge anything. It's supported by the state. Picture of exoskeleton armor on NPC. Picture of exoskeleton armor posted by the original poster. I studied it for a long time. These two seem to be different. Is the armor on the NPC bigger than the original posters? It seems to be really different. The armor structure of the NPC's hands, feet, and waist is obviously more complicated. So the player got a simplified version? It's very likely. Isn't this too much? It's okay for players not to get free armor. But the armor they got back through their own military exploits is still a simplified version? You, a temporary citizen, want to be treated the same as a formal citizen? Why not? I shed blood for the kingdom, and I have done meritorious service for the king. I want to see the king. Play with memes in moderation. I don't care if it's a simplified version or not. Weakness is a matter of version. But being cool is a matter of life. As a temporary citizen, I defeated the Arcane Academy. What about the official citizen? Just to remind you, the official citizen defeated the Everfree Forest. So the question is, which one is stronger? The Arcane Academy or the Everfree Forest? To be honest, the Everfree Forest is definitely stronger. You see, players can at least enter the territory of the Arcane Academy. But in the Everfree Forest, players can't even enter the door. Besides, you all saw the tree man. His size is comparable to that of the mage. Not to mention the mages. The bear is comparable to him. Players are going to beat him with his head? This question is meaningless. Anyway, both of them were defeated by the kingdom. So, did those players complete the job change to Druid? Speaking of this, I strongly protest. Why didn't this game cancel the job change function? If it wasn't for the fact that the mage ran away during the public beta, and the druid only deducted favor, I wouldn't have changed my job to Forger. I know that Dudu and the others went to the Druid Academy. At Dudu, did they change their job to Druid? Dudu, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Not only did we not change our job, we were also detained by the tree man to do volunteer work. Dudu, the tree man said that in order to ensure that we have enough love and patience for plants, he wanted to cultivate a good relationship between us and plants. So he decided to let us take care of the plants day and night. You must have been deceived by the tree man. Changing jobs is such a simple thing. Why does he have so many requirements? Dudu, the reason given by the tree man is that treating plants as one's brothers and sisters is the prerequisite for changing to a druid. If this is not met, there is no way to change. Fortunately, I didn't join in the fun. When designing the druid profession, was the planner brainwashed by environmentalism? How is this brainwashing? This is clearly the brain being eaten by plants. You still have to listen to the devil. It is really impossible for a normal person to successfully change to this profession. It's not a big deal if you don't change to a druid. Is a new profession going to be opened? Suddenly alert.jpg. What? A new profession is going to be opened. Great scientist? Isn't the Science Academy already? Just waiting to open the door to welcome guests. The adjective open to welcome guests is a bit strange. But it doesn't matter. What's important is that it has been cleaned up a long time ago. But there has been no movement. Before, players were doing quests. So even if there was movement, it would be useless. Now everyone has completed the quests. Right? Actually, I saw it when I was cleaning up the materials. The application submitted by you for the opening of the Science Academy for enrollment was approved by the king. Fuck. It's that novice village chief quest again. I also want to know this kind of first-hand news. What are you excited about? How long has this novice village chief quest been going on? It hasn't ended yet. Maybe it will last for 2 or 3 years. And there will be results after all the players have been converted to regular employees. This quest has been delayed from the internal test to now. It's indeed a bit long. No one asked the planner? Ask His Majesty the King? Come on. His Majesty the King doesn't have time to worry about these things now. Don't you pay attention to social networks? I paid attention. But the forum prohibits current affairs and politics, so no one discusses it. It is said that something big has finally happened abroad. Governments of various countries are busy pushing forward the negotiation project of the overseas server of the holographic game. It is said that even the public beta date is about to be determined. This is said to be too fake. You will know if you stay in the social network account of His Majesty the King for a few days. His Majesty the King did not mention the overseas public beta at all. This matter? His Majesty the King can also intervene? What do you mean by intervention? It means that His Majesty the King has the final say. The forum prohibits current affairs and politics. Do you want to be deleted? Original poster. No. The last account was blocked because of discussing current affairs and politics. I want to use this account for a few more days. Everyone. Don't discuss this. Anyway. It will be a global public beta when it is time. Let's focus on the game. I heard that a new map is going to be opened. What? Open a new map? Who told you? Original poster. I heard from Andy Su that something happened in the South China Sea. South China Sea? I guess it's time to go to the South China Sea. The kingdoms on all sides have almost been defeated. And only the South China Sea is left. I heard it from Andy Su. I know who the OP is. Among the top 10 players in the points ranking. Only one player has a good relationship with the dwarves to know such news. Master Li Ming. The style of your forum is quite different from the style of your game. I didn't recognize it. OP, the internet is a connection. Cherish this relationship, blooming flowers. JPG. The feeling is coming. It's you? Don't change the subject. So are there any quests in the South China Sea? Don't do it like the Endless Forest, where players will just watch NPCs go through the plot and not see the main point. OP, I don't know. But Yen seems to have started organizing an expedition team. You can go and see if the expedition team accepts players. Thank you, OP. I'm going. Special Investigation Bureau. Finally. We have reached a preliminary conclusion. These foreigners. Someone stretched and looked in the direction of the projector. What did His Majesty say? Xiaoming gave him a simple and clear answer. No. The other party immediately sat up straight and was a little anxious. Why didn't you agree? We made a lot of money from them this time. And the conditions are all favorable to us. What does His Majesty have any objection to it? Xiaoming calmly comforted the other party. His Majesty means that if China agrees to reduce the number of players in the next public beta test open to China, then he can cooperate with us and initially provide foreign players with provide holographic game cabins. Reduce the number of Chinese public beta players? How could the leader agree to this? The other party shouted, didn't we confirm this with His Majesty the King before? Didn't he propose to open holographic games to foreign countries? How come he changed his mind after just a few days? Xiaoming, His Majesty the King didn't change his mind. He just didn't agree with the time you agreed to open holographic games to foreign countries. His Majesty the King meant that this time must be determined by him. Then he will decide? It depends on the situation. So he doesn't have a definite date. And he doesn't agree to follow our agreement? The other party was furious. We have been working for several months with hundreds of people. And His Majesty the King dismissed us with one word? Is there any organization and discipline? There were more than 10 people sitting at the scene. And no one paid attention to him. And they were talking among themselves. When the other party found that no one paid attention to him at all, he skillfully gave himself a way out. So? Someone calmly reminded him, if you have finished speaking, it will be someone else's turn to speak. The other party shut up. And another person started the microphone. Regarding the map of the other world, we have basically restored the general appearance based on the video and the information obtained from the intelligent creatures in the other world. The projector projected an extremely detailed world map, on which the scope of different forces was clearly marked. At present, His Majesty has conquered almost half of the continent. The other party used very cautious words. We have not yet determined whether His Majesty's purpose is to conquer the other world or something else. I think we need to determine this as soon as possible, so that we can formulate targeted countermeasures. As for the detailed report on the culture and basics of the other world, After the other party said a series of drowsy words, he finally ended the report and let another person speak. The other party's speech was more direct. We have asked experts in various fields to identify the plants in the greenhouse of the Druid Academy. There is almost no plant that exists on the earth, according to the words of the tree people and the Druids. These are extinct plants. I think we can trade with His Majesty again. This may be difficult. His Majesty has clearly stated that extinct creatures will not be used for trading. They will only survive in the kingdom's territory. And at present, we don't have anything that His Majesty is interested in. Someone interjected, as a human being, His Majesty the King can be regarded as a model of selflessness, let alone wealth. The other party does not even seek fame and fortune. So what else can attract the other party? Another person spoke. The results of the previous experiment are out. Changing to a formal profession is helpful for players to master the ether on Earth. According to the performance of special ability users, it strengthens their connection with the ether. But there is no degree to which the skills learned in the other world can be released on Earth after changing jobs. Whether advanced professions, such as animal whisperers, will have further impact on players. There is no definite conclusion yet. It is not denied that there will be more obvious impacts after the player level is increased. But from the current performance, I personally think that holographic games have a great significance for the revival of spiritual energy. It indirectly or directly prompts people to further explore and understand ether. Someone asked, didn't this conclusion come out before the public beta of the game? So, the reason for raising it again is that the impact of holographic games on the recovery of spiritual energy is more profound than we previously judged. It can almost be said that the progress of holographic games is synchronously promoting the impact of spiritual energy recovery on humans. Another person began to report, regarding the situation of animal mutations. The current sea routes have been attacked by unknown creatures many times. My country has initially suspended routes in certain dangerous areas and prohibited excessive penetration of offshore areas. The situation in the sky is also very bad. Many birds of prey have mutated and migrated. At present, no less than 10 planes have been attacked by birds. And there have even been cases of plane crashes. Foreign countries have taken aggressive actions to ensure the safety of aviation and sea areas. But for now, this is useless except for making mutant creatures attack humans more frequently. We must admit that the degree of animal mutation is much faster than the speed of human research on ether. And the farther away from human areas, the higher the degree of mutation of wild animals. For example, the relevant videos said back not long ago showed the ability of marine creatures in the deep sea when hunting. We must be prepared for mutant animals to get out of control and impact the mainland. Has it reached this level? At present, the plant and animal mutations in the city are within the controllable range. It is worth mentioning that the mutations in the uninhabited area are also very exciting. And the rarely visited by my mountain has been closed recently after people disappeared. These problems are much more serious than the previous ones. After all, humans live on the earth. These developments don't sound very good. What about the situation of people with special abilities? People with special abilities are adapting and controlling their abilities. But for now, in the face of high-threat technological products such as firearms, most people with special abilities have no chance to fight back. The impact of ether on humans is much lighter than that on plants and animals. This is a good thing. But if we allow plants and animals to continue to mutate, I'm afraid the revival of spiritual energy will have to be renamed the end of the world. Does His Majesty know about this? What does he say? Xiaoming perked up and interrupted the conversation of the big guys. I haven't discussed this with His Majesty in detail. But according to our description of His Majesty's abilities, he should be aware of these situations. Since he didn't take the initiative to mention it, I tend to think that he feels that these are not enough to evolve into a human crisis. That depends on whether our definition of human crisis is different from his. Someone muttered, maybe he can accept the death of 100 people. But we can't accept any of them. There was silence for a moment. Xiaoming reminded the other party, that's because we should fulfill the government's responsibility to protect the personal safety of Chinese citizens. But His Majesty the King does not belong to the government. Strictly speaking, His Majesty the King is a Chinese citizen. You can't ask a person who does not belong to the organization to have the same bottom line as us. And this request may once again undermine our cooperation with His Majesty the King. That's right. We can't justifiably hope for help from others. The last person made the final decision. This is the Chinese country of China, not His Majesty the King's kingdom in another world. Speaking of this, someone interrupted. Said, regarding the so-called democratic communist system of the kingdom. Sociologists have basically determined that it is at the same level as the Paris Commune and will not become a higher form of social model. The democratic communist system of the kingdom is based on the existence of the Father God. Even if he comes up with a more outrageous system, as long as the Father God still favors him, the kingdom will not have any unstable factors, which is completely different from the earth. Speaking of this, what is the relationship between the Father God and His Majesty the King? Is that system the Father God? The scene fell into silence after this question. And this question was beyond their ability. Kingdom. Nolita opened the door and saw the person coming. Very impatient. Why is it you? What are you doing here? She glanced at the players approaching in their direction, flashed into the villa, and closed the door. The demons in the house cast their eyes towards them because of the noise. Kenty, who was standing by the window, caught a glimpse of the outsiders and was a little surprised. Isn't this? He pretended to recall. But in fact, he was setting a trap for Nolita. Who are you going to trick? Nolita rolled his eyes at him. This is the most useful person in front of the king. Do you want to offend him and bring the demons with you? Kenty echoed him. Oh, my father. This sounds terrible. She had no interest in their performance, and would not be angered by such a level of rhetoric. He stated his purpose. The king thinks that your map should be finished. Nolita's exaggerated expression was stunned for a moment, and then he became serious in an instant. And he fully proved the devil's IQ with a series of questions. The king's eyes are looking at more distant areas? Which force is the kingdom going to attack? The South China Sea? She did not answer his question. He stretched out his hand. Map. Nolita looked back at the map on the drawing board with only a corner drawn, touched his chin, and said to himself, Are you here to take revenge on me? To reiterate, she is really not that boring. He followed Debalita's line of sight and looked at the drawing board, and said in an unquestionable tone, You can finish it. I only drew this little bit. Nolita gestured with his hand to show how small this point was, indicating that he could not meet this requirement. I am afraid you have to give me some time. Zhou was a little confused. You don't agree with the expansion of the kingdom? I didn't say that. Nolita jumped up and said, I was just lazy and didn't finish it. We all know that if you want, you can finish it at any time. So if you want to refuse, I'm afraid you need a reasonable explanation that will not anger the king. She showed a business smile, and a reasonable explanation from the people of the kingdom. Nolita put aside his exaggerated expression and asked in confusion, How do you know? He turned his eyes and said firmly, You are spying on us? This is a very simple conclusion. She pointed to the canvas with only a small map, with a level of demons seeking benefits and avoiding harm. You will risk angering the king and be lazy? This is very unreasonable. Too much is as bad as too little. She reminded the other party. The map is too small. Nolita did not find the loopholes in the other party's explanation, so he had to look at the other party with a very distrustful look. The king told you? As far as I know, the king can know everything that happens in the kingdom. She was not interested in arguing with the devil about this. This is one of the ways the devil usually gets information, using a known problem to get more relevant information. It's not because they really don't know the answer to the question. He reminded the other party. Map. Nolita walked closer to the drawing board, unwilling to give up, and forced a question. So, the king plans to take action in the South China Sea? Just some necessary understanding. Just stared at Nolita for a few seconds, and suddenly smiled. In fact, I am more interested in the map. I knew you were trying to trick me. JPG. The devil smiled. What a coincidence. The devil knows this continent very well, including the South China Sea. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the canvas. The lines on the canvas automatically extended and filled with different words. Almost in an instant, a complete and detailed map was created by the devil. She kept smiling and said, Then I guess you also know something about the new civilizations bordering the edge of the continent? Nolita peeled off the animal skin that had been placed for several months from the drawing board, and showed no abnormality in this question. I know a little bit. He handed the map to Zhe, and was just surprised. The king is still interested in them. I am more interested in them personally. Zhe unfolded the map, glanced at it roughly, nodded with satisfaction, and then walked towards the door as if he really came for this. After all, the new civilizations bordering this world are more dangerous than each other, aren't they? Nolita didn't respond. When he saw Zhe walk to the door and was about to leave, he suddenly said, Let's be frank. What do you want to say? Jia held the door handle, his back to the devil, and didn't rush to turn it. I just want to remind you that they are much more dangerous to this world than the kingdom. Jia turned the door handle and made an extremely slight sound. You have to be careful. The villa fell into silence after the other party left. Kinty, what on earth is he here for? Nolita sat back in his chair and sighed, although it's a bit far-fetched to say this. He really seems to be here to remind us to pay attention to the newly connected worlds. I thought he was here to take revenge on you for trying to trick him before? Nolita yelled in dissatisfaction. I didn't trick him successfully. Why should he take revenge on me? Kenny said objectively, if it were you, you would retaliate regardless of whether the other party succeeded or not. Nobuta scratched his head and said confidently, I am a demon. He is not. Nobuta's expression became serious. He is very busy. How can he care about such trivial matters? Kenny pointed out the problem. In other words, he made a special trip for this, which is a big deal. Nobuta showed a melancholy expression and sighed. There are indeed many demons stranded in those newly bordered civilizations due to force majeure. Otherwise, there would not be only a few hundred demons in the kingdom's territory. The total number of demons is not so small. More demons encountered some troubles in those newly bordered civilizations, and had to continue to stay. Kenny pointed out the problem. But other forces on the continent don't know this. Those newly connected civilizations are at the outermost edge of the continent. In the long period of time when they are constantly connecting with new civilizations, the outermost area of the continent has become extremely vast and complex. And it has formed its own ecosystem. Kinty, this does sound a bit bad. But why should the demons pay more attention? Nolita snorted in dissatisfaction. Do we look like people who are keen on maintaining world peace? Kenny was too lazy to pay attention to his performance. You let the demons who stay there pay attention. If the situation gets out of control, notify us immediately. Why notify us? Nobuta continued to hum unhappily. I don't want to find trouble for myself. Then when you send a mental link to notify other demons, can you not be so quick? Kenny calmly complained. I can't see that you are unhappy at all. Nobuta said confidently. I don't want to find trouble for myself. But it doesn't mean I won't find trouble for the king. Kenny changed sides in an instant and stood on Nobuta's side. That's right. The king likes these. Nobuta, save the world? Kinty, obviously. He is passionate about it. Chapter 154 Public Beta 32 Large-Scale Mission, South China Sea Crisis. While the demons were talking about his visit, Yin was preparing to set off for the South China Sea. The first step is to form an expedition team. Considering the danger level and distance of the South China Sea, Yin has very strict standards for expedition team members. But the strict selection process has just begun, and players who heard the news from somewhere flocked in and enthusiastically began to recommend themselves. An expedition to the South China Sea? I'm perfect for it. Bring your own food. And I don't care about life or death. As long as there is a mission. I'll do it. I'll do it. My last dungeon score was ranked 108. What are they talking about? Yen. Choose me. I've changed my job to a speed builder. The third stage of a forger. An excellent assistant. Who else but me? It's definitely worth taking me with you. I don't think they're suitable. We're going to explore the South China Sea. What's the most important thing? Courage. I'm very courageous. If you don't believe me, just look. As he said that, he threw an egg at Yen. But fortunately, Yen slapped it away with a knife in the middle. Otherwise it would probably hit Yen's head. Everyone was so impressed by the other party's courage that the extremely noisy scene was quiet for a moment. And everyone saluted the warrior. Yi Quan, who saw the scene from a distance, couldn't help but show a strange expression of grinning, because he could always find all kinds of unimaginable weirdness among the players. So that he had to firmly believe one thing: the lower limit of human beings is far lower than imagined. And fools and idiots are far from the limit of human stupidity. Yin glanced at the egg, expressionlessly deducted all the warrior's favor, and sent him away from sight with a knife. A true warrior dares to face the bloody reality. Before doing this warrior must have anticipated this outcome. Right? Sure enough, he is very courageous. The players stood in awe, then instantly put it behind their minds, and continued to promote themselves to Yen. Yen was surrounded by players, and could not move an inch. He suddenly felt murderous and slightly exerted force on the handle of the knife, which caused several dangerous veins to burst out. Yi Quan appeared at this time as the former commander of the guerrilla team. He was currently ranked in the top 10 in the previous mission points. He was not low in popularity among the players. The greetings from the outside of the crowd continued to the inside of the crowd. Yi Quan? You're here to take on the quest. 2? This NPC is a bit rigid. He doesn't talk. And he's always so slow in issuing quests. There's no sign of any quests. Don't let the NPCs take over again? No way. No way. Still here? The planner's brain is finally overflowing with water. Yi Quan walked in front of Yin. And simply and clearly got to the point. Did the king say that players can't be brought along? Yan's hand holding the hilt of the knife loosened a little. And he didn't answer this question, but looked at Yi Quan. From the perspective of the NPC, although the players are all ether balls, they are also different. Most of the ether balls have scattered white spots floating on their bodies, which are daily quests that the NPC can issue to these players, while some of the ether balls have a few golden lights floating on their bodies, which are special quests that the NPC can issue to these players. In addition to these light spots that allow NPCs to recognize at a glance what tasks they can issue to each other. There are more significant differences in the etheric balls. The difference in the etheric balls themselves. It is the embodiment of the player's etheric body in the other world. And the player's own attainments in ether are intuitively displayed on the etheric body, which is undoubtedly the best way to distinguish the strength of players. Although for most natives, this is meaningless. The strong players among the players are still weak in their eyes. And it is meaningless to the natives to distinguish which ant is stronger in a group of ants. But NPCs are different from natives. This is part of their work content. So, after the leaf dog appeared, Yen looked at him carefully for a moment. And after confirming from the golden light spots floating on the leaf dog that the other party could indeed receive the special task of the South China Sea expedition team, he had to give up his idea of killing and fulfill his duties. If possible. Yen definitely doesn't want to take a group of players to the South China Sea after all. Countless previous lessons are enough to prove that players will only lead everything out of control. Players are an uncontrollable factor. Apart from the king who can restrict them. Even NPCs can hardly ensure that players act according to their ideas. But obviously, Yen has no choice. After all, players are very important to the kingdom and the king. So, after the sudden silence, Yen spoke in a bad tone. You look better than other players and are capable of taking on more difficult challenges. What the hell? Is this NPC a masochist? He doesn't listen to good words and likes to be questioned? Ahem. I'll do it. Another player took a step forward and said, take me with you quickly. I'm going to the South China Sea. Understand? The next second, the knife flashed, and white light appeared, giving the second warrior a decent ending. The speed of drawing the knife scared the players so much that they even whispered a little bit. This doesn't look like a masochist. This knife is fast enough to kill people. Did the player just now miss the point? I think it may be just because Yi Quan meets the requirements of the task. Thinking carefully, it makes sense. But why? I reported. This is discrimination against ordinary players. I want to take a large task. I want to go to the South China Sea. The throwing tantrum player only had time to finish shouting this sentence. And then a white light flashed, and he was sent to the resurrection point by Yen, who was already impatient. Noisy. Yen spit out this word under the gaze of the players, and continued to stare at Yi Quan, saying his lines, I have a difficult task that will take a long time, but I believe the final reward will not disappoint you. Do you want to take this task? The pie fell into his arms, and Yi Quan did not hesitate at all, and took the task decisively. A task jumped out in front of him. Large-scale mission, South China Sea crisis. The South China Sea expedition team sent by the kingdom is trapped in the depths of the South China Sea. Marine creatures are looking at them. Doodlin is on the verge of losing control. In order to stop the South China Sea crisis, the king decided to send a new expedition team composed of Yen to the South China Sea. And you are one of them. Mission description. Stop the South China Sea crisis. Rewards for successful mission. The player with the highest contribution value will receive plus 1,000 points for the election of village chief of novice village. The second player with the second contribution value will receive plus 500 points for the election of village chief of novice village. The third player with the third contribution value will receive plus 100 points for the election of village chief of novice village. The rest of the players can get a number of credit points, a number of kingdom reputations, a number of kingdom favors, a number of yen favors, a number of king favors, and other rewards. Mission failure penalty. All players participating in the mission novice village chief election points 3,000. Yi Quan stared at the mission rewards and penalties for 2 seconds, and instantly understood the key point. Is this part of the novice village chief election? Yan ignored him, and after scanning the surroundings to see that there were no other players who could take on this mission, he walked straight out of the novice village, ready to get everything back on track. Continue with the first step of his expedition team. Selecting people. Other players responded enthusiastically to Yi Quan's words. What? That damn novice village chief again? Will this task ever be completed? When will it end from the internal beta to the public beta? Master Yi Quan, is this task reward related to the novice village chief? Damn it! It's confirmed that the public beta players are inferior. Why is this kind of task that runs through the main line only available to the internal beta players? For the sake of fairness, I strongly request that this task be repeated so that the majority of public beta players are eligible to participate in the election. Amid the noise of the players, Yi Quan followed Yan's footsteps while scanning the players, finding a few familiar and reliable players, and asked him to invite several other players who are eligible to run for the novice village chief. But I don't know who is eligible. The ordinary players who joined in the fun were confused. Other players were making a fuss on the side. Is there any need to ask this? Any master you don't know, but can name is one of them. Do you think it's a bit strange to say that? What's so strange? It's okay that these few masters were outstanding during the internal test. After all, there were few people in the internal test. But now there are more than 100,000 players in the public test. And we still only know those masters. As if there are no masters among the public test players. Who said there are no masters? Isn't Dudu a very outstanding female player? Although her level is a bit low. She performed very well in the previous Treeman mission. I understand how you feel. The masters in the internal test are too awesome. Dudu is indeed outstanding among ordinary people. But you can talk about the Master Leaf Dog. During the internal test, he explored the map of the Arcane Academy alone without any skills. And Li Ming, who changed his job to a mechanic directly during the internal test, and built a Gundam with his bare hands in the Arcane Academy mission. And Wushing, although he always posts spam, he is a serious master, and his social circle is all over the holographic game. Kant is really awesome. I remember that he is the commander-in-chief of the Arcane Academy. Right? Wow. He took away Ethernet with one set of steps. Then the logistics master like Lee must be on the list. Don't think he did nothing. He ranked 5th in the scoreboard for the Arcane Academy mission. Lee dispatched the logistics work of all players. As the commander of the guerrilla team, the master Yechuan died countless times and only ranked 10th. The gap is obvious. So, there are indeed many masters in the internal test, and they are awesome. The topic was diverted again and again. In the end, the players had forgotten the original topic and focused on the fact that there were many talents in the internal test. In fact, this is why the task of the novice village chief is carried out in the internal test and cancelled in the public test. The internal test players are carefully selected by the system. Basically, they are elites from all walks of life. Even those players who are selected because they are too idle must at least be at the same level as Wuxing. The composition of the public test players is very diverse, and it is difficult to accurately give them a positioning. If you must say something, you can only say, stupid netizens are happier. As a very important position, the novice village chief is obviously not suitable to be decided among stupid netizens. Yi Quan listened to the glorious achievements of his opponents and interrupted the topic that was getting off track. Write down the names. Levi, Wushing, Khan, Xian Wang, Wang Lunlun, Xiongda. Yi Quan reported a series of familiar names, and finally spit out the name of Li Ming. Li Ming. He may not want to take this task, but you should still tell him, just in case he is interested. The sand sculpture players, who like to watch the fun enthusiastically gave the invitation from Yi Quan to every player who is eligible to run for the village chief of the novice village. At the same time, Yan's selection of excellent NPCs from various cities in the kingdom is also progressing rapidly, and the unique obedience of NPCs has accelerated this speed. Other players who received Yi Quan's notification received the same task from Yin one by one, and when they saw the task rewards, they understood why Yi Quan asked them to take this task. The internal test has ended, and the mission of the novice village chief has been declared over. But the election for village chief has not ended. On the contrary, players who have qualified for the election for village chief through several large-scale tasks in the internal test have received the subsequent trivial tasks of this election in the public beta. the tasks open only to them, which are used to cultivate political sensitivity and the ability to handle affairs, are mostly trivial tasks such as sorting and archiving materials. However, they can get different campaign points according to their excellent performance after completing these tasks. Most of the players who have this qualification are diligently brushing these trivial tasks, and the masters who rank in the top few in the campaign points have even brushed a despairing number. The highest number is 2,403, which is only 1,403 points more than the first place in this large-scale task reward. But considering that the points of the players outside the top 10 are generally around 300 or 400, it can be seen that this number is indeed enough to make people despair. For players who are accumulating points, there is only one word for those who can accumulate more than 2,000 points, all. How excellent the performance of completing this task is, and how much more work is needed to get this astronomical number. By the way, the current number 1 in the campaign points is Greenleaf. It seems that the election of village chief is finally coming to an end? Wu Xing, who had been busy and disappeared for a long time, appeared again and concluded thoughtfully, the first place will be awarded with 1,000 points? Is this still the stingy system that only gives 2 or 3 points for each task? 2 or 3 points. Wang Xian showed a surprised expression. Don't you get 5 or 6 points for completing a task? Wu Xing released Dean's eyes towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian, mentally shocked. Morale dropped by 50. Courage dropped by 50. And tried to use Good Boy to avoid the attack. Wu Xing continued to release this skill towards Wang Xian. 5 or 6 points. Wang Luan just happened to hear Wang Xian's words, and was also surprised. Don't you get 7 or 8 points for completing a task? Wu Xing cancelled the skill release. Wu Xing cast his eyes on Wang Luan and changed the skill to Leader's Gaze. Wang Luan, mentally intimidated, worried about salary plus 50, triggered the instinct of social animals, changed the subject according to the situation, and immediately changed the topic. Try to avoid the attack. Wang Luan, haha. But this is not important. Then your performance should only be considered average? Du Kong, who was 1 step slower than Wang Xian, said slowly, according to my judgment, 10 points are almost the level of excellent tasks. Wu Xing cancelled the skill release. Wu Xing cast his eyes on Du Kong, and changed the skill to Leader. The skill release failed. The reason for failure: there is no leader-led relationship between the two parties. Wu Xing touched his nose. So he performed the worst, and got the lowest points for each task? This was a bit embarrassing. Although Wu Xing had never thought of becoming the head of the novice village, China had already made a decision on this task. Not interfering, not taking the initiative, and letting the players exercise their subjective initiative. In other words, let the players manage the players themselves. So for this task, not only Wu Xing's points were not very high, but the points of other members of the Special Investigation Bureau were not particularly high, such as He Shu, Wang Luan and the like. Wang Xian and Du Kong did not belong to the Special Investigation Bureau. At most, they were students attending classes at the Special Ability Training Center, so they were more free in this regard. But it was obvious that Wang Xian's performance was not very good, while Du Kong performed steadily as always and ranked in the upper middle. Wang Xian was curious. You get 10 points for each mission, and you are excellent, but you are only ranked 8th. How did the points of the players in front of you come from? Wang Luan thought. I'm afraid that Li gets ridiculously high points for each mission. Not really. I'm not that good. Le, who finally arrived, greeted the group of acquaintances one by one, and after stating this, he went to bump fists with Yi Quan. Thank you. Yi Quan knew what he was thanking him for. I'm not so unlucky that I have to monopolize this kind of mission. Am I? Besides, I can't complete this kind of large-scale mission alone. Wang Xian immediately came over and expressed his admiration. You have a noble character. Respect. The players who were originally discussing each other also moved their eyes over and expressed their gratitude with simple words. I'll keep it in mind. Brother, you gave up the first place. You are so noble. Yi Quan narrowed his eyes and laughed and scolded. Wait. Why does this sound like you are scolding me? Who said I gave up the first place? This kind of mission is my home field. Right? Speaking of the mission, someone cast his eyes on the expressionless Du Kong. Can't. This mission description is a bit vague. Do you have any ideas? Du Kong spoke slowly. The mission description is to prevent the South China Sea crisis. Everyone pricked up their ears. In any case, Du Kang's analytical ability in this area has been fully demonstrated in the last large-scale mission. But it doesn't say to defeat the South China Sea or conquer the South China Sea. Du Kang instantly got the hidden point in the mission description. He glanced at Yin, who was unable to hide his excitement, and continued, I think this is a large-scale mission different from the Arcane Academy and the Everfree Forest. Wang Xian scratched his head, not understanding. What do you mean? Wang Luan guessed, that is to say, neither all players need to go into battle, nor do NPCs need to kill. Then where does the South China Sea crisis come from? Du Kang was silent for a while, staring at the 4 words, and said, the 4-word South China Sea crisis. From our standpoint, the normal interpretation is the crisis brought by the South China Sea. But there is actually another interpretation, which is that the South China Sea is facing a crisis. There was a moment of silence at the scene, and Xiongda spoke uncertainly. So, we are going to send warmth? Why don't I believe it? Wang Luan, with the recent series of big moves by the kingdom, how could it be possible to send charcoal in the snow? The South China Sea may really be in danger, but the kingdom is definitely going to take advantage of the fire to rob. Awesome or calm goes awesome. Wang Xian didn't care about anything else. Just praised Du Kang on the side. And the wind was out of tune with the scene. Everyone glanced at Wang Xian. Yi Quan looked around at everyone present and changed the subject. Li Ming didn't come. No one was surprised by this. Li Ming's love for forging was worthy of his first job transfer in the internal test. Even the previous Arcane Academy mission, Li Ming didn't accept it at first, and didn't care about the temptation of a mere mecha. He didn't care about the title of the novice village chief. In fact, the other party's points were basically unchanged. Wu Xing became curious. What stage is Li Ming's forger skill at? Now some people have been promoted to speed builders. Li Ming can't still be a mechanic, right? I don't know. Wang Luan looked around the players present. No one here has a special relationship with Li Ming, right? Greenleaf quietly took over the conversation. Li Ming has reached the 5th stage, and he only needs the last stage to reach the maximum level. Everyone's eyes moved over. You have a good relationship with Li Ming? Not bad. Greenleaf said modestly. I have chatted with him a few times. And Li Ming is a good person. What is the level of Greenleaf's social skills? Let's put it this way. There is no one present who is not familiar with him. The players chatted on the side. And Yan's steps to form an expedition team went smoothly to the last step, preparing all the equipment and dry food needed for the trip. Yan just followed the king to the Kingdom Sea area and brought the core equipment of the South China Sea expedition team. Doodlin. And then it was better to wait for the day and get ready. Although the whole process was very quick, it still took a few days, and Greenleaf and the others did not follow Yin closely during these 2 days. And they also had to prepare equipment. The expedition team will provide dry food, but it does not mean that they will provide weapons. As temporary citizens, they consciously went to the commercial building of Ezigen, and after months of accumulated credit points, they purchased a batch of necessary blood recovery agents and returned scrolls and some expensive materials from Anuda. Then, they asked Li Ming to make weapons of mass destruction. In short, after being fully armed as much as possible, the expedition team finally gathered again and prepared to set off. The sea was calm and the sky was clear. A large ship was docked at the dock, and NPCs came and went, carrying supplies. The inconspicuous box was tied to the side of the ship. After the players boarded the ship, their eyes swept past it without pausing at all. Du Kang looked at it a few more times. Most of the things on the ship are placed in a regular pattern, so that the sailors can find what they need in the first place when the storm comes. Only this box is located a little abruptly, close to the rudder. When the sea is a little rough, the seawater can hit the box. After the players boarded the ship, the NPC of the expedition team operated the ship, sailed away from the port, and slowly set sail towards the distance. The players involuntarily cast their eyes towards the endless horizon, and it seemed that they were taken by such a shocking natural scenery for a moment. This is the magnificent power of nature. Wait for us. Let's go together. South China Sea. Here I come. The lively noise instantly broke everyone's unnecessary sighs. The players turned their heads and looked behind them. Another large ship swayed proudly behind them, and the densely packed players waved to them enthusiastically, which instantly gave the NPC a nightmare-like feeling. Yan's eyes went dark, and he held the railing on the ship to stabilize his body, looking for the culprit in the large ship behind that was full of countless players. With the player's mobility, they might be able to make a small boat that has no ability to resist wind and waves. But such a luxurious ship? That would definitely overestimate their ability. Yin saw the culprit. Nobita was surrounded by players, waving at him from a distance, with the same enthusiastic smile on his face as the players. Nightmare players plus shameless and scheming demons? It's a good combination that can make people's hearts stop. How did they get together? Greenleaf asked this question for Yin. That post on the forum has been popular for a long time. And you haven't paid attention to it? Wu Xing explained to him. The direction of this post is very interesting. At the beginning, Chapter 155 Public Beta 33 The Devil's Sudden Mission. At first, it was a player who saw the different treatment of Yin and complained on the forum. But once the post was opened, the direction began to get out of control. And eventually it changed from complaining about the planner to how to participate in this large-scale mission. Brainstorming. Crowdfunding to change the planner. Original poster. I just saw the master receiving a large-scale mission from the NPC with my own eyes. The NPC directly ignored ordinary players. I suspect that the planner has a PY transaction with the internal test players. The public test players are raised by stepmothers. Not only do they not get any benefits, but the requirements of this large-scale event mission are so high that only the masters can meet the standards for accepting the mission. Isn't it a big problem? This kind of title can be seen 3 or 4 times in the forum every day. Have you seen the planner change? What large-scale event mission? There are new missions? Only the masters can accept it? Does this planner really want to create confrontation between players? The planner is old and stupid. I know this. I was at the scene. Didn't Master Li Ming open a thread before to reveal that Yin was going to form an expedition team to the South China Sea? Everyone rushed to block Yin, and the players blocked him. But Yin only gave the task to Master Yi Quan alone, saying that he was better than other players and could accept more severe challenges. Doesn't this mean that other players did not meet the standards for accepting tasks? No. There is a sequel. Master Yi Quan said that this is the sequel to the Novice Village Chief task. So this large-scale event task is prepared for those internal test players. The planner is really awesome. The first large-scale task makes all players die repeatedly. The second large-scale task makes players watch the NPC show. And the third large-scale task simply selects masters? What about the sense of participation of ordinary players? What about the human rights of ordinary players? Crowdfunding to change the planner. This planner doesn't understand the game at all. The most outrageous thing is that a large-scale task that runs through the main line is put in the internal test. And then the public test is not open to ordinary players. Crowdfunding to change the planner. I think the planner of XX game is very good. Similar complaints about the planner and nominations for the new planner continued for thousands of floors, until a player revealed the secret, ending the meaningless debate. Change the planner? If you keep arguing, the planner will directly change a group of players. Do you believe it? Fuck. I actually think it is very likely. You all forgot who the planner is? If this can be changed, this game should be over. His Majesty the King is not necessarily the planner. Right? He is so busy. How can he care about the game plot and mission settings? This is not important. What is important is that if you pay attention, you will find that this game never mentions who the planner is. Just like the designer of the holographic game Cabin. All the parts related to the holographic game, except for His Majesty the King, are related departments, and no one has come out to claim any of them. Thinking about it is terrifying. Is the topic too far off? I am the only one who cares about the planner being so stupid. So what about the mission? Normally, there wouldn't be only one way to participate in such a large-scale mission. Right? This point of view is interesting. If you can speak, please say more. The conditions for participating in this mission are too harsh. Most of the players in the public beta did not participate in the internal beta. And even most of the internal beta players did not qualify for the village chief election. So is such a large South China Sea mission set up specifically for a few players? Isn't that a waste? Of course. The planner is a complete idiot, which is a good reason. But maybe we are on the first floor, but the planner is on the bottom floor. Is it possible that we are on the third floor, and the planner is on the first floor? I sincerely think that you are overthinking. No. That's His Majesty the King, the man who can make a holographic game Cabin. My idol. How could there be a problem with his game? Isn't the painting style above a bit strange? Not strange. Just a fanatic fan of His Majesty the King. What? His Majesty the King has fanatic fans? What's so strange about this? It's human nature to admire the strong. I'm not interested in His Majesty the King's fans. Can someone elaborate on what the planner means by the phrase the planner is at the bottom floor? I think we may have found the wrong NPC. Yin is in charge of the South China Sea expedition team. Who else should we find if not him? But isn't it normal for an official expedition team like Yin to have high requirements? I think it may not be that the planner only prepares tasks for the masters, but that only the masters can take the tasks at Yin's place. Ordinary players have to find other NPCs to take this task. That makes sense. If you think about it carefully, it is normal for the official expedition team of the kingdom to have high standards. Fuck. So all the previous thousands of posts were in vain? After scolding for so long, it turns out that the stupid players are the idiots? This wave. The planners are at the bottom, and the players are at the first level. Don't rush to change your tone. Find the NPC who sent the South China Sea mission to the players first. I think the players think too much, and the planners didn't think that much at all. That's too much of an underestimation of the planners. Can the planners really be an idiot to make such a grand world setting and race setting? Do you believe it? I don't know if the planner is an idiot, but the players are definitely stupid. In fact, the one running the holographic game is the game main console. In other words, it is actually the game main console that issues tasks to the players. So it is basically certain that the game main console cannot be an idiot. On the contrary, it has always performed extremely well in improving the player's gaming experience. After this post appeared on the front page, players began to search for NPCs who were suspected of issuing South China Sea tasks in the game. Yu has no relevant tasks, and he doesn't know what happened in the South China Sea at all. The dwarf has no relevant tasks, but Andy Su has relevant information about the South China Sea. There is no need to go to the druid. I just died and came back. Druid killed people again because of a disagreement? He was defeated by the kingdom, but he didn't change his original intention. It's really awesome. The mage is in the main city, and there is no way to contact him. The Arcane Academy in the school has not started normal classes yet. Anuta has information about the South China Sea, but it's the same old story. You have to get the king's permission before you can trade. The king's permission. Has anyone tried it? I tried it. You told me not to bother the king for every little thing. He didn't help me convey it. Then I went back and told Anuta what you meant, and the task disappeared from the task list. Speaking of which, Anuta is a member of a large monopoly organization after all. How can he be so cowardly? Dada. Stand up and confront the king. There are some who are not cowardly. They just sign the contract to sell themselves. How can this be called cowardice? This clearly fully demonstrates the reason why Ezigen is a monopoly organization. Only by being flexible can great things be accomplished. So, Ezigen is not plotting to usurp the throne. Right? It is a business organization. And the transformation to usurp the throne. Isn't it a bit too much? I think such a monopoly business organization is very suitable to be the mastermind. There are more suitable people to be the mastermind. I waited for the NPC from the Sarfa Federation in school. The other party didn't know that something happened in the South China Sea at all, and even tried to get me to talk. You weren't tricked, right? Of course not. What kind of trick is completing a task? He gave me a task, and I told him everything. Fuck. Why didn't I encounter such a good thing? I went to the mine on the top of the mountains to find Tol Jean. He didn't know anything and wanted to get me to talk, but he didn't give me a task. So I didn't say anything. I went to find the demon, and the demon was very interested. He then asked me for all my information and tricked me. I just came out of the resurrection point. The demon doesn't have a quest either? Who else might have a quest related to the South China Sea? Has anyone looked for Zhe? I almost dug the whole kingdom, but I couldn't find him. Oh, I know. Zhe went to the Everfree Forest. I asked Zhe before, but Zhe ignored me. He probably doesn't have a quest. That's strange. I asked all the NPCs, but there's no quest. Could it be that the quest is with the king? Impossible. The king doesn't leave the main city easily. Now everything is calm. Even the druid has been defeated. How could he leave the main city? Speaking of this, when will the main city be open to players? Maybe we have to wait until players become regulars? Forget it. It's another In My Lifetime series. So, now it's basically certain that it's not that the planner is at the bottom and the players are at the top. But are we really overthinking it? The planner is just a complete idiot? The post later turned to the criticism of crowdfunding in exchange for the planner, until a certain player's speech changed the direction of the post again. Who said before that they went to find the devil? And the devil has no quests? This is too unreliable. Right? I was just about to try my luck again. But I triggered the South China Sea-related quest. What? I scolded the planner for thousands of floors in vain? Who said before that the devil has no quests? Come out and apologize to the planner. Not that bad. Maybe there is a delay mechanism after this quest is triggered. I think the focus now is, what quest have you received? This is a bit long to say. So let's turn our attention to the devil and get a clearer understanding of the whole process. Because of just warning or reminder, Nulita briefly shifted his attention to those fellow tribesmen who had not yet returned, and happened to miss the conversation about the South China Sea, when players wandered around the world looking for the mysterious NPC who issued the South China Sea mission. Nulita belatedly learned about the latest developments of the kingdom. Nulita's keenness can be seen from the fact that he can be seen actively in all major events in the kingdom. Often before the wind rises, Nulita smells the breath of the storm first and finds a precise position to watch the excitement. And this time, he didn't join the fun in time, and even had to learn from the players' noisy dynamics that the fun had already happened. This is simply a shame. Is the kingdom ready to take action against the South China Sea? Nulita casually tricked the player who sent intelligence, closed the door, and thought, this is different from the Arcane Academy and the Everfree Forest. The South China Sea is vast, and there are many underwater kingdoms. The relationship is complicated. It is not a problem that can be solved at one time. Kenny saw Nulita's enthusiasm at a glance. You want to get involved again? I am a demon, Nulita said confidently. Such an interesting thing will become boring without my participation. I am also a little curious about how the king wants to conquer the South China Sea. To be honest, I don't think the South China Sea is a good target. The Diamond Empire is more suitable as the next target of conquest than it. Kenty reminded the other party. The king didn't invite you. His Majesty is good in everything, but he doesn't look like an intelligent creature, Nulita complained. There is no weakness for people to exploit, so I can't find a good insertion point. Kenny stared at the enthusiastic Nulita for a few seconds and rolled his eyes. I will deal with the problems of the new bordering civilizations. You just focus on joining in the fun. Nulita got a satisfactory answer and became more picky. You are a little slow to react. You should have reacted as soon as I opened my mouth, in order to avoid fighting with him in a rage, mainly because he couldn't beat him. Kenny looked away and said perfunctorily, Anyway, the kingdom has always been your responsibility. You can solve it yourself. Nulita stared at the players coming and going outside the window for a while, and instantly found a reasonable reason to insert this major event. These players are also very interested in the South China Sea. Kenny ignored him. They can come to me to ask if there are any tasks related to the South China Sea. They must have reached the point where they are at their wits' end. Right? Nulita is very aware of how bad his reputation among players is. If players are not prepared to be pitted by the devil, they will not easily come to him. Well, it's decided. This is it. Nulita clapped his hands and turned to find He Xingwen. The devil will not risk angering the king to join in the fun. This is the experience of the devil, who has jumped back and forth and never overturned. This is why the players received the task a little late. The devil spent some time communicating with the king to obtain the king's permission and application for whether the devil can take the players to the South China Sea for a stroll. The good news is that he got the permission. The king, as always, expressed his willingness to not interfere with the personal freedom of the demons with an unimaginable leniency. And the demons have the right to go wherever they want. The bad news is that this permission is limited out of consideration for the safety of the people of the kingdom. The king requires the demons to restrain the players and ensure that the players and the demons will not interfere with the actions of the South China Sea expedition team. First of all, the first point of this restriction is that restraining the players is an impossible thing to do. Secondly, the demons are just going to join in the fun. If you don't get involved, how can you be considered joining in the fun? The devil used his bargaining skills to try to negotiate a condition he wanted, and then successfully received a warning from the king. I hope you remember that you are also a citizen of the kingdom. The young king said, It is your duty to obey the laws of the kingdom and defend the interests of the kingdom. The conversation ended here. Not only did the devil fail to negotiate successfully, but he also received a new warning. Of course, he still achieved his original goal, and got a mobile resurrection point from the king. A certain NPC will be in charge to ensure that players will not have to take a boat again after a large-scale death in the South China Sea. The difficult journey. Or a space teleportation after death. Directly teleported into the bloody mouth of the sea creatures. Obey the laws of the kingdom, and defend the interests of the kingdom. I think this is the king's hint to me. Nolita turned around and discussed solutions with other demons. He hinted that I should help him conquer the South China Sea. Kendi hesitated. And then stopped. Do you think too highly of yourself? It would be better for Kendi to look down on Nobulita. But conquering the South China Sea is not something that can be solved by 1 or 2 people. The South China Sea is an extremely vast sea area. To conquer such a sea, it requires more than 1 or 2 demons. It requires the military strength of a country and countless battles. This is definitely a hint. Nolita vowed, otherwise. Why would the king agree to let me follow the expedition team to the South China Sea? Demons plus players. Unreliable and disorderly. This is definitely an unsettling factor. Kendi commented on the side. You have a pretty accurate understanding of yourself. So, where do you think this team can play a role in helping Yin conquer the South China Sea? I just need to bring a few more players. Right? Nobita thought he was a clever guy. You've seen what happened to the Arcane Academy. As long as there are enough players, we can rush through the entire South China Sea. Kendi continued to ask rationally, if it's so simple, why didn't the king think of this good idea? He didn't even let the players join the expedition team? Nobita was stumped by this question. After a long pause, he became angry and turned his face on the spot. Why do you have so many questions? Is it over? Have you contacted other demons? Don't just talk and do your business. So, after Nobita prepared his speech, he looked out the window and randomly selected a lucky person from the players coming and going. Player Li was chosen by luck. Young man, do you want to go to the South China Sea? Li paused, and after seeing that it was a demon, he quickened his pace and prepared to leave the scene. I think you're lucky. I have a mission for the South China Sea. Nobita dragged out his tone, watching Li stop and start a mental struggle. After failing in the mental struggle, he walked up to him dejectedly before continuing, Do you want to take it? No. I don't want to, Li thought. But his words were very honest. Are you trying to trick me? When a person asks this, it can be basically determined that the other party is ready to be deceived. A liar will not admit that he is a liar. No matter what answer he wants to get, he will only get one answer from the other party. Of course not. Nobita said righteously, I just heard that the South China Sea is very lively. So I want to join in the fun. It's that simple. It sounded sincere, and the reason was sufficient. Li was a little shaken. Following the usual style of players, he asked the task reward first. What is the task reward? The demon rummaged through his own treasury in his mind, and picked out a few collections he didn't like. Dragon scales. This is the best material for making equipment. Indestructible, and has ether bonus. I think back then, a piece of dragon scales could cause bloody storms. Li recalled the dragon that had been lying in the mines on the top of the mountains for many years. Thought about the difficulty of pulling scales off the other party, and became curious about the demon's past. Nolita continued, You know the communicator of Ezigen, right? It is only circulated within Ezigen, and has never appeared in the hands of outsiders. It is extremely precious. Of course, it is useless to you, but you can sell it to Ezigen. They are the most particular about fair trade. When the time comes, not only will they pay you, but they will also owe you a favor. Since it is only circulated within Ezigen, where did you get the communicator in your hand? Li looked at Nolita's expression, as if he was looking at a wanted criminal. There is also the magic notebook of the great magician, which records all his experience in the study of ether. It is absolutely a priceless treasure. The invention of this great scientist is said to be a semi-finished product of the study of Dudlin toxin. It has a glorious record of poisoning an entire city. It is not only a good helper for making money and killing people, but if you return it, you can also get a reward from the great scientist. Oh, by the way, there is also this. Nolita lowered his voice, looked around, and made sure there were no suspicious people, and then whispered in Li's ear, the corpse of Diamond Karen I. So you didn't even spare the ancestral graves? The players also know that demons are not welcomed by other races. After all, demons have really bad personalities. But now it seems, this may not just be because demons have bad personalities. This really offended everyone. This is top secret. The Diamond Empire doesn't even know it's lost now. Nobuta lowered his voice and said, "This thing is useless. It's mainly to vent anger. Isn't it just that the kingdom has a grudge against the Diamond Empire? I think if you give this to the king will reward you with a lot of things? No. According to the demon's understanding of the king will definitely not reward them with a lot of things. Nobuta knows this very well. But it doesn't stop him from digging holes for players. Although he knew that there must be fraud in this. Money can move people's hearts. No. It's not about money. The main thing is to do the South China Sea mission. And rewards are not important." Lee swallowed his saliva and confirmed with the demon, "Are these all mission rewards? Will you accept the mission?" Not only did Nobuta not answer his question, he also used his face-changing skills in an instant. And urged him unhappily, "If you don't accept it, leave quickly. I still have to send missions to other players." "I'll accept it. I'll accept it." The mission notification popped up in front of the player. Demon's sudden mission. The bustle of the South China Sea attracted the attention of the demon. And the demon decided to follow the expedition team and go to the South China Sea. Mission description: help the demon successfully join the fun in the South China Sea. Mission success rewards: Diamond Karen I Corpse X1. Azajan's Communicator X1. The Great Magician's Academic Notebook X1. Dragon Scale X1. Unknown Liquid from the South Federation X1. The reward is distributed by the demons themselves. Each player can get a certain amount of demon favorability and a certain amount of demon reputation. Mission failure penalty: deduct a certain amount of the player's demon race favorability and a certain amount of the player's demon race reputation. This failure penalty is unexpectedly low. Lee looked at the mission description and keenly noticed this. Generally speaking, the mission reward and mission penalty are not too far apart. But is the difference between this mission penalty and mission reward a bit big? Lee stared at the 4-word self-distribution. And his vigilance rose again. There is only one of these scales and so on. How can I give it to you when the time comes? Anyway, the other party has already boarded the pirate ship. And Nobuta was too lazy to give him a good face for deceiving people. He lazily perfunctorily said to him, "Of course, it depends on your performance." Lee had a bad feeling. But money can move people's hearts. No. It was Lee who was eager for the mission, and still announced this great news to all players on the forum. Successfully pitted a large number of sand sculpture players, who were not in tune with the world for the demons. In order to achieve the grand goal of crossing the South China Sea, the demons accepted all the players who came to accept the task, creating a carnival for the players. Fuck. Dragon Scales. Fuck. The Great Magician's Notebook. Fuck. Communicator. There seems to be nothing to be surprised about this. Fuck. Unknown Liquid. What's the use of this thing? Fuck. Corpse. Fuck. Corpse. Because he was too shocked. The player even repeated it twice. Players came after hearing the news, accepted the task, and were blinded by the task rewards. Unlike the tasks issued by normal NPCs, the demon's task rewards were so generous that the players completely ignored the demon's poor evaluation. This may be the origin of all the problems. But at this moment, the players were still waving to the masters with great interest, looking forward to the bright future when the task was completed, and they didn't know what they were about to face. Chapter 156 Public Beta 34 We were deceived. On the boundless sea, 2 large ships sailed one after the other, braving the wind and waves. On the South China Sea where few ships were seen in the past. The waters near the mainland of the South China Sea belong to the offshore area, although it is also part of the South China Sea. In terms of the degree of danger, it still leaves some space for intelligent creatures on land. Leaving the offshore area and crossing a certain line, you can be considered to have truly arrived in the South China Sea. This line that distinguishes safety from danger is very easy to distinguish. The ship of the expedition team in front suddenly shook violently. The player who was waving to the masters didn't keep his balance, and in the blink of an eye, the side of the ship was full of rolling players. What happened? Did it collide with a ship? Fuck. I can't stand still. We were attacked just after entering the South China Sea? The demon reacted quickly. We hit a sea creature. The violent collision did not stop because of the players rolling. On the contrary, the collision continued for a while. The whole ship was like a candle in the wind, shaking violently on the sea surface, and people even worried that it would fall apart in the next second. Among the players who were rolling like gourds on the ground, the demon stood calmly in the middle and looked forward. The South China Sea expedition team had the same experience as them. But the difference was that the ship that was slightly shaken by the collision quickly stabilized under the operation of the NPC and drove forward, avoiding the group of sea creatures that accidentally passed by below. Seeing that the two ships were pulling away, the demon muttered, "I knew that the temporary team was unreliable. Players rolling around on the deck, you are the most unreliable one among them. Although there are many things to say, the player is deeply regretful that he cannot do it because he is dizzy and nauseous. Which one is more unreliable? The player or the demon? It is indeed a good question." The demon looked around. Except for him and the NPC sent by the king, there were players rolling around everywhere. There was no extra people standing at all. And naturally no one was controlling the ship to continue moving forward and avoid the group of passing sea creatures. The demon looked at the distance between them and the ship in front again. If they didn't hurry up, the South China Sea expedition team would disappear from their sight. "I'm starting to think it's a bad idea to join in the fun," Nilita muttered, deeply feeling what it was like when there were only demons and players in an expedition team, the experience of being unable to play as soon as they went out. Players, rolling around. Rolling around. Nilita sighed and shook his head. Suddenly jumped into the seabed. The rolling players cast their eyes at the demon who suddenly jumped into the water. Was he so hit that he committed suicide? The cabin shook slightly, and the boat that had been shaking like a cradle due to constant collisions finally stopped shaking slowly. Finally, some players seized the opportunity and climbed up from the deck. The wet demon climbed back to the side of the ship. The players who stood up did not rush to steer the ship forward. They rushed to the side of the ship without organization, holding the railing and looking at the sea, and made a wow sound in unison. The line that distinguished the deep South China Sea from the offshore area was so clear. Countless huge shadows of varying depths lingered under the sea. Players could see those near the sea surface. Schools of fish were flowing with blood after fighting, while creatures deeper under the sea could not be seen. Only those huge shadows could be vaguely seen, circling in the offshore area. Although the sea surface was also very lively, it was much calmer than it is now, and there were no such dense shadows. But deeper in the South China Sea, this is the home of underwater creatures. The player's sight extended along the calm sea surface. As far as they could see, shadows of varying depths were everywhere under the calm sea surface. This scene shocked the players. Players searched for the few words in their minds, and tried to praise the unfathomable depth of the ocean. After an inexplicable pause, the crowd finally broke out. "Fuck! Awesome! Fuck! 666! Fuck! Fuck!" The real scene of "I am uneducated, and I can travel the world with one word of hack" was staged on the scene. Before this wave of emotion was over, a few bubbles suddenly appeared on the calm sea surface, and bright red blood and a group of corpses floated to the surface. The players' emotions were stuck in their throats on the spot. The number of these corpses was huge, and they vividly expressed the central idea of you can't see anything in the deep sea anyway. Just grow whatever you want. The whole fish was so ugly that it made people drop their sanity at first sight. Fuck. Is this a body of teeth? Huh, why are the eyes of this fish as big as a light bulb? Why is the tail forked? After commenting on each other's appearance with disdain, the players came to a unanimous conclusion. This fish must not be delicious, but it must be very ferocious. Another player had an idea about it. Although it doesn't look good, it may be full of treasures? The players couldn't stand this word. As soon as the voice fell, a player took out a fishing rod from the space bag and tried to fish up the body. The demon watched the players struggle with relish. When he looked up, he could hardly see the expedition team's ship. Then he reacted. "Hurry up and start the boat. Why are you joining in the fun? Everyone is gone." It can be seen that the demon and the players are doubly unreliable. The players who worked hard to fish the ugly fish from the sea for a long time peeled its skin and bones, and whispered to each other, "Did the demon kill this fish just now? The demon is very powerful. Isn't this nonsense? How can I have so many treasures without many brushes?" The boat, which had been parked in place for a long time, set sail again and started to hurry on its way. Has the ship behind disappeared? Wan Luan, who had no idea what happened behind him, looked back and saw the empty sea, and was a little surprised. Levi and the others turned their heads and looked behind them, and they also showed surprised expressions. "What's going on? Did we guess wrong? Isn't the devil coming for the expedition team?" The players were puzzled and didn't think about the little episode of the ship shaking slightly just now. But no matter what, the devil disappeared, which is always a good thing. Half an hour later, The players with this idea in mind met the enthusiastic players, and the devil again. South China Sea, here we come. Master Yi Quan, I am your fan. Finally caught up. Seeing the noisy cheers and joys resounding again. And it seemed to continue for a long time. The great players had to hold back their sighs with difficulty. But what they didn't expect was that after a while, the ship disappeared. And after a while, the ship appeared, like some mysterious law. In the cycle of disappearing and reappearing, the demon ship quickly became tattered. But at least it lived up to the golden signboard of Ezigen in the frequent accidents of disasters. It did not fall apart. The danger of the South China Sea showed its fangs as the expedition team and the demons gradually went deeper. Frequent hurricanes and rainstorms, huge sea creatures and ubiquitous reefs turned the journey into a struggle. And the struggle often presents different endings due to the different strengths of both sides. The South China Sea expedition team is composed of the most outstanding NPCs, commanded by the elite NPC Yin, and also Broad Dujilin. The ship sailed against the wind and waves, and was not affected by these factors. Even Greenleaf and the others did not really face the threat brought by the South China Sea. The expedition team organized by Nulita was composed of players with the lowest strength and unreliable demons, which caused them to stop constantly because of these factors, fight against disasters, and then escape. The players not only fully faced the threats brought by the South China Sea, but also died several times in these threats. Frequent emergencies made this journey seem so long. How deep did the previous expedition team go? The ordinary player who escaped from death again couldn't help but make a puzzled sound while pouring water from the side of the ship. Nulita. A player called out to Nulita, "Can't we just teleport there? This is too inefficient." Nulita squatted on the sail, reflecting on his enthusiasm for joining in the fun, which led to him becoming the player's nanny. The combination of players and demons has not yet brought cardiac arrest to Nehai and the expedition team. But the demons themselves have been given a full set of tricks. The player's performance is as stable as ever, making all the natives who come into contact with them unbelievable and miserable. You want to go directly into the mouth of the sea monster? Nulita rolled his eyes, open a teleportation array in Nehai, and go to the stomach in one step. In just a few days, he encountered too many players who blamed him first. Nulita, are you not good enough? Look at Yan's expedition team. How stable it is. And look at the expedition team you organized. Why are there always deaths? What is more annoying than demons? Only a group of players can be slightly better. Nobuta said angrily, you still have the nerve to ask me? It's all your fault for being too weak. It's your fault for not giving the order. It's your fault for not listening to orders. The silly player quarreled with the demon. The not-so-silly and reliable player cleaned up the water on the deck and looked at the empty sea level in the distance. Obviously, they had lost track again. He sighed deeply, and was extremely worried about the future of the ship. Is it possible that they would die before they could accomplish their mission? And the ship would fall apart halfway? In fact, the ship did fall apart completely halfway. Then the demon took out a larger and stronger ship from his personal space, and continued the extremely bumpy journey in the South China Sea with a surprising spirit of perseverance. For him, it's been more than half a month in game time, and they are still floating on the sea. Original poster. I almost accepted this mission from the demon before. But fortunately, I was a step slower because of something. I turned around and heard that the demon had already gone out to sea. Now it seems that I can only say that I was lucky that I was not deceived by the big brother in the post. Floating on the sea. I don't know how the masters are doing, but the demon is still floating, and has long lost the expedition team. Now I suspect that the demon himself doesn't know where he is going. The masters seem to have reached the destination. I see that Luan has already gone out for the first stage of the mission evaluation. Don't talk about this. It makes me angry. Who was the guy who encouraged everyone to accept the mission in that post? I have been floating on the sea for half a month, and have had countless deep contact with the seawater. I can't do my daily tasks or go to class. I am like bungee jumping all day, dying and living on the sea. I'm really stupid. I only know that demons will cheat people. But I don't know that demons will cheat people on such a big task. When I saw that the NPC who issued this task was a demon, I should have known that there was definitely something wrong with this task. I'm really stupid. No wonder the penalty for mission failure is so small. This mission can't be successful at all? You are too pessimistic. I don't think it's that bad. Think about it from another perspective. Compared to cheating us, the demon obviously wants to join in the fun in the South China Sea. Will he watch himself not join in the fun? Although what you said makes sense. It is obvious that the demon is lost. It doesn't matter. Give him a little more time, and he will definitely find the way. Are you not a fan of Nubalada? To be honest, I am really worried that we will end up in some strange place. The South China Sea is too big. To be honest, if I was not interested in the notebook of the great magician, I would have given up the mission long ago. Naive. The devil did not give me the choice to give up the mission. What a pitfall. What a pitfall. Why did I get on the devil's ship in the first place? I should have expected the devil to have such a bad reputation. Yeah. Who would have thought that the devil would not forget his original intention and be bad from head to toe? Is there anyone who can help me report to the Diamond Empire? Nubalada dug up the ancestral tomb of his emperor. Chiochio, please send someone to kill Nubalada. Go to the Diamond Empire? Manuel Ye. Ye, how long are you going to play with this joke? I think the Diamond Empire may not be able to kill Nubalada. All the sea monsters that blocked our way in the South China Sea were killed by Nubalada. Now I have offered his fighting ability, of course. This does not prevent me from continuing to dislike him. How long do we have to watch the sea? Manually at the masters? Share your mission progress with the children. Luan, mission progress? How to say? It's not quite the same as we thought. Suddenly I became interested. Masters, your mission is not going well either? Luan, it's hard to define this point. I can only say, it's very different from what we thought. When the demons encountered difficulties in their lives, the South China Sea expedition team successfully solved various difficulties along the way and encountered almost no danger. After working day and night, they finally arrived at their destination. In the deepest part of the South China Sea, a calm sea area, the surface of the azure sea water showed no abnormality at all, and it seemed extremely peaceful, out of tune with the surroundings. Yin stopped the ship here, checked the signal, and confirmed that the sunken ship was just below. Then turned around and announced the good news to others. We are here. The order of the NPCs remained the same as always, and was not shaken by the good or bad news. The players were much more lively. Xiongda breathed a sigh of relief. We are finally here. He poked his head towards the sea. A little puzzled, but this mission is not clear. What are we here for? How can we stop the South China Sea crisis? Other great players followed and poked their heads towards the calm sea surface, and then cast doubtful eyes at Dukong. Dukong said slowly, there are no clues in the detailed mission description. But from the mission description, the expedition team is trapped deep in the South China Sea. Dukong glanced at the calm sea. Since it is not on the sea, it can only be on the seabed. Everyone's eyes followed and cast towards the shadowy sea surface. The shadows under the sea. Wang Luan touched his chin. Too many. But the seabed looks like this all the way. Wang Xian objectively said, maybe we went too deep. No. We have been walking for at least half a month. Did the expedition team wait for us on the seabed for half a month? Wu Xing grasped the key point, according to the time we spent on the journey. Either they have drowned, or they have solved the problem. No matter how you think about it, this mission to solve the South China Sea crisis is very inexplicable. After confirming the destination, Yin took out the communication tool forged by the dwarves and tried to re-establish contact with Hai, the leader of the previous South China Sea expedition team. The red light on the communication tool flashed twice, but it didn't connect. The sea surface was rippled, and a whirlpool quickly formed from small to large. However, in the blink of an eye, the sea surface that was calm just now showed a dangerous meaning. Along the way, the NPCs had dealt with such attacks countless times. They quickly manipulated the ship to turn and avoid the whirlpool. The players quickly gathered together, and the huge ship's side was divided into two halves. One half was the ship's side with only the tightly closed box left after removing the NPCs, and the other half was crowded with players. Obviously, this half-month journey was enough for them to form a team. The NPCs were responsible for solving the problem, and the players were responsible for not adding new troubles to them. The ship quickly turned to avoid the whirlpool, and a huge head slowly emerged from the sea surface that had been accumulating for a long time. The eyeball with severe protrusion was the same size as the whole ship. As normal human-sized players and NPCs, they once again felt the difference in strength in this height crushing. The huge creatures may not be very aggressive, but their combat effectiveness must be high enough. They could easily be crushed to death. In this size comparison, individual strength became meaningless, and absolute power was enough to crush them. Gurgle. A huge bubble emerged from the opponent's mouth, half submerged in the water. covering the entire ship. The NPC responded quickly, maneuvering the ship to avoid, holding the box to release Doodlin, and picking up weapons to attack, almost instantly forming a situation of arrows on the string. The box in the NPC's hand moved, and a golden light flashed. Among the flashing red lights on the communication tool in Yen's hand, a green light indicating normal communication appeared. Hi, Yen? Are you there? Don't attack it. I'm in the underwater kingdom. Things are a bit complicated. Yen reached out to stop the imminent attack, stared at the huge creature that was extremely oppressive, and said calmly, Don't worry. We have enough time to listen to your story. Doodlin is not out of control. Hai told Yen the most critical point first, and then talked about other things. There are some problems with the underwater civilization, and they are too busy to take care of themselves. So when they learned that we came from the kingdom, this underwater kingdom is willing to accept the kingdom's rule as long as the kingdom can solve the problems they face. Yen was silent for 2 seconds, staring at the huge sea creature in front of him for a moment, and confirmed with the other party, Duolan is not out of control. Hai's voice was slightly distorted through the seawater. No. Yen gestured to another NPC and continued to talk to Hai. Is it dead? What? Hai was a little confused. There is no creature in the South China Sea that can hurt Doodlin. Another NPC waved his hand and directed the other NPCs. The ship turned, set sail, and rushed forward quickly under the control of the NPC hit the bubble. The force of the entire ship's charge did not even cause any damage to the seemingly extremely soft bubble. What's wrong? Hai asked on the other end of the communication tool. I heard the sound of the ship starting. Yen did not answer his question. He hung up the communication and dialed another communication. For the player, a familiar and not so familiar voice came from the communicator. Yen? We were deceived. Yen said directly, the South China Sea is countless times more dangerous than we imagined. Before he finished speaking, the green light on the communication tool that indicated that the call was going smoothly suddenly jumped to red. And then a yellow light appeared. Red means it is not connected. Green means the communication is normal. So what does this yellow light mean? Wang Luan stretched his neck to see the scene and asked immediately. Greenlee searched in his mind, and the instructions for using this communication tool made by the dwarves were not unfamiliar to players. Before he recalled the relevant content, Du Kong had already given the answer. The ether signal is chaotic. Xiongda shouted in confusion. The ether signal will be chaotic? This thing is not the Earth's magnetic field. Didn't the mage say it is very stable? Wang Luan said seriously. I think the bigger problem is what Yen said just now. As soon as Wang Luan finished speaking, the next second, the boat was suddenly lifted up and overturned in an instant. The players and NPCs fell on the bubbles together. They were not injured. But the players looked at the ship that plunged into the sea. They just lost their means of transportation. The sinking of the ship was not a big problem. The big problem was that countless huge heads emerged from the sea. For a moment, there was almost no space as far as the eye could see. They were so numerous that they occupied the entire sea area. There was no sound in the silent sea area. The ugly sea creatures stared at the bubbles floating on the water, with expressionless faces. Wu Xing took a deep breath and said to Du Kong, It seems that the explanation for this South China Sea crisis is the first meaning we guessed before. The South China Sea posed a huge threat to the kingdom. Chapter 157 Public Beta 35 Prologue. Wang glanced at the communication tool that was suddenly interrupted, and looked at the king who was bowing his head to the documents. He Xingwen, who had listened to the whole process, thought for a moment, tapped his finger in the air, and the light screen jumped out, and the Information Reserve Center function was activated. The column of information related to the kingdom citizens jumped into He Xingwen's sight, and the system quickly marked the relevant information of Yen and other members of the expedition team. They were all in very good health. And then the system marked the relevant information of the members of the previous South China Sea expedition team again. He Xingwen's eyes paused on the light screen. The members of the previous expedition team were all injured. The Information Reserve Center contains information about all the kingdom's citizens. It is a function that appeared in the National Administration Bureau after the last kingdom upgrade. It is not a system function, nor a game main console, and it cannot be truly omniscient. For example, the health status of the kingdom citizens is only a few simple distinctions such as healthy, injured, sick and dead. In the king's silence, Huang was a little anxious. He looked down at the communication tool with a yellow light on, and leaned forward slightly. Since Yen said that the South China Sea is far more dangerous than we thought, I think the danger level of the South China Sea may be far higher than we thought. After all, they all knew Yin as a warmonger who frequently asked for battles and felt confident that he could defeat the Druids. Yan's threshold for accepting the danger level of general things was relatively high. The South China Sea could exceed his imagination only because he encountered unimaginable danger. He Xingwen subconsciously cast his eyes towards the system while thinking about a solution. As always, the system gave the best solution. The Holy Guard can help you solve all the powerful enemies beyond your imagination. This world that is still exploring the ether cannot stop the attack of the Holy Guard. He Xingwen frowned a little. The Holy Guard is not his ideal choice, although it is indeed almost invincible. Sending it means that they have to be prepared for the consequences of this unknown enemy being completely wiped out from the world. If this unknown enemy is an underwater creature, or involves an underwater civilization, it is very likely to cause a devastating blow to the underwater civilization in the South China Sea. As soon as He Xingwen hesitated, the system knew the reason. He gave an alternative answer. Ethernet is another good solution. It has the ability to attack remotely, enough to launch a strategic level attack. But considering the time it takes to communicate with the mages, and the time it takes to start Ethernet, it is difficult to guarantee whether the situation Yin is facing will deteriorate further during that time. Ethernet is indeed easy to use, but the steps are too cumbersome, and it is difficult to guarantee that Yin can survive under a strategic level attack. Another disadvantage is that the result of a strategic attack is also to wipe out everything, which overlaps with the possible consequences of the Holy Guard. After thinking about it, He Xingwen had to admit that the system's optimal solution was indeed the best one. He Xingwen spit out another name. Tor Jin? The individual ability of the Dragon Clan is indeed strong. But that is the South China Sea, a sea area that can give birth to a being like Doodlin. The system objectively said, I don't think that Tor Jin alone can solve the danger that Yin is facing. On the contrary, there is a 95.6% probability that the other party will also be in trouble. That's a dragon. He Xingwen's confidence in the dragon race's strength came partly from his blind confidence after being influenced by Chinese mythology. Even if we can't beat them, we can't be trapped. Right? The system reminded He Xingwen. The South China Sea is not in its original state. After the Dark Ages, the continent bordered other worlds, and the South China Sea also bordered other worlds. The mages mentioned in their casual chat that the most dangerous creatures in the world are sea creatures. I agree with their judgment. There was a slight pause at the scene for a second. Wang noticed that the conversation between the king and the unknown existence seemed to have come to an end. But the king still hadn't made a decision. He leaned forward again with some anxiety. King Yin. Before he finished speaking, Shixian gave him a warning look. He Xingwen was interrupted by Huang's voice, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows never subsided, as if he was troubled. The Holy Guard. As the name came out of He Xingwen's mouth, the world around him suddenly became virtual, covered with a layer of fog, and then disappeared in perception. Both time and space since disappeared. A colorful and chaotic world appeared in front of He Xingwen, accompanied by a familiar whisper. Great Lord, Great Lord, Great Lord, Faith, Fall, Death, throw yourself into my arms. The halos scattered in the chaos emitted a stable light, and the whispers came from these halos. They repeated these meaningless words forever. He Xingwen thought for a moment, untied the shackles for the bound fierce dog, and then added new shackles. I need you. The voice of muttering suddenly rose, and the halo on the light ball began to flicker. Their emotions were obviously excited. Great Lord, Faith, Death. He Xingwen paused for a moment because of these changes, and continued, I need you to protect the safety of the kingdom's citizens even if he is outside the kingdom's territory. I need you to ensure that the kingdom's laws are implemented within the kingdom's territory. But I don't need you to massacre. I hope you can leave some room. Room? This is what He Xingwen did. He left room for too many people, dwarves, mages, druids. It's hard to say whether this is a ridiculous behavior, but at least, in this world, no one will comment on it as ridiculous. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, there will always be more respect for the strong with strength. However, considering that the Holy Guard cannot communicate and is not rational, it is hard to say whether the other party can understand the meaning of the word room. But no matter what is happening in the distant South China Sea cannot allow He Xingwen to ensure that everything is foolproof at this moment. The Holy Guard, whose restraints were partially lifted, turned their sights to the territory outside the kingdom. Space and distance were meaningless to the Holy Guard. Ether was everywhere. And as part of the ether, they could easily cross mountains and rivers and reach their destination. The color of chaos disappeared from the surroundings, and the perception of the normal world returned to He Xingwen. He Xingwen made the next decision, hire to our Jin to go to the South China Sea. He Xingwen paused. Take a look at the situation in the South China Sea. She had no objection and immediately went out to contact Jin. Hiring was a transaction, and Jin was responsible for all the kingdom's external transactions. Huang looked at the communication tool in his hand that was always flashing yellow light, and said worriedly and puzzled, what kind of danger can exist in the South China Sea that makes Yin say such a thing? The answer is actually very simple. He Xingwen went offline and opened the forum. As long as there are players, there are no secrets. They can turn every secret into a part of the game plot and share it with the majority of netizens. As expected by He Xingwen, there is a post floating in the forum. First experience of entering the South China Sea crisis mission. Luen's product must be a masterpiece. First of all, I want to say one thing, game planning. Always a god. I really want to know what his little brain thinks. For the first experience of the South China Sea crisis mission, I have only one word, awesome. The beginning of this whole mission was a trap. If it weren't for the holy guard that showed up halfway, this trap would have achieved his goal brilliantly, and trapped the Kingdom Expedition team that was lured in again. After talking for so long, have I missed the point? Don't worry. I'm a little excited now. The planner is so awesome. First, I'll show you a screenshot of countless big heads emerging from the sea and staring at them expressionlessly. Related videos are on the video website. Search for Luen by yourself. Remember to follow. Back to the topic. First, we finally arrived at the destination. And then Yin was ready to confirm the situation with the NPC who was trapped before. But before he could say a few words, Yin hung up the phone directly, turned around and called someone unknown, saying that he was cheated. And then, time goes back. NPCs and players are separated by bubbles and countless bald heads. Look at each other. The sea creatures that emerged from the sea water covered the entire sea area. They stared at the players and NPCs expressionlessly. Almost instantly, the scene was filled with an atmosphere of impending storm. We were deceived. Wu Xing repeated what Yin had just said, and looked sideways at Du Kong, who was thinking about something. A little unsure, this being deceived. Does it mean that the NPC deceived the NPC? Considering that Wu Xing knew that this was not just a game, the meaning of this sentence became completely different. Is there something wrong with His Majesty's control over the NPC? In just 1 minute, countless terrible endings appeared in Wu Xing's mind. His Majesty's loss of control over the other world was extremely bad news for both China and His Majesty. China would never accept a potential danger that was out of control. And what was even more terrible was that China could not deal with this danger. The people of the kingdom will not deceive the king. Yin was very sure of this. Those who deceive the king are not the people of the kingdom. What do you mean? Wang Xian was confused. So the people of the kingdom can choose their own identities according to different situations? Yin glanced at him and answered his question with a simpler answer. That's not high. Oh. Greenleaf solved a puzzle. But then another puzzle popped up. What about high? Dead? Imprisoned? Or? Du Kong was silent for a while and said slowly, you didn't doubt him. At least you didn't doubt him at all at the beginning. Yan's eyebrows were deeply wrinkled. I don't know how they did it. But he has almost no flaws. He paused for a moment and continued, if he hadn't just mentioned something about conquest, I wouldn't have realized that the guy opposite was not the sea at all. Yan, after you are resurrected in the kingdom, tell the king about this. He paused and thought about the words. Just say that the South China Sea is very dangerous, and everyone who has come into contact with the South China Sea may have problems. Do we count? Xiongda asked Greenleaf beside him in a low voice. Greenleaf, since the NPC asked us to go back and pass the message, we should not be counted among the everyone he mentioned. Right? Wu Xing grasped another key point. After we are resurrected in the kingdom, will you be greeted with death? This ending does not include players. After all, players will not die. Yin looked at the densely packed bald heads on the sea surface and felt a little annoyed. Hi, and the others brought Dujilin. But Dujilin didn't work. This shouldn't be the case. Yin reached out and took the box, stuffed Dujilin, who tried to stretch out his tentacles back, and closed the box tightly. Before we came, we were more worried that Dujilin would lose control, and no one would survive here. Dujilin is a very domineering king of the sea. In its home court, being able to defeat Dujilin, no matter how it was done, is enough to prove that they are far more dangerous than Dugilin. And Dugilin itself is a high-risk creature that is comparable to the iron-eating ants and poses a potential threat to the world. We have no chance of winning. Yen was worried. Not for the life and death of the NPCs present, but for the sea creatures that were still staring at them expressionlessly. Dukong slowly gave his conclusion. They have not made any moves. He wants to capture you alive. In fact, they were already in the enemy's cage. This seemingly soft bubble has successfully trapped them. Dukong paused and continued his previous words. They used the previous expedition team to lure us. Why? The players didn't think at all, blinking and waiting for Dukong to give an answer. The wrinkles between Yan's eyebrows reflected a deep character. I think. Dukong stared at the expressionless sea creatures and said, they look a little weird. The players cast their eyes on these expressionless sea creatures, paused slightly at their ugly appearance, and then retracted their eyes one after another. It's really ugly. Besides being really ugly, I can't see anything else. What's weird about it? Is it that it's too ugly? Dukong shook his head. I don't know. But there are many problems here. Before Dukong finished speaking, the bubble suddenly rolled, and all the NPCs and players standing in the bubble spun around. The sight in front of them changed, and the bubble had sunk into the sea. Only by going deep into the sea can you truly feel how many densely packed bald heads there are. The huge ugly creatures with human bodies and fish tails are all over the seabed. Densely packed, layered, strange. While Dukong was rolling in the bubble, he could still take the time to look around. There are no other fish. The players cast their eyes around. Indeed, among the densely packed huge sea creatures, almost no other sea creatures can be seen, which is indeed very abnormal. The seabed has always been very lively. The deeper you go into the South China Sea, the more lively it is. The ocean has its own ecological chain. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimps. It is impossible for any living sea area to have only one kind of seabed creatures. But here, as far as they can see, they don't see other seabed creatures. And even the most common fish schools are gone. Wu Xing glanced at the seabed creatures moving forward, and couldn't help but glance at Yen. It's just like an army. These seabed creatures are moving in the same direction. Silent and orderly. Almost like a sense of déjà vu. The players looked at the seabed creatures moving forward, and then looked back at the NPC. Too similar. This kind of orderliness that destroys humanity. Not the same. Yen shook his head, and denied their similarity with certainty. Xiongda had a new doubt. What do they want to do with us? The same experience as the previous expedition team? If they are not dead, will we see them soon? Xiongda's doubts were soon answered. The team walked into the building complex surrounded by crystal columns, and different sea creatures finally appeared in front of the players. The long soft-bodied creatures floating past the buildings had deformed facial features on their soft heads. The creatures walking with huge shells on their backs had 6 arms and 4 legs, but no human facial features. The slightly smaller luminous sea creatures had several heads and floated on soft tentacles. It would be better not to see them. The player looked at them twice more, and his sand value was instantly cleared, entering a state of who am I? Where am I? With nothing in sight. The scene was still very quiet. The sea creatures did not stop and disappeared from the player's sight in an instant. Bubble continued to follow the huge creature with a human body and a fish tail. After gradually going deeper into the buildings that were obviously built by intelligent creatures, they finally stopped. The scene in front of them was shocking and weird. A huge transparent water tank stood on the deserted open space. The players looked up and could hardly see the top of the water tank. The transparent water tank was cut into several small grids, more than half of which were black, and the remaining half were transparent. Wu Xing leaned forward, trying to identify what those black grids were from the appearance. What is this? A prison? Wang Xian was a little surprised. How come the prison under the sea looks like an aquarium? Xiongda was also confused. Why is half of the water tank black? Are you sure the water inside is not black? Wang Luan leaned forward to figure out what was going on with the black grid. This scene looks a bit weird, especially when Bubble was thrown into the clean grid by the huge sea creature. This weird feeling reached its peak. Bubble was in the top row of all the black grids, with another black grid on the left, and all the clean grids on the right. Like some kind of arrangement. Fuck. There's something moving in this black grid. Wu Xing lost his voice after seeing something in the black grid shaking. Fuck? What's moving? Where? The players gathered together and looked down, and found, damn, There were things moving in more than one grid. I was far away before, and couldn't see clearly. Now I look closer and can clearly tell that this is not a black grid, but a piece of black water injected into the grid, with various unknown creatures in the water. And the black water surface keeps rising and falling with their slight twitching. The players were caught off guard by the scene that was even more embarrassing than the group of strange-looking sea creatures they had just seen. And the scene suddenly became silent. Only the movements of the sea creatures outside made a slight rustling sound. Greenleaf's Adam's apple moved slightly. And he looked up. Is this water going to fall down? The players looked up and saw the sea creatures opening the lid and preparing to pour in the black water. The ugly and expressionless sea creatures and the flowing black liquid caused a huge psychological shadow on the players. Fuck. How about I just commit suicide first? Xiongda, a tough guy, couldn't help but make a deserter-like declaration. This is too torturous. I'm not afraid of death. But this scene is creepy. The players felt the same way and set their eyes on the weapons carried by the NPCs. I don't care. Xiongda drew out Yan's long sword and chose to commit suicide resolutely. Fortunately, the game never let them down. With a flash of white light, Xiongda disappeared in the bubble. In the continuous white light, there were only a few players left soon. Wuxing never thought of being a deserter from beginning to end. He moved his eyes away and looked at the surrounding grids. He actually found something. Fuck. Is there another bubble next door? Dukan looked at the grid next to him and identified the blurry figure in the bubble next to him. Greenleaf picked up the saber on the ground and handed it back to Yin. Wang Luan grinned, his eyes repeatedly wandering over the saber. Considering his dignity as a great god, he barely suppressed his fear. Yi Quan touched his chin. There are only a few people in this expedition team? Isn't it a little too few? Wang Xian scratched his head. He was carefree, and was not very afraid of such a weird scene. Hearing this, he could still think, are the other NPCs dead? Yin frowned and denied his statement. If the expedition team suffered too many casualties, the king would know. Before I set off, the king did not mention this. Which only means that the king confirmed that they were still alive. We have been floating on the sea for half a month. Maybe they died during this time? Wang Xian retorted. During their argument, black water slipped from the hands of the huge human-shaped fishtail creature, but it didn't fall into the water tank in time. Invisible ether waves swept across the scene. For a moment, the pause button was pressed here. What? Still coming? Wang Luan rolled and crawled to grab Yan's sword, ready to stab himself at any time. It's not that he is timid. This kind of holographic game has a completely different sense of reality from computer games. Such a weird scene plus a little disturbance can crush people's psychological limits in a minute. The silent scene seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. The huge creature with a human body and a fishtail fell all over the ground, and just wiped out its figure in front of them along with the black unknown liquid that was about to fall. Not only this huge creature, Wuxing, who reacted, looked around. There was no orderly army on the empty seabed. Only a wasteland. Fuck. Wang Xian swallowed several times and rolled over to hug Wang Luan in a cowardly manner. No matter how brave he was, he couldn't bear the impact of such a scene. The black grid below, along with the unknown creatures in it, was wiped out immediately. The grid where Wang Xian and his team were located fell heavily to the ground, accompanied by a huge noise, and set off waves brought by aftershocks in the sea. The players looked around in unison, and the black grids disappeared like those sea creatures. Then those NPCs in the bubble just now. Wuxing turned his head to the left reflexively, and there was nothing on the empty ground. The scene was silent for a moment, and everyone suddenly had an ominous premonition. A few seconds later, the bubble was also wiped out in the same way. Puff. Help. Fuck. Gulp. I can't swim. Gulp gulp. The communication tool in Yan's hand lit up green. The communication was connected instantly. Wang, Yin. Yin, gurgle gurgle. Wang's tone became more hesitant. Yin. Yin, gurgle gurgle. Wang stared at the communication tool in his hand, and began to feel confused as the gurgle gurgle sound kept echoing. Wuxing, who was on the verge of drowning, struggled to death. We are almost. Gurgle. Drowning. Wang Xian shouted with full energy. Help. Chapter 158 Public Beta 36 Will Mercy Be Redundant? Kingdom. He Xingwen paused while staring at the altar, and saw that the number of NPCs in the golden light suddenly decreased by 5. He Xingwen's murderous aura suddenly became heavier. He opened the Information Reserve Center expressionlessly. and the column of information related to the kingdom's citizens. The dense information of 120,000 NPCs was enough to make people give up the idea of looking for subtle changes. Except He Xingwen. He cheated. The system kindly marked the 5 NPCs whose health status changed from injured to dead. Without Yin, He Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief. The data of acquaintances he had contacted and those he had never contacted was very different. He would feel sad for the death of familiar people, but it was difficult to give too much emotional projection to strange beings he had never contacted. It was a bit cruel to say this, but human beings themselves were such personalized cruel beings. King, I have contacted Yin. Huang hurried over to report the latest progress to He Xingwen. The situation is a bit complicated. He Xingwen finally glanced at the light screen of the information storage center that contained information about the kingdom's citizens, and reached out to close the light screen. In the huge amount of data that suddenly closed, a line of information flickered slightly. NPC name, Hi. Health status, injured. The huge golden dragon was speeding over the South China Sea, its golden pupils scanning the vast and unsettled sea surface, giving up the idea of using vision to search for the South China Sea expedition team. And its nose moved slightly, distinguishing the faint human breath from the seawater smell. It was a bit difficult. For some reason, there seemed to be traces of humans everywhere in the South China Sea, as if someone had lost their way and was wandering around the South China Sea. Nulita, who had no expression on his face and showed no sign of guilt at all, sneezed, looked back at the white light that kept lighting up next to the temporary resurrection point he carried with him, the Toolman NPC, and learned a profound lesson: if you don't have the king's diamond, don't take on such a porcelain job as players. Not everyone can control the disorderly players. Not even the devil. The Golden Dragon failed to locate the location of the South China Sea expedition team. But he was not frustrated at all, and even came up with a new way. The power of money can always make the Dragon Clan burst out amazing power. Torjin changed his way of looking for clues. Looking for the breath of Dujulin in a complex mixture of breaths, he found the right direction. As an extinct creature, all the Dujulin in the South China Sea could only come from the kingdom. The Golden Dragon smelled his target from hundreds of breaths, and he flicked his tail and rushed in a certain direction. This is a very difficult thing to do: smell the breath of a certain creature from the vast ocean. There is no need to elaborate on the difficulty. After all, weak humans can only smell a few irritating breaths. As the strongest individual creature in the alien world, the dragon race has all their physiological functions at the peak that ordinary creatures can hardly reach. Not only in terms of smell, vision, and even flying speed. The body structure of the dragon race itself is a perfect creation at the peak level. After locking the target, the figure of Tol Jin hovering over the South China Sea paused and rushed towards the destination. The huge body stretched freely in the air, and the posture when it crossed the sky was not anxious. Even at a long distance, the powerful power contained in this body could still be sensed. The ship that was sailing caught a glimpse of the Golden Dragon flying over the South China Sea, and countless sea creatures chasing him below. The players cast shocked eyes at it. What a big dragon! The sea creatures in the South China Sea are too fierce. They don't even let go of flying creatures? They dare to chase them? Does this dragon look familiar? Really? Don't all dragons look like this? But it's golden, and it always feels like a certain NPC. The players talked about it. The devil looked at the golden dragon that he caught a glimpse of, and suddenly an inspiration flashed, urging the players to stop talking and not work, and to catch up quickly. Catch up with the golden dragon? The player assigned to the driving task did not trust the demon's ability. We can't even catch up with the expedition team ship. How can we catch up with the golden dragon? I think it's best not to go. The big bear who was resurrected at the temporary resurrection point dissuaded the demon. It's too dangerous there. Other elite players, who had just committed suicide heroically on the seabed, started talking one after another. A sea of bald heads. There's also a big water tank. It's filled with a lot of black liquid. The expedition team was captured by them, and had to be stuffed into the water tank. We can't beat them at all. They can also spit bubbles, and the expedition team can't even break the bubbles. By the way, Yin said that these things had defeated the expedition team with Dudlin before. The demon's originally careless expression changed instantly after the player said this, and he shouted, Turn! Turn immediately! Let's go in the opposite direction and return to the kingdom. Although I know that the demon knows when to act. Are you giving up too quickly? The players were busy maneuvering the boats and whispering to each other. What is Dujulin? Why did the demons get so scared when they heard that it was defeated? The demons are really unreliable. Let's just go back. What kind of a stupid mission is this? The demons gave up to join in the fun. So does that mean our mission failed or succeeded? Let's go back quickly. I'm almost getting a fear of the ocean if I keep floating on the sea. It's good to go back to the kingdom. I haven't handed in my previous missions yet. Nulita didn't pay attention to the whispers of the players. He was shocked and hadn't recovered from the news just now. Defeat Dujilan? Are you kidding? A sea overlord of this level will be defeated? Before it is defeated, all the enemies should be dead. Almost immediately after hearing Yan's judgment, the demons realized that there was a big problem in the South China Sea. Those sea creatures don't have the ability to defeat Dujilan. The demon with the passive skill of seeking profits and avoiding harm fully leveled up clearly smelled the heavy shadow lurking under the deep sea. At this moment, if there is any place on this continent that is safe, it can only be the kingdom. The place where the Father God fell. And the place where the Father God favors. The golden dragon rushed towards the destination, teasing the sea creatures that were excited by his existence. Come on. Come and hit me if you have the guts. Torjin was flying high, and the waves below him were layered, lively following his footsteps. They were the group of sea creatures that tried to attack him. This scene is not uncommon. The Dragon Island located in the South China Sea allows the dragons to enjoy this kind of enthusiastic treatment. Torjin approached his target, Dujilan, while being chased by the sea creatures. When the distance was getting closer and closer, and he was about to reach his destination, Dujilan suddenly noticed something unusual. The sea creatures that had been chasing him enthusiastically just now stopped collectively behind a certain line. Torjin turned his head to look at the sea creatures that fell behind him. Strange. Torjin did not stop to find out the reason. He only looked back and continued to move forward to his destination. But he could not help but feel puzzled. These sea creatures do not have the ability to think. Torjin, why would pure wild animals restrain their desire to hunt? Even if they were dragons, they would excitedly try to attack. There couldn't be a more dangerous existence in front of them than the dragons. Right? Thinking like this, Torjin arrived at the area where Dujilan was located, which he smelled. He moved his ears and accurately captured the cry for help from humans deep in the sea. Is this a capsized boat? Torjin quickly surveyed the sea and found no dangerous creatures worth noting. In fact, it was so desolate here that there were no small fish or shrimps, let alone dangerous creatures that the dragons should be wary of. The people of the kingdom were exaggerating too much when they commissioned him to come to the South China Sea to find someone. They said this place was so dangerous. Torjin thought so while casually mobilizing the ether to set up a gas conversion space for the human being who was about to drown below, which was a huge bubble. For some reason, the cries for help from the people below seemed to become more terrified. Torjin waved his tail, his mind full of question marks. They were all saved. So why were they more scared than before? Are the psychological quality of the people in the kingdom too poor? He manipulated the bubbles made of ether and let them slowly float to the surface. Torjin waited for a while. Those drowning humans seemed to be deep in the sea. It took a long time for them to float to the surface from the deep sea. The bubbles floated to the surface of the sea, and the golden light almost blinded the players. Fuck. So bright. What a big dragon. Eh? It's a dragon? I thought those guys were coming back. It's a dragon. The players breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense spirits relaxed from just now, and they collapsed in the bubbles one by one. The NPCs remained calm. Yin was still talking to Huang on the other end of the communication tool. Torjin has arrived. Huang on the other end of the communication tool breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned his attention to other things, asking repeatedly, "What did you encounter? What's the situation now? How are the enemies?" These three questions were not easy to answer. Yin thought for a few seconds and cast his eyes on the huge golden dragon hovering over the sea. Torjin felt cold all over and rose a few meters alertly. After keeping a distance from them, he shouted, "Why are you looking at me?" Yin looked below the sea. LVE agreed with this idea. We were busy escaping death just now, and didn't look carefully at what happened below. Wuxing brought the topic to another point, but that kind of attack method that instantly erases existence is a bit familiar. Let Torjin go with us. Wang Luan stood up and agreed with this idea. I agree. This way it is safer. Wang Luan felt that he seemed a bit cowardly. After all, the players would not die. So he added, I mean, it can protect the safety of NPCs. Kong rarely showed an uncertain expression. There are many places that don't make sense. The players pricked up their ears, and didn't hear Du Kang's next words. Yin said to Huang Dao on the other end of the communication tool, "We are going to go to the bottom of the sea to check the situation. At present, we are not sure to what extent the attack of the Holy Guard just now has been done." Turjin listened. Holy Guard. It took him 2 seconds to react. Oh, the Holy Guard who defends the law. Can they also launch attacks outside the kingdom? No one answered his question. Yin and Huang briefly communicated for a few words, and then turned their attention to Turjin. A moment later, deep in the sea, the swaying bubbles floated behind the golden miniature dragon, moving along the path they had just walked. Wang Xian was surprised. The dragons can actually breathe underwater? Are they amphibians? Wang Luan touched his chin. I am more inclined to believe that they used ether. But are there amphibians in this world? Wu Xing thought deeply. Tall Jean was too lazy to explain the structure of the dragons to them. In fact, the dragons could not breathe underwater. But with their strong bodies, holding their breath for a short period of time would not have any effect on them. The golden dragon swam in the sea, looked around, and felt more and more that something was wrong. Why is there not even a living creature here? Greenleaf was the first to distance himself from the matter. When we were caught, there were no other creatures here. Something was not right. And Tuarjin became alert and continued to move forward towards the conspicuous underwater building complex not far away. Not long after moving forward, Yi Quan was the first to discover the problem. What's wrong? Where are those crystal pillars? The player and the NPC carefully observed the building complex in front of him. The tall crystal towers that were densely surrounding the building complex before disappeared. Crystal pillars? Tuarjin looked around the building complex carefully and also discovered this. Why is there no crystal tower here? The crystal tower is a strategic reserve for the underwater kingdom to store ether energy. It is the most important guarantee for the underwater kingdom to maintain the kingdom in the deep South China Sea. The protective layer constructed by the crystal tower prevents overly dangerous underwater creatures from entering the territory of intelligent creatures and ensures the safety of the underwater kingdom. Therefore, all underwater kingdoms, big and small, regardless of their size, will build crystal towers near the gathering place to form a protective layer to protect the people of the kingdom. After all, the real owner of the South China Sea is not the intelligent creatures on the seabed, but the extremely dangerous underwater creatures in the depths of the South China Sea. But near this large gathering place, there was no trace of the crystal tower. I remember there were quite a lot of crystal pillars. Wang Luan and other players looked at each other. This style of not even leaving a layer of dust is very much like the work of the Holy Guard. Yin was also very confused. Why did the Holy Guard attack the crystal tower? No one knew the answer. Pao Pao continued to follow the pocket golden dragon, and soon approached the group of buildings. As they approached, the tragic state of the building complex was clear at a glance. Not to mention the living creatures. Even the dead things had disappeared for more than half, leaving only a few shaky buildings, which did not show the magnificent appearance that the players had seen when they were captured. Turjin came to the conclusion at a glance. Part of the buildings disappeared. This situation did not need to be inferred. The shaky part of the building and the abrupt disappearance of the other part of the building were so conspicuous that any intelligent creature with normal architectural thinking could quickly see this. The sea creatures before are also gone, Greenleaf added on the side. They continued to move forward, passing through the dilapidated building complex, and returned to the water tank that left a deep shadow on the players. The water tank was still in place, but only the empty half was left. And apart from the water tank, everyone looked around the desolate and vast trench and found nothing. The well-organized army before disappeared completely like a flash in the pan. Or to be more precise, it was completely wiped out. Wang Xian exclaimed, "The Holy Guard is too awesome. They killed everyone in seconds? There are no living creatures here." After Li finished speaking, he hesitated and corrected, "There are no living creatures in this sea area." The powerful existence that had just imprisoned the players and NPCs disappeared so casually. Is the problem solved? Wang Luan looked at the task. The task points did not change, and there was no notification of successful task. He sighed in disappointment. It's not over yet. It's just starting. Isn't the South China Sea crisis resolved? Yi Quan was puzzled. Look, there is nothing here. How can it threaten the kingdom? Wu Xing reminded him, we didn't kill these enemies. They were killed by the plot. Du Kang concluded, so, we were saved because of the plot. We haven't found the culprit of the South China Sea crisis described in this mission. Greenleaf said uncertainly. Aren't the culprits those bald heads? Bald heads? After circling the entire trench for several times and finding nothing, Tuargene returned to the team and just heard this sentence. What bald heads? Greenleaf gave him a rough description of the appearance of the group of huge creatures with human bodies and fish tails. Tuargene frowned. Mermaids? Mermaids. Didn't I make it clear just now? They look very ugly. Greenleaf added. Yi Quan added. It's so ugly. The scales. The tail. Wang Xian couldn't wait to say, it's a murder weapon. Yes. Mermaids. Tuargene said in a relaxed tone. This thing seems to be an underwater civilization bordering the South China Sea after the Dark Ages? They call themselves mermaids. Wang Xian took a breath. This is too shameless. Tuargene looked at the players who always seemed too naive, and didn't really want to explain to them. Anyway, even if the players were stupid and naive, so what? It wouldn't prevent them from being invincible. But considering the high hiring price, Tuargene barely picked up some professional ethics. In fact, in their eyes, you are ugly. Wang Luan shouted, put the blame on someone else. Shameless. Because you have neither fish tails nor scales. And you are covered with strange hair. Tuargene's tone was calm. Different civilizations have different aesthetics, which is very normal. Respecting the differences between civilizations is what you should learn. Because what he said made so much sense. The player shut up. Tuargene said what he hadn't finished before. The combat effectiveness of mermaids is indeed not low. But it is definitely not an army. They love beauty and prefer to choose a mate. They are a primary civilization that is still in the process of evolution. Yen interrupted. They defeated Dujilin. Tuargene paused for a full 3 minutes before jumping 3 feet high in the seawater, as if he was scalded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I dare not say that I can defeat Dujilin. Just relying on mermaids? Even if all mermaids become well-trained troops, they can only supplement Dujilin's meal on the seabed. If Dujilin is so easily defeated, then those before. Aren't all the suppressed underwater civilizations useless? As he said this, he looked at the box in Yan's hand. After noticing the vitality inside, he felt that he had been deceived. Isn't Dujilin doing well? How could he be defeated? Yan's expression was very solemn. We came to the South China Sea to find the expedition team we sent out before. That expedition team brought a Dujilin. Tuargene blinked, looked around the extremely desolate trench, and twitched his nose subconsciously. Countless different smells belonging to underwater creatures rushed into his nasal cavity. After passing by one, he found what he was looking for. The smell of another Dujilin. I smell it. Tuargene was very dissatisfied with Yan's exaggeration, and even more dissatisfied that he was actually scared. Isn't it in the South China Sea? As he said that, Tuargene sniffed, accurately located, and cast his sight in a certain direction. It is deeper in the South China Sea. Deeper than here. Almost close to Dragon Island. Tuargene instantly became alert. Why is it in the south? This is a good question. Before Tuargene found the trace of Dujilin, Yen didn't even know that it was still alive. But since Dujilin is still alive, the sea? Yan's thoughts turned quickly in his mind, and he made a prompt decision to Huang Dao, who was always in communication with the other end of the communication tool, about this matter. You go and apply to the king. Yin wants to continue to go deep into the South China Sea to find another Dujilin? He Xingwen frowned and pushed open the door of the conference room. She was waiting inside, and he noticed that the atmosphere of the conversation between Yi Xingwen and Huang was very serious. Zhe, who was holding the report, silently withdrew his hand. Yi Xingwen sat in the main seat of the conference room and continued, It's too dangerous. Huang knew that the king would say this, and he persuaded Yan. But Yan's attitude was very firm. Now there is only a wasteland there. All the existence has been dealt with by the Holy Guard. We don't know what caused the mermaid to change so much. Yan feels very bad about this. He hopes to find out the problem for the kingdom. Does he think this problem will threaten the kingdom? In fact, it is difficult for He Xingwen to imagine what existence can threaten the kingdom. The kingdom is in an invincible place. This is not nonsense. This is certified by the system. For He Xingwen, the kingdom is an absolute safe zone. Huang paused for a moment, but the continent outside the kingdom is the kingdom's future territory. Yin does not want these places to suffer devastating damage, which will lead to a decrease in the number of territories conquered by the kingdom in the future. This desire for conquest can be called a concern for the whole world to some extent. He Xingwen thought for a few seconds. considering that he changed the restrictions on the Holy Guard. The safety of the NPCs did not seem to be a concern. But this was precisely another point of concern for He Xingwen. Because the result of using the Holy Guard has come out. That sea area is extinct. This is another problem that must be encountered when using the Holy Guard. The opposite of invincibility is massacre. He Xingwen was trapped in a dilemma and subconsciously cast his eyes towards the system. The system considered the wording a little. I agree with Yan's judgment. Mermaids are not the real source of danger. There are more powerful dangers hidden deep in the South China Sea. He Xingwen frowned unconsciously. So, do you think the Holy Guard is better? I think Yan can further explore the true face of unknown dangers. The system said, there is no real best of both worlds. The so-called best of both worlds is nothing more than one party paying a higher price to balance the weakness of the other party. He Xingwen never thought that one day he would hear this sentence from the mouth of the system that is a system that can always have the best solution. He Xingwen's eyes were a little confused. The light and shadow moved slightly, and then restrained, and continued, I don't think you will like my optimal solution. So, the system looked at He Xingwen. This is your choice. Is it to give up the use of the Holy Guard and let the NPC face the threat of possible death to further explore unknown threats? Or continue to use the Holy Guard and let it solve all possible threats to the existence of the people of the kingdom to ensure that the NPC can explore unknown threats under the premise of safety? The former may bring death to the NPC. The latter may lead to the end of underwater civilization in the South China Sea. Those mercy that leave room for maneuver are based on the reality that the kingdom is too powerful. The kingdom can always leave room for the enemy because they could have been stronger than this. But when the kingdom cannot be stronger, will mercy seem redundant? Chapter 159 Public Beta 37 The Devil Side. The scene was silent for a moment, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze into ice in an instant, making people hold their breath subconsciously. He Xingwen was very surprised. Do you think this is the first time I face this choice? Absolutely not. Both the system and He Xingwen knew this. Life is made up of countless choices, and different choices constitute the final path they are heading to. When facing this choice for the first time, He Xingwen chose to leave room for maneuver. In countless different choices afterwards, He Xingwen chose to leave room for maneuver. Then, this time's choice will not change. He Xingwen was surprised that the system would once again emphasize a question that they all knew the answer to. This is not like the system's style. He knows the answer to this question, and he also knows that this question is meaningless. He Xingwen stared at the system thoughtfully, as if he could see the data being calculated rapidly in the other party's body through the blurred light and shadow. He never understood the system's thinking. After all, there is an objective dimensional gap between the other party and him. But at this moment, just like the world had suddenly become strange, He Xingwen suddenly realized why the other party had deliberately asked a meaningless question. Are you having a quarrel? He Xingwen asked very uncertainly, because the three words having a quarrel were too far away from the system. The system replied quickly, I just think I should remind you again that there are other options for this choice. He Xingwen was certain of his judgment. You don't like my choice? The system denied his judgment. I support all your choices. And the meaning of my existence lies in this. The meaning of his existence is to turn He Xingwen's ideas into reality. He Xingwen understood and changed his words. Do you think I am too kind? The system paused for 2 seconds this time. He did not lie to He Xingwen. Your enemies are not qualified to enjoy your kindness. They are just. The system thought about the wording. A group of bad people. A group of bad people. The system has not even learned to curse. Right? Or is it that his internal program constrains him from saying vulgar words? He Xingwen guessed casually, and then continued the system's words, saying with certainty, you are being upset. He Xingwen was surprised by this discovery. Being upset itself is a manifestation of human nature, and this word is related to the system. Just like the illusory light and shadow suddenly has an emotional human figure, and it is gradually moving away from the word system itself. He Xingwen stared at the light and shadow for 2 seconds, and brought up another topic. Have you thought of your name? I think this is a reasonable hint. The system was still a little upset about He Xingwen's judgment. It's not a quarrel. He explained in a serious manner. I am an intelligent life, and quarreling is an inefficient and meaningless behavior. It is not feasible for me. But no matter how He Xingwen thought about it, he felt that the system was obviously quarreling. He Xingwen, because they don't like me being too kind to them. They specifically hinted to me. You don't like it. Isn't this a quarrel? The system's database quickly analyzed it and concluded, This is a normal behavior to hint that the other party has another option to choose. And it has nothing to do with quarreling. After reaching this conclusion, the system's database deduced on its own why did He Xingwen think that this normal behavior was a quarrel. Additional abnormal behavior 1. I suddenly felt that I was too close. Additional abnormal behavior 2. The frequency of looking at me has suddenly increased 5 times recently. The system library invested a huge amount of resources to analyze this deduction project. The database analyzed it. And the system answered He Xingwen's previous question, I haven't thought about it yet. In fact, he had never thought about this matter at all. This is not an area where intelligent life is good at. And he knows nothing about this unfamiliar field. He Xingwen was not surprised by his answer. After getting the answer, he suddenly interrupted the main business. So, you have some guesses about the identity of the bad guys? Yes. The system was used to it and followed He Xingwen to change the subject. But there is too little information to analyze at present. And the accuracy of judgment is extremely low. In order to avoid misjudgment affecting your subsequent related decisions, I think it is better not to tell you. He Xingwen thought for a while. How dangerous? Extremely dangerous. Scope involved? According to the current information, the entire continent may be affected. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds. Yin said that the sea area was completely cleared. System, the Holy Guard will carry out your orders and kill the enemies who threaten the safety of the people of the kingdom. He Xingwen lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. An extremely dangerous enemy that affects the entire continent? It is difficult for He Xingwen to find an existence that meets this condition. Among the intelligent races that do not belong to this world, He Xingwen can find an existence that meets these 2 conditions. Players. He Xingwen did not come to the conclusion of his thinking. But he did clarify another point. He re-entered the demiplane and restored the restraints of the Holy Guard to their original state, prohibiting them from attacking enemies outside the kingdom. System, you made the same choice. He Xingwen rubbed his eyes. I don't want to wake up one day and find that the only intelligent creatures left on the entire continent are the kingdom's territory. He Xingwen is not sure what consequences an extremely dangerous enemy that affects the entire continent will cause. But he can be sure of the worst outcome that the Holy Guard can cause. Inability to communicate and lack of reason dooms them to lose control at any time. A small dispute encountered by a citizen of the kingdom outside may cause the demise of a civilization. He needs to protect the safety of the citizens of the kingdom as much as possible. But not in this way. After the danger faced by Yin was lifted, He Xingwen could not think of any reason to continue to loosen the shackles of the Holy Guard. Of course, the system may not like him to be too kind. But if they are upset, just coax them. Thinking of this, He Xingwen stretched out his hand to the location of the light and shadow. While analyzing what He Xingwen wanted to do, the system continued to analyze the deduction that had not yet been answered. He Xingwen's outstretched hand touched the illusory light and shadow. And the light and shadow without substance were easily passed through. And the nerve endings felt strange touch again. The system was slightly stunned. Before it understood the purpose of He Xingwen's behavior, it noticed that He Xingwen patted the air seriously. Him? Should I say something at this time? He Xingwen patted the air while thinking. But he didn't think of what to say. So he simply gave up this plan. After patting the air several times, he took back his hand very naturally, as if he had done nothing. In the deduction being calculated, an abnormal behavior 3 was silently added, and suddenly came into contact with me. He Xingwen retracted his hand, and threw these trivial matters behind his mind, and jumped back to the topic very naturally. Although there is no Holy Guard, the necessary safety measures cannot be omitted. It is impossible to let Yin and a few players continue to explore the depths of the South China Sea. Right? That is not exploration. That is suicide. A mermaid kingdom can still make Yin and his friends fall to this point. If they continue to go deeper, I am afraid they will really die. He Xingwen thought for a few seconds, turned his head, and looked at the other 2 people who remained silent in the room. His eyes paused on Huang for 2 seconds, and looked at Zhe beside him. Zhe understood and handed the thick stack of information in his hand to He Xingwen. I have had a preliminary communication with the druids about the Everfree Forest. There are currently disputes in these places. Zhe flipped open the thick information and pointed out a few lines of words. The extreme druids have a strong sense of nature protection, and they are unwilling to give in. He Xingwen glanced, and saw the clauses such as forbidding the people of the kingdom to enter the Everfree Forest. Is this a peace negotiation after being defeated? No. This is asking for more. He Xingwen recalled the style of the extreme druids, and was not surprised at all. It was really too much to expect these low EQ plant-brained guys to know the ways of the world. He Xingwen did not flip back and handed the information back to Zhe, giving him 4 words, "No way. Either accept our request or fight again." He Xingwen said, "Besides this, the druids have no third choice." Zhe understood He Xingwen's attitude. It was a bit of a waste of talent to let Zhe negotiate with the druids, with the style of the extreme druids. There was no possibility of negotiation at all. He Xingwen made a judgment and continued, "Let others follow up on this matter. I have a new task for you. Let AI Zijin inform all forces on the continent." He Xingwen, an extremely dangerous unknown creature, appeared in the South China Sea, suspected to be able to suppress Dudalin. The race and specific conditions of the creature have not been confirmed yet, nor is it confirmed whether the race can only survive on the seabed. I hope all creatures on the continent will be vigilant. Huang, who was still persuading He Xingwen that the enemy was very dangerous just now, "It doesn't seem to be that dangerous, right?" Huang hesitated and interrupted the conversation. "We are not sure whether it is so dangerous at present. Isn't it a bit too grand to notify others like this?" He Xingwen glanced at Huang. Perhaps because he was used to cleaning up the mess for Yin, his thinking mode was obviously more inclined to deal with it. Zhe glanced at him, took over the conversation, and said lightly, "It's just a notice. What's so grand about it?" Zhe didn't take other existences besides the kingdom seriously at all. The king doesn't need to care what they think. But if something goes wrong, Huang and Zhe have different ideas. But he didn't argue with Zhe. They have different responsibilities and some overlap. But Zhe is always the main one, and he is the auxiliary. This is the most distinctive feature of NPCs. They abide by the order and never cross the line. Humans have many uncontrollable behaviors born out of desire, but NPCs don't. The scene returned to peace after this episode. He Xingwen continued, "Send someone to tell the wizard, dwarf, druid, and Azijin that the kingdom is preparing to form a large expedition team to further explore the South China Sea and the unknown creatures, and ask them to send people to participate." Zhe agreed one by one. He Xingwen led Jean contact to Arjin to discuss hiring more dragons to protect the people of the kingdom. He Xingwen reviewed his arrangements and made sure there were no omissions before turning to Huang Dao. "Let Yin and the others come back first. It's okay to go deep into the South China Sea, but we can't just go there rashly." Huang agreed and walked out with the communication tool, ready to communicate with Yin. Zhe thought for a moment and found a race that He Xingwen had missed: demons. "Since we set out with the players, there seems to be no news." Speaking of this, He Xingwen couldn't help but curl up his lips. He got lost. Through these 4 short words, Zhe instantly understood the current situation of the demons, who were doing their own evil. He could hardly restrain his smile and said, "Should we invite the demons to join the expedition?" He Xingwen was not familiar with the other demons except Nilida. In fact, the whole kingdom was probably like this. All matters related to demons were handled by Nilida. Apart from him, the only demon who had a little presence was the half-man, half-goat Kenti. But should Kenti be involved? Since Nilida has already intervened, I'm afraid other demons won't do anything unnecessary. He Xingwen said, "Forget it." Moreover, the relationship between demons and mages, dwarves, and druids is not very good. If they act together, I'm afraid the expedition team will fight halfway. At this moment, the demon was still floating on the sea, although Nilida changed the destination from the place where the expedition team died to the kingdom. Getting lost is not something that can be solved by changing the location. Nilida's ship was spinning and had long deviated from the original route and went deep into other directions of the South China Sea. As an extremely vast ocean, the South China Sea has enough unknown areas for lost people to stray into. This can't go on. Seeing that the endless sea surface had not changed, the players couldn't help but whisper again. If you are lost, just admit it, and find someone who knows the way. If I keep looking at this sea, I will feel sick physically. Someone who knows the way. Do you think there is anyone who knows the way here? The worst thing is to teleport. Isn't it said that it is easy to miss position when teleporting in the South China Sea? That's better than wandering around on the sea. The most hateful thing is that there is a temporary resurrection point here, which makes me unable to use the universal free return to the city. The players whispered and looked at the demon. Nublida squatted on the top of the sail, as if he didn't hear anything, and looked for the way back to the kingdom seriously. The ship shook. What sea creature is passing by again? Stop making noises, and go around it quickly, because the ship capsized too many times. The players finally changed from rolling on the ground at the beginning to manipulating the ship to change the route without changing their expressions. Facts have proved that human beings can only grow up through bloody lessons. Even ignorant, stupid, and shallow players can quickly evolve into veteran sailors through life and death. The ship turned to avoid the sea creatures passing by. But then, the ship shook again. The players were confused. It's not right. We avoided it. Did it hit us again on purpose? It's coming for us? The players gradually became excited and began to call the devil, Nubleta. Here comes the blind one again. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive collisions, the ship began to tilt slowly in the violent shaking. Nubleta withdrew his eyes from the sea, looked at the chaotic deck, and sensed the ether fluctuations below. Strange. I don't know when. All the small fish and shrimps below disappeared, leaving only a group of creatures with strange ether fluctuation frequencies. Wow. There are still a lot of them. It's troublesome to kill so many. Nubleta was too lazy to go to the sea again. He squatted on the top of the sail, and was a little impatient with the players shouting. He reached out, and took something out of his personal space. An invisible cover enveloped the entire ship. The sound of collision, and the shaking of the ship disappeared instantly. The players climbed up from the deck, and the knowledgeable players saw where it came from at a glance. Azajan's ether space. The best equipment for self-protection. I saw it in the internal test video. The player next to him seemed to remember something. Oh. It's the large-scale mission to find the lost treasure of the Dwarf Kingdom. The equipment that Azajan used in the top of the mountains? Another player interrupted. The whole mountain collapsed. But Azajan and the players didn't hurt the equipment at all? As an invisible existence? This equipment is difficult to distinguish. But when the players get close to the side of the ship, they can clearly see a square shape sunken under the ship. This is the specific presentation mode of the ether space to resist external forces. All attacks acted on the etheric space. And the ship and the people on the ship were unscathed. The devil is rich. I remember that this equipment, Azajan, was quoted at an astronomical price. It is worthy of the devil, who can give out such a generous reward. The players took advantage of the situation and immediately praised Nubleta. Nubleta was unmoved and even wanted to laugh. Taking advantage of the situation is what the devil does. But objectively speaking, the player is so shameless that he does have some devilish style. All of them are good seedlings suitable for being a devil. Nubleta's thoughts unfolded here, and he associated the scene after the player became a devil, and successfully dispelled this idea. Although the hull was no longer shaking, the creatures attacking the ship under the sea did not give up just like that. Amid the chattering of the players, at some point, dense and long tentacles quietly emerged on the sea surface, just like an octopus, but with more, longer, and more flexible tentacles than an octopus. The players looked up at the tentacles slapping against the ether space with a sound of slapping, and there was complete silence. It wasn't just one tentacles, but countless tentacles densely stretched out from the sea, flying on the sea surface, and coming towards them. The sound of slapping was endless. That was the sound of tentacles slapping against the ether space one after another. Is it a little dark? It's a little. Another player answered the question in a soft voice, and reacted halfway through. Fuck. Those claws? No. What are they called? Those tentacles are almost covering the entire ether space. Fuck? Where are we? Where did so many octopuses come from? What the hell? Are you playing Cthulhu here? Is the planner crazy? Doing this to scare the players? These tentacles are so big. How big must the monsters be? Nubleta. Help. Big Bear thought. Why do I feel this scene is familiar? Familiar? Anaconda or Cthulhu? No. The bald guys we met before. Their appearance was also quite scary. And they really overturned our boat right at the beginning. Big Bear felt more and more familiar as he spoke, and suddenly reacted, turning his head to look at the devil. What the hell? The stuff is the same as what we encountered before. Nubleta reacted very quickly. What? Didn't you encounter a mermaid? Didn't you also say that mermaids are not so aggressive? Xiongda retorted. Who knows if it is a mermaid? Among the frightened sand sculpture players on the side, Lee suddenly remembered something. Wait. It's very aggressive. Have you heard this word somewhere? The sand sculpture players around him said, Oh. So scary. I want to go home. What the hell is this broken voice? No one paid attention to Lee. Xiongda heard what he said, but he really didn't think the word sounded familiar. Lee touched his head and racked his brains to think about the source of the familiarity. Strange. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Which video? Is it a video related to holographic games? Did I remember it wrong? The players on the scene performed all kinds of life. And the only demon with offensive power reflected on himself again. How could this be joining in the fun? It was clearly the fun that made him join in. Ezigen's equipment was very reliable. Even under the siege of countless tentacles, there was still no sign of breaking, and it provided an extremely reliable safety guarantee for the panic scene. However, after repeated attacks without results, the tentacles seemed to have come to some conclusion and began to change their behavior patterns and no longer attack the etheric space. The players looked up and looked up. Stop? Who can tell? Another player had already given up on himself and lay flat on the deck and said, "This group of tentacles has covered the entire etheric space. There is not even a little light. Who can see what they are doing?" Indeed, the whole ship fell into darkness. The etheric space seemed to cover the ship like a cover. And those seabed creatures covered the ship with a layer of airtight tentacles on the basis of this cover. Is it my illusion? Or what? Another player lying on the deck turned over and listened attentively to the sound of the sea. Are we moving? Fuck. The players who were lying in groups of 3 or 2 jumped up again and called out to Nullida. Nullida. These guys want to take us back to their nest as trophies. This is not the custom of underwater creatures. Nullida was a little surprised, theoretically. If they can't beat them, they should give up. These guys have violated their nature again and again. Nullida said thoughtfully. No. Uncle? Are you still thinking about these things? Isn't the most urgent task now to find a way to deal with these enemies? Nullida was very surprised. Why are you in such a hurry? You won't die. The players complained about this. I won't die. But I don't want to float on the sea forever. Nullida, listen to my advice. Let's ask someone who knows the way back to the kingdom. The guy who can defeat Dujlan is still in the South China Sea. I miss the kingdom. I want to swim. I want to do the mission. Nullida naturally filtered out the voices of the players and said to himself, I am very interested in them. The players really couldn't understand the demon. Are you not afraid of the enemy who can defeat Dujlan now? Nullida widened his eyes and said in surprise, When have I ever been afraid? You didn't look like you were afraid when you were in a hurry to return to the kingdom before. The players said in their hearts, I'm just teasing you. And you believe it? Nullida taught the players a lesson with confidence. You are too naive to believe in the performance of a demon. At this point, Nullida felt very unfulfilled. This group of players is definitely the most naive and intelligent creatures that the demon has ever encountered. They never doubted any of the demon's behavior from beginning to end, so that the demon felt frustrated, like flirting with a blind man. It's fun to be seen when you cheat. It's not fun to be a fool who doesn't know he's been cheated. Lee said from the bottom of his heart, but I think you're really cowardly. Look, there are still so many big fools now. The demon sighed. As the demon and the players were joking, the ship trapped in the ether space was pushed to a destination by countless tentacles. At the same time, Yin and his team were pulled by Tul Gentila in his claws and rushed across the sky of the South China Sea, going in the opposite direction of the demons. After Zhe conveyed He Xingwen's arrangements, the kingdom soon became lively. Mages, dwarves, and druids came one after another. In addition, some people brought back greetings from afar. In a short moment, the whole continent became lively. Once again, Azigen proved their ability to the king. In a very short time, they notified the entire continent of the king's warning. Chapter 160 Public Beta 38. Azigen's work efficiency is so high that when the mage rushed over after hearing the news, He Xingwen didn't bother to talk to him at all. His attention was completely focused on other beings' responses to the kingdom's notification. Duodi didn't care about the king either. His attention was attracted by the sudden thunder. A dangerous creature capable of suppressing Dujlan? Just kidding. If this is true, then there is no doubt that this is the next threat that can destroy the world. It's not that Duodi is exaggerating, but it's the fact. In terms of the degree of danger of Dujlan, if Dujlan was not an underwater creature and did not live on the mainland, there would be more than one underwater civilization suppressed by it. How is the underwater civilization suppressed? A civilization that is always facing sudden mass deaths cannot develop. Only a stable order, a peaceful environment, and a long time can give civilization the opportunity to go further. But the intelligent creatures in the seabed do not have these. Not only do they not have them, they are also facing the threat of death for a long time. The most dangerous creature in the seabed is Dujlan. But apart from Dujlan, there are countless seabed beasts. if the continental civilization had gradually entered the stage of exploration and development at that time, then the underwater civilization was still in the early stage of fighting with beasts. This stems from the inherent danger of the South China Sea, which also created the current situation in the South China Sea. Different environments breed different civilizations. The underwater civilization developed from fighting with countless underwater beasts, which destined it to be more fierce and more uncivilized than the continental civilization. But if Dujilan had not been extinct due to force majeure in the Dark Ages, the underwater civilization in the South China Sea might not have been able to develop to its current level. Dujilan is the real overlord of the sea. So what kind of threat would the unknown creature that can suppress Dujilan be? Just thinking about this, Duoti's expression was very bad. After the Dark Ages, the continent entered a stage of recuperation. But the continent has never been truly peaceful. The temptations and frictions brought by the new civilizations that are constantly bordering each other, and the shadow of the Dark Ages, have kept the natives of this world tense and ready to welcome the next Dark Age at any time. Not to mention the distant past. The Zerg thousands of years ago is the best example. The wizard came a little late. When he arrived, there were already many people sitting in the huge conference room. Andy Sue and a few dwarves were whispering on the side. Kenny heard the news and sat in the conference room early in the morning even though he did not receive an invitation, while Lincoln and Normankin occupied the two ends of the conference room with cold expressions. And the atmosphere was stiff as if they would fight if they got closer. Anuta sat next to the king. When Dodi came in, he was talking to the king. Dodi paused for 2 seconds, looked around the scene, and was led by the NPC to sit in an empty seat beside him. The conversation between the king and Anuta floated over. The Diamond Empire's response was quite fast. He Xingwen tasted the response from the Diamond Empire conveyed by Ezigen, and translated those high-sounding words, which were nothing more than, "Got it. Keep in touch, and let me know if there is any progress." As a human empire, it really has the typical characteristics of human society. However, considering the current relationship between the two countries, if they are not mortal enemies, they are definitely not allies. The other party's attitude is also normal. If the Diamond Empire is eager to express its willingness to contribute to the fight against dangerous creatures, then He Xingwen should consider whether the other party intends to take this opportunity to attack the kingdom. It's meaningless. Kenny came to the front without knowing when, and took over He Xingwen's words. This smell of asking for a beating is too pure. You don't need to see to know that it is the devil who is adding fuel to the fire. Anuta did not comment on this. He continued, the response of the Salfa Federation. He took out the photo stone and activated it. The next second, the photo stone in the shape of a shell projected light, and the projection showed a human sitting on a comfortable sofa. As he spoke, He Xingwen quickly realized that this was a message rather than a video conversation. Good day, King from the land of God's fall. The Parliament has received your warning about the unknown creature. The Federation will investigate the anomalies in the South China Sea in the near future to determine the true identity of the unknown creature. If your people encounter large equipment in the South China Sea, don't panic. If there is further news, the Alliance will inform you through Ezigen. When He Xingwen thought that the other party's message should end here, the other party continued, how is Dujilan's condition? Have you confirmed whether he is dead or alive? If the situation is not good, the Federation may be able to provide some help. There are several great scientists in the Federation who have studied Dujilan for many years. It turns out that he was too scientifically minded and had his eyes on the extinct creatures resurrected by the kingdom. After listening to the other party's long speech about jointly treating Dujilan, the response from the Federation was declared over. The Floating Abyss and the Valley of the Dead have no response as usual. However, a tribal leader in the Beast God Wilderness gave a unified response on behalf of the Beast tribe. Anuta lightly passed over the hint. If it is confirmed that the unknown creature is indeed so dangerous, the Beast tribe will not sit idly by. Give a unified response on behalf of the Beast tribe? He Xingwen reacted, and it seemed that the Wolf tribe had already unified the Beast God Wilderness. But the other party's response was just for show. The Beast tribe had always been invisible on the continent due to long-term internal strife. Even if they were unified, it would be difficult to change this situation in a short time. In short, the Beast tribe was not strong enough. The Elven Kingdom does not interact with the outside world, and Ezigen has no channels to contact them. After talking about the forces on the mainland, Anuta began to briefly introduce the forces in the South China Sea. There are countless kingdoms in the South China Sea, large and small, Ezigen mainly trades with several countries such as the New Re Empire, the Coral Kingdom, the Shanghai Asia Kingdom, and the West Bay Kingdom. These countries are located in 4 directions of the South China Sea. They are considered to be some of the more famous forces in the South China Sea, and the trade projects they specialize in are also different. Anuta habitually explained the trade exchanges, and halfway through his speech, he realized and went back halfway. The Nuzi Empire has experienced civil unrest, and is currently in chaos. But Ezigen has confirmed from the Nuzi Empire that there are indeed some abnormalities in the South China Sea recently. The Coral Kingdom has lost contact. The Shanghai Kingdom is raising troops on a large scale, and is unaware of the unknown threats in the South China Sea. Everything is normal in the West Bay, and no abnormalities have been detected. After describing the situation of the underwater countries, Anuta conveyed their reactions to the kingdom's notification. The underwater kingdoms all reacted to this news in a similar way. They do not believe that any creature can suppress Doodlin. And Doodlin, as a long-extinct creature, is unlikely to reappear. Anuta euphemistically expanded the 3 words bullshit, nonsense, get out of the underwater countries into the above paragraph. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds. It seems that the underwater kingdom really doesn't pay much attention to the mainland, so it knows nothing about the miracle born in the kingdom's territory. She waited for Anuta to finish speaking before spreading out the thick map on the table of the conference room. The map was very long, and only a small part of the table that was dozens of meters long was placed. She didn't even spread out the map completely, only spread out the South China Sea part, and then stopped. The surprisingly detailed map depicted the scope of the kingdoms of all sizes in the sea. Of course, due to the danger and vastness of the South China Sea, there are more unmarked areas on the map. But even so, this level can be called overly detailed. Anuta couldn't help but lean forward and look carefully at the map. Kinney also came forward and pointed out the locations of these kingdoms on the map. The Coral Kingdom is located in the south of the South China Sea. Because it is deep in the South China Sea, it has little contact with the mainland. The West Bay is located in the west of the South China Sea, bordering the mainland, and is considered an underwater kingdom with relatively close contact with the mainland. The Shanghai Asia Kingdom is located in the north of the South China Sea, bordering the mainland, and the Nuri Empire is located in the east of the South China Sea, covering a vast area. He Xingwen glanced at the map and stopped at Dragon Island. Dragon Island is located in the south of the South China Sea. Further south of it is the Coral Kingdom, and behind the marked area of the Coral Kingdom is the Zerg. He Xingwen's eyes scanned back and forth among the 3. Thinking, Yen said that the other Doodlin is in the direction of Dragon Island, which is. He stretched out his hand and swiped across the map, landing on the area between the Coral Kingdom and Dragon Island, and then lightly tapped, here. Anuta, it's not new that the Coral Kingdom lost contact. They are located deep in the South China Sea. In addition, they don't like the mainland. They forgot Ezigen's communication tools before, which led to Ezigen's inability to contact the Coral Kingdom for several years and interrupted trade. Therefore, Ezigen didn't think that the Coral Kingdom lost contact because of an accident this time. But the king's words just now sounded like he thought those dangerous unknown creatures were in that area, and even thought that the Coral Kingdom's loss of contact was related to it. Roar the dragon roar sounded like thunder in the kingdom's territory, interrupting their conversation. Then came the screams of the players. After a while, there were messy footsteps outside the corridor. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and Yen arrived with the members of the expedition team. He Xingwen glanced at the number of people, paused for a moment on Wuxing and others, and realized that there were only a few players left who rushed back to the kingdom. King! Yen hurried forward, casually put the box he had been holding on the way on the conference table and said, "What's the situation? When do we leave? This is too impatient." Wuxing muttered in his heart, and saw Yan's casual movements, stepped back a few steps to the door, and distanced himself from the conference table. Vi and the others also saw the scene. Anyway, the players who can become masters have good eyesight. And then, they stepped back a few steps in unison. "What are you doing crowding at the door?" The last one to land. The pocket-sized golden dragon squeezed the players and entered the conference room. He staggered towards the conference table, not treating himself as an outsider at all, flapped his little wings and flew to the table, and saw the map at a glance. He glanced at the map. His sight fell on Dragon Island, and his tone became worse. "Have you finished discussing? Let's go! Just now I said that another Doodlin is near Dragon Island. He Xingwen stopped talking here and remembered something. Is there anything unusual about Dragon Island recently? I squat on the mine every day. Tor Jean complained, even if there is an abnormality. I don't know. Anuta took over the conversation, fully demonstrating the depth of cooperation between Ezigen and Dragon Island. There is no noteworthy abnormality in Dragon Island. Tor Jean snorted, that's Dragon Island. If there is any abnormality, the whole continent can be finished. Anuta didn't finish and continued, but it's not so lively near Dragon Island recently. It can be basically confirmed that there is a problem in this area. He Xingwen stared at the map and said, I just don't know how serious the problem is, huh? His peripheral vision swept to the closed box not far away and glanced at Yen. Yen, who stared at the map of the South China Sea, excitedly ignored the king's sight. He Xingwen brought the box on the corner of the conference table to himself and unlocked it. The players retreated silently again. Almost all of them crowded against the door frame. The soft-bodied creature that seemed to have no bones floated gently in the box. Dujilan was a jellyfish. The golden liquid flowing in its body seemed to be glowing, making the ordinary sea water look extraordinary. The more beautiful, the more attractive, and the more gorgeous the creature, the more toxic it is. Dujilan is a typical example. The golden light shone brightly and emerged from the box. Others couldn't help but look at it. Dujilan looked in good spirits. He Xingwen asked Yen, didn't you let it go to the sea? Yen answered quickly, no. I don't know what happened to the missing one before, so I didn't dare to let it out. He Xingwen nodded, closed the lid tightly again, thought for 2 seconds, and handed it to Zhe, saying, take a few more. The silence at the scene continued until Zhe handed the box to other NPCs. Dujilan? Tor Jean turned his head to look at Yen. You took Dujilan without telling me? Yen stared at the map with a serious expression. The previous expedition team also took Dujilan, but an accident still happened. I feel bad. He looked at He Xingwen. I think there is something wrong with that Dujilan. Otherwise, with Dujilan's domineering level, how could he do nothing? The lack of large-scale deaths in the South China Sea is enough to prove that Dujilan not only did nothing, but even moved to the depths of the South China Sea without launching any attacks. Yen said with certainty, I think it's dead. Anuta reacted the fastest and flatly denied his inference. Impossible. She interrupted the conversation and interrupted Yen, who was about to argue with Anuta. I looked up the information. It was Hai who led the expedition team before. In the Information Reserve Center, Hai's condition was injured. Impossible. Yen said, I saw the members of the previous expedition team disappear in front of me. Dukan thought all the way, and subconsciously said, but there are only 5 NPCs in that bubble, and we can't be sure whether a specific NPC is in it. Dukong said to himself, the sea may be in the same place as Dujilan. Yin Yuan turned around twice, leaned close to Yi Xingwen, and whispered about his encounter with the fake sea. Fake sea? Just as Yi Xingwen began to think about this, Kenny suddenly stepped forward and forcefully interrupted the conversation. I'm afraid you have to listen to this. Nolita sent a spiritual message. The situation in the South China Sea is a bit like the top of the mountains. The ether space pushed by the tentacles, like a huge building block. It floats on the sea and goes further south. The first day of darkness, the players cursed at the demons for a long time, but they were defeated, so they gave up. The second day of darkness, the players continued to curse at the demons, but they were defeated, so they gave up. The third day of darkness, the players applied to give up the temporary resurrection point, but were rejected by the demons, so they changed to curse at the demons, but they were defeated and gave up again. The fourth day of darkness, the players were lying on the deck, enjoying the scenery, only one step away from collapse. Ah, the starlight is so beautiful. Look, the moon. I want to see living people. It's better to go offline and see my parents than to drift in this crappy game. If there is no mandatory study time, I would have stopped playing the game long ago. Speaking of this mandatory study time, we don't study either. Why doesn't it force us to go to school? I want to go to school. The deck of players drifted on the sea for more than half a month, and was locked up in darkness for a few days. They have deeply realized how pitiful the devil is. Coincidentally, the devil has the same feeling as them. The devil regretted countless times along the way that he had found such a group of players to join in the fun. The devil never worried about the players. Even if most of the intelligent creatures in this world went crazy, the players would not go crazy. Their connection with this world was so weak that they only relied on the king as a connection point. How could a game that could withdraw at any time drive them crazy? Nubita was very patient. He squatted on the sail and waited for the final result. It was not in vain that he ran around the South China Sea and caught a big fish. The people of the kingdom were stupid, but Nubita could accept it. After all, it was too strict to require other intelligent creatures to be as smart as the devil. The expedition team had an accident in the depths of the South China Sea. It was useless to go back to the place where the accident happened. You can't defeat the enemy by following the enemy's footsteps except for the king. As powerful as the king is, let alone following behind the enemy. Even if the enemy runs 10 steps first, the opponent can't defeat the king. After all, the most crucial point is that the king never leaves the kingdom. And the king who doesn't leave the kingdom can never be defeated. I'm afraid that only Nubita has noticed this point so far. But it is actually not difficult to find out. As long as you understand the king, you can find that it is a bit strange that the king did not attend the dwarf unification celebration. If we carefully trace the king's past traces again, we can easily come to this conclusion. A beam of light faintly penetrated the darkness and reflected in Nulita's pupils. Nulita, who was pondering the relationship between the king and the father god, stood up and looked above the etheric space. The layers of tentacles surrounding the etheric space were gradually withdrawing, revealing the long-lost scenery outside the etheric space. Are we at the destination? Did these tentacles really take us to the nest? Then won't we have to face more enemies? It's okay. This is a question for demons to think about. We won't die anyway. I want to level up. I want to do quests. I want to play something else. There's nothing we can do. Nulita won't give in. It's probably impossible for him to just turn around and leave. The players who saw the scenery outside took a breath. Even if we want to turn around and leave, we have to leave. The players looked out of the etheric space. And then, there were gasps on the deck. Outside the etheric space, dense tentacles spread all over the sea. The number was more than before. It was ridiculous. Is this really going to be a Cthulhu disaster? Why does this scene look so familiar? Big Bear was puzzled. The mermaids we met before were also like this. They were all over the sea, staring at us. Shut up. Don't wait for two big eyes to come out. Whatever you say. The tentacles move, slowly rise from the sea, and hover in the air. I have a bad feeling. As the prophecy came true, only two big eyeballs appeared. This means all the dense tentacles on the sea surface, including the tentacles that have been galloping for 4 days, are all on the same creature. Fuck. The players looked up, swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva, and repeated the interjection again. Fuck. The scene of tentacles flying in the air covering the sky is enough to make anyone lose the desire to fight. And when the line of sight moved down, two huge eyeballs slowly appeared on the sea surface. The huge head with eyeballs was like countless tumors, roughly sutured, connected, and entangled. When it floated out of the sea, it even filled the sea area like an uneven continent. How big is this? The player whose sand value was completely cleared muttered to himself, and suddenly noticed that the ether space moved upward. The eyes of the players next to him were erratic. Unable to accept this reality, the ether space was lifted up from the sea by it. The players slowly turned their heads to look at the demon, who insisted on seeing the true face of this creature. The demon's face was very beautiful, colorful, like a dye shop. Too exaggerated. Nulita whispered, "Why did the pirate become like this?" Pirate? A common mollusk on the seabed. Non-toxic. About 2 meters in size. Mostly appears in groups, using tentacles to attack. The players slowly cast their eyes on the two big eyeballs in front of them. This thing looks more than 2 meters. More than 200 meters. It's mutated. Nubita took a deep breath, connected those trivial information, and sent the message back to Kenny through the mental link. The situation in the South China Sea is very similar to those mutant creatures in the deepest part of the mountains. They have mutated and are aggressive. Nubita paused for 2 seconds and looked at the two big eyes. But there is one difference. The behavior of these mutant creatures in the South China Sea has a clear purpose. The expedition team led by the kingdom's people disappeared, and Nubita and his team were dragged here by tentacles from thousands of miles away. It is obvious what their purpose is. Nubita took a deep breath. They are looking for other intelligent creatures. And it just so happens that there are a lot of intelligent creatures in the South China Sea, scattered everywhere, unknown and uncared for. As for what to look for intelligent creatures for, it can't be friendly communication anyway.